Hello, my name is Alice. As I've no doubt mentioned by now on this channel, I have been a fangirl since childhood. Fandom spaces have always served as distractions and relatively safe spaces for me throughout my childhood, teens, and now adulthood. If you were to ask me what my favorite fandom is, or which of my fandoms have been the most important to me, I would undoubtedly answer Steven Universe. The Cartoon Network show Steven Universe has a pretty large fan base, even to this day, but back in the day while it was still running, man, it was huge. I was in the fandom back in 2015 to 2016, and man, let me tell you, if you were in the Steven Universe fandom during this time, you were in at least 5 other fandoms simultaneously, and I'm willing to bet that 3 of them were Gravity Falls, Adventure Time, and Undertale. It sure was a time to be alive, or rather online, and Steven Universe specifically had such an impact on me as a rapidly developing 12-year-old that I still feel the ripples from that time today, 9 years later, as a 21-year-old. Fun fact, my Instagram account, that is currently an art account, started as a Steven Universe fan account, and my channel name, ArtyTune, has been with me since the day I started that fan account. Don't ask me what the name means, by the way, because it literally means nothing. 12-year-old me just thought it sounded good. Now, as of today, a new spin-off series based on Steven Universe, Lars of the Stars, have been announced. So I thought this video could serve as a refresher for those who might have watched the series before but doesn't want to rewatch it, or for those who just want to get in a Steven Universe mood again. So in today's video, I want to take a trip down memory lane and yap about one of my biggest hyperfixations of all time, Steven Universe. Now, we'll work our way through 6 talking points. The first one being the show, where we'll briefly go over what the show is about and who's behind it. The second point is world building, where I'll explain, well, the world building of the show. The third point is characters, where we'll go through some of the large cast of the show and who they are. The fourth point is storyline. Here we'll go through a very condensed version of the show's plot, which, even though it's condensed, it will still be very long, including spoilers and all. So although this video is perfectly fine to watch without having watched the show, if you want to avoid major spoilers, this is not the place to be. If you haven't watched and doesn't want to be spoiled, go and watch it first. This will be your only warning, so click off now if you want to avoid spoilers. The fifth point is fandom and fandom drama, which will include my own experience during my period of time in the fandom, as well as general theories and fandom drama that has occurred. The sixth and last point will consist of my own thoughts and opinions about the series and the fandom, as well as what little information we know this far of the upcoming series Lars of the Stars. So yeah, those are the points. This intro is rather long, so we'll move on as soon as possible. But before we begin, I have a very important message to deliver. As we are all hopefully aware of at this point, there is an ongoing genocide in Gaza, where an unfathomable amount of innocent people, including children, are being martyred every single day. The situation is dire for the Palestinians in Gaza, and they need our help now more than ever. I'm sure that I'm not alone in feeling helpless in this situation, as my government, as well as many others, are completely ignoring the issue, refusing to send aid or even acknowledge what is happening. However, we cannot let this helplessness consume us, because it won't help us and it won't help the people in Gaza. There are things you as an individual can do. You can sign petitions, you can write emails and letters to local politicians and ask them to help, and you can spread information through reposts and posts on social media. Now, one of the most direct ways you can help is donating, either through help organizations throughout the world or through direct donations to the people in Gaza. There are many innocent civilians stuck in the Gaza Strip. These people are living a nightmare every time they wake up and can barely afford food and medicine for their families, as the prices are ridiculous and the supplies are few. I've linked several GoFundMes and shoved links down in the description. These links lead to the personal GoFundMes and shufts of people in Gaza who really need your help to survive. Now, I'm an unemployed full-time student, meaning I don't have too much money to spare, so I get if you are not able to donate. However, the least we can do is share their links to try and make sure their voices are heard and they're seen. Thank you so much for your time. Now, let's get on with the video. So, Steven Universe is a cartoon series that aired on Cartoon Network. The plot follows a young boy called Steven Universe, a part human, part magical gem who lives in a house on the beach with 3 other gems. They go on adventures together as Steven slowly learns about his powers and his so-called magical destiny. Through this narrative, we get to know Steven and the characters around him as the story progresses. Its television pilot was first showed in May 2013, and from then on, the series ran for 5 seasons between November 2013 and January 2019. After the series concluded, the television film Steven Universe the Movie was released in September 2019, followed by an epilogue limited series called Steven Universe Future that ran from December 2019 to March 2020. There are also books such as The Answer, which I actually own, and Steven Universe Guide to the Crystal Gems, as well as comics, games, and soundtracks that are based on the series. Now, I won't talk about these mainly because they don't have much to do with the lore, but I just thought I'd let y'all know. The creator of the series is Rebecca Sugar, an American animator, screenwriter, producer, director, and musician. Sugar also uses she/they pronouns and is the first non-binary person to independently create a series for Cartoon Network. Prior to Steven Universe, she worked on other shows, including Adventure Time as a storyboard artist and voice actor. Sugar is also married to Ian Jones-Quartey, another animator, storyboard artist, writer, director, producer, and voice actor. Man, that was a mouthful. Jones-Quartey is primarily known for his own cartoon series OKKO, Let's Be Heroes, that also aired on Cartoon Network. Anyway, fun fact before we move on, Rebecca named Steven Universe after their own brother, Steven Sugar. Now, for the world building of the show, we begin to ask ourselves the question, what are gems? So in case you aren't familiar with Steven Universe, or if you just want a reminder, it has very thorough and interesting world building, at least in my opinion, that we'll be going through. So as I previously mentioned, the plot of Steven Universe follows a half-human, half-gem boy called Steven living with other gems. Now obviously a gem doesn't refer to just a rock in this case, so the first question we need to ask ourselves is, what exactly is a gem? Well, in the Steven Universe a gem is a magical being entirely made up of light, as well as a physical gemstone that serves as a source of life and energy. Each gem is a different type with powers and designs based on actual gemstones, for example, amethysts, sapphires, peridots, and lapis lazulis. Most gems have the ability to shapeshift into different creatures and things, seeing as they are made of light. Their bodies do not need food or water, and they do not have a set lifespan. They'll basically live on forever unless they are seriously injured. In fact, the only way a gem can die is if their gem is cracked or shattered completely, whereupon they'll cease existing. It is also proven that a shattered gem can be healed later in the series, but we'll get back to that later. A gem can also die by having a child with a human, as evident by Stephen's mother passing away. The reason for this seems to be that the child takes over the gem from their parent, which causes the gem parent to cease existing as they need a gem to continue existing. Essentially, they gave up their form in order to gift their life source, the gem, to the baby. Kind of complicated, I know. Anyway, when a gem is injured, for example stabbed or crushed, but their gem is unharmed, they will do this thing called poofing, which is basically exactly what it sounds like. Their visual body will explode or poof into non-existence for a while, leaving their gem behind until they reform, usually with a new fun outfit to represent physical and mental changes they may have gone through since they poofed last. Another important gem feature is fusion. Now, this is a very important practice of gems, both emotionally and culturally. Essentially, fusion is a practice where two or more gems combine, creating a new being that is a culmination of all of their abilities. It's all of the gems combined, but still an individual being. Now, in gem culture, it's very frowned upon for two different types of gems to fuse together, as fusion is merely seen as a war tactic to make gems the same kind, usually soldiers, bigger and more powerful. For example, when a few rubies fuse together in the show, they basically just become a bigger version of themselves. However, when two or more gems of different kinds fuse, the design is way more divided, diverse, and individual, which I love. As you've probably seen if you've ever encountered the Steven Universe fandom before, we love creating fan fusions between OCs and canon characters. It's just so fun, and there are so many possibilities. Anyway, fusion aside, most gems also have their own weapon and their own special abilities and powers, typically based on what kind of gem they are and what kind of function they serve in gem society. Basically, gems aren't born like humans. Instead, they are grown in the ground, not unlike a plant, and pop out when they're done, fully grown and immediately aware of what their purpose and role is. Different types of gems have different roles to fill. For example, amethysts, jaspers, and other types of quartzes are usually soldiers, being tall and buff and rough. Lapis lazulis have hydrokinesis, and sapphires can predict the future. Different gems have different rarities and takes more or less resources to make, resulting in them having different ranks where some are considered better and more valuable than others. But where do the gems come from? Who is creating them, and who is deciding these ranks and assignments? Well, to answer those questions, I have to talk about their origins and how their society works. So, technically, from an Earth perspective, the gems are aliens. They live far away from Earth on a base of sorts called Homeworld. Now, Homeworld is ruled by the Diamond Authority. From the beginning, the Diamond Authority consisted of White Diamond, Blue Diamond, Yellow Diamond, and Pink Diamond. At the start of the series, however, only 3 of the diamonds are left: white, blue, and yellow. As to what happened to Pink Diamond, we'll definitely get into that later, as it is a major plot point of the story, so don't even worry about it. Now, the diamonds are essentially supreme leaders of all gems. We don't know how they were created exactly, only that they emerged first of all gems. We also know that White Diamond reigns the most supreme, as she reigns authority even over her fellow diamonds. The diamonds, just like the other gems, all have specific powers, designs, and qualities assigned to them. They are very powerful beings and are way bigger than any other gems. Now, each diamond has their own qualities, just like gems, which we'll go through later in the character section. Now, the diamonds are the creators of every other gem. They presumably began growing gems on Homeworld as evidenced by the enormous kindergarten present. I'll explain what a kindergartens are shortly. Afterwards, the diamonds began growing gems on other planets as well. You see, growing gems takes a lot out of the planet/patch of land. For example, if you were to grow a few gems on a blooming hill, the entire hill would die out and most likely never bloom again, as the gems steal all the nutrients and life energy from the ground. So essentially, gems are parasites, just like many other living creatures, being grown in so-called kindergartens on several planets. These kindergartens are basically holes in the ground, and it's these holes that the gems pops out of. So when the diamonds had sucked their own planet or base dry of energy for new gems, they simply moved on to other planets, conquering and colonizing them. They destroyed many of them with complete disregard of potential life already present there. Now, each planet has its own resources, which resulted in different gems. Each diamond has their own colonies to reign over, and so each diamond is responsible for different types of gems created there. These gems usually match the color of their diamond, but not always. They can also vary a bit in shape and color depending on where they're made. Now, I've already mentioned that gems are born knowing what they were created for, who they serve, and what their assignment is. However, gems can come out with deformities, differences, and disabilities, just like humans. These gems are usually rejected by gem society and has to hide away in order not to be shattered by the diamonds. So yes, gem society is flawed and problematic in many ways, just like humanity. The gems, in my opinion, reflect humans in many ways with the status and power differences, discrimination against individuals who stand outside the norm, and colonization with disregard for previous inhabitants. The way that gem society is formed and written is a huge part of why I love this series, so I hope I could give you at least a somewhat comprehensive view over it in case you aren't familiar. Anyway, with that being said, let's move on to the characters. So right off the bat, I will not be going through every single character in Steven Universe as there are a lot of characters. I'll only go through the ones that are most important at the start of the series, and then you guys will be introduced to the rest in the storyline section. Also, to make things a little fun for those watching who aren't familiar with the show, there will be very few spoilers in this character section. Essentially, I'll only tell you things about the characters that we already know at the start of the series, and then you'll get to know them more as I explain the plot. So basically, if you've watched the show and you feel like I'm leaving details out of the character descriptions, that's why. I don't know, I just feel like I want to give you the original plot twists and reveals and stuff in the order that they are shown in the show. Obviously, there will be more exceptions, but I'd like to keep some surprises for later. Anyway, let's begin with the crystal gems as they are called: Steven, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl. So, the main cast. The first one we have to talk about is obviously Steven Universe. He is the main character and the inspiration for the show's name, Steven Universe. Now, Steven Universe is a small boy with curly hair and a signature star t-shirt who is half gem, half human, due to his mother being a gem and his father being a human. His age is 12 when the show starts, but this will obviously change as the series goes on. He lives with 3 other gems, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, and is being homeschooled and raised by them and his father in a house/temple on the beach in a small town called Beach City. Now, Steven is very outgoing, happy, and goofy, but he doesn't have many people around him except for the few other residents of Beach City. In the beginning of the series, he has no friends his own age. Steven's main arc in the first season is trying to figure out his powers. Without spoiling too much, I'd say that this develops into him trying to figure himself out as the series progresses and he grows up. He loves playing the ukulele and singing and often tries to engage others with his songs and anecdotes. Overall, Steven is a very lovable and kind character, but can be seen as annoying and childish, at least in the beginning, to people around him, especially the gems, due to his loudness and difficulty to take things seriously. Now, this isn't surprising considering he is quite literally 12 years old and is simply acting his age. However, through the series, we see the gems struggling to comprehend this as they themselves have never grown up or spent any significant time around humans before Steven. Because of this, they take him on missions and try to train him, often ending in disasters and goofy situations as Steven fails to take the mission seriously or fails to use his powers. This affects Steven's confidence as well as the gem's perspective of him. However, during the running of the series, Steven figures himself out and gets better, and the gems learn to adapt to his needs, both as a human and as a gem. Now, Steven's gem weapon is a shield with a rose on it, and he's also able to heal people with his spit, along with some other powers that previously belonged to his mother. As previously mentioned, he inherited her gem, which means he also inherited her powers. Personally, I love Steven. I think he's a very lovable character, and his character development throughout the series feels so incredible human and real in some way. Again, I won't spoil too much, but you'll definitely see later. Now, let's move on to Garnet. Garnet is one of the crystal gems and one out of three that lives with Steven in the temple. I'll explain what the temple looks like later in the storyline section. She is quite mysterious and cold in the beginning of the series, having few and short lines, rarely showing much emotion. She's also the tallest gem out of the main cast and clearly has a leader role where the others look up to her. She constantly wears a pair of glasses concealing her eyes. Now, I'm not entirely sure, but I think this is due to the fact that she has three eyes and she's trying to hide them from humans. This might be wrong, I'm only just guessing here, but the gems have adapted other things like their clothes and way of living to humans on Earth, so I don't think it would be that far-fetched. Garnet's weapon is a pair of big boxing gloves that can be used to punch and smash things. She's also able to shoot them almost like cannonballs. Garnet also has future vision and can see several possibilities of outcomes from different situations. This makes her a great asset on missions as she can usually predict where to go and when. Garnet is also known to be able to handle very hot temperatures and can swim in lava. Garnet is my absolute favorite in this series. She's just so cool. Let's move on to Amethyst. Amethyst is another part of the crystal gems. She is short, loud, and jokes around in most situations, even serious ones. She likes to pull pranks, annoy people around her, especially Pearl, and she also loves to eat. Now, as I've already mentioned, gems do not need fuel from food or other corporeal matter, but they can eat if they wish to. Most gems think that the process of eating, digesting, and dispelling drinks and food are disgusting, however, so most don't. Amethyst also likes to sleep and nap, which is another thing gems don't have to do, but that she likes to do. Amethyst's weapon is a whip, and she can essentially turn into an electric spinning ball and attack people. She's also really good at changing her form and warping into different items and people, and likes to use it as a party trick. She's also the youngest out of the crystal gems, except for Steven obviously, which we'll get into as we go through the plot. Amethyst is probably the gem that can relate most to Steven, at least in the beginning of the series, as she too is seen as kind of immature by Garnet and Pearl. She, like Steven, has a hard time taking situations seriously, both because of her humorous personality, but also as a coping mechanism. She's rather insecure and overcompensates by being loud and joking around constantly to try and distract herself and others from that fact. So, although Amethyst may seem like nothing more than a jokester, she too has quite a lot of depth. Next is Pearl. Pearl is the last part of the Crystal Gems, and thus the last part of the main cast, and she lives with Steven and the rest in the temple. She's portrayed as very prim and proper, sticking to rules and regulations that mostly she has made up. She's often seen cleaning, organizing, and sorting things. Her outfit at the start of the series resembles a ballerina's, but changes through the show like the others. Her outfits are by far the most colorful out of the gems. She's also very thin, and her most recognizable physical characteristic is her pointy, long nose. Since Pearl is so prim and proper, she naturally bickers with Amethyst a lot as they are pretty much polar opposites. Fun fact, I used to ship Pearl and Amethyst so much as a child just because I love the opposite lovers trope. I have a bunch of old, like, embarrassing fan art. Yeah, but anyway, Pearl is by far the gem that was closest to Steven's mother, Rose, that we'll get back to in a minute. Pearl's weapon is a spear, but she's very good at sword fighting. She often serves as a sort of gem teacher for Steven and is usually the one to plan educational moments and adventures for him. Now we move on to the side characters, and we begin with Rose, Steven's mother. Now, Rose is super important to this story and will become a huge part of the plot, so I cannot say too much about her in this section of the video. However, what I can say is that she is Steven's mother and that she is dead. She presumably died when Steven was born, although I genuinely have no idea how that worked or exactly how she died, because obviously details like that are left out of a children's show like Steven Universe. Just know that she gave up her life to allow Steven to exist. Anyway, Rose is portrayed as a very calm and kind leader of the Crystal Gems. Everyone around her looked up to her, and she founded the Crystal Gems and led the so-called rebellion that we'll know about later. Sorry, I keep repeating that so much. Now, Rose's weapon was a shield, and she had healing powers, which Steven inherits. She loved the earth and all life on it, which makes her quite different from other homeworld gems. As you'd imagine, there's a lot more to say about her, but I won't say it yet, so let's just look the other way and move on. The next character is Greg. Greg is Steven's human father. He lives in a van, usually either parked outside his car wash business or the temple. He's lazy, fun, musical, a bit immature, and usually very confused. Essentially, he met Rose, Steven's mother, as a young aspiring rock star that was setting up a small gig in Beach City, and they fell in love. Then they had Steven, and now he's kinda stuck there. Greg doesn't exactly raise Steven on a day-to-day basis, and he isn't that responsible as a parent considering the fact that Steven doesn't even attend school and doesn't receive any corresponding education except for basics like basic math, English, and biology. He isn't a terrible father or anything though, as he clearly loves his son very much and spends quite a lot of time with him despite not living with him in the temple. Now, the reason why Greg doesn't live in the temple is because he isn't comfortable with all the gem stuff going on there. The gems, Pearl especially, aren't exactly super fond of him considering he's sort of took Rose away from them in their eyes, and so they kind of push him away and doesn't explain their culture to him. This of course puts sort of a rift between him and his son as well, and also puts Steven a bit in the middle between the human world and the gem world. But that aside, at the very basis, Greg is very musical, fun, and quirky, and in my opinion, very lovable, just like his son. The next character is Connie. Connie is Steven's best friend who he meets for the first time in the first season. Connie lives outside of Beach City but goes there sometimes in the summer. When we were first introduced to her, she seems very lonely and doesn't have any friends. She's very interested in books, and her and Steven become friends very quickly as they share the same enthusiasm for stories and adventures. Connie's parents are very strict, which stands in direct contradiction to how Steven's dad and the Gems are raising him. This results in some clashes between their daily lives sometimes, which I find very interesting. At the beginning of the story, Connie is rather unsure of herself and closed off to others, but this changes during the story's progression, and she finds herself more and more and finds new passions and hobbies. Now, Connie is about a year younger than Steven, so she's 10 or 11 when the show starts. Now we move on to Beach City citizens. There are many characters in Steven Universe to say the least, but as I previously mentioned, I'm going to introduce you to those who are relevant at the starting point of the show. So before we move on to the storyline section, I want to introduce you to the citizens of Beach City. They are, to be honest, not that important for the story and functions more as world building and occasional off-plot or filler episodes, but I think you should at the very least know their names and stuff, so here we go. First of all, we have the Pizza family. This family consists of the teenaged twins Kiki and Jenny, their dad Kofi, and his mother Nanafua. The Pizza family runs a pizza restaurant called Fish Stew Pizza, and they put fish on pizza. Secondly, we have the Fryman family, consisting of Mr. Fryman and his sons Ronaldo and PD. Now, Ronaldo is the person in the family that the show tends to focus on, since he's very passionate conspiracy theorist. The Fryman family runs a fry shop and have some old beef with Pizza family. Next, we have the Millers. They consist of Barbara Miller, a mailman, and her daughter Sadie Miller. Sadie is one of the most focused on citizens of Beach City as she works at the Big Donut where Steven often buys donuts. Therefore, her and her co-worker are friends with Steven. Next, we have the Barrigas, which consists of Dante and Martha Barriga and their son Lars Barriga. Now, we only ever get to see Lars's parents a handful of times, but Lars himself is important as he is the aforementioned co-worker to Sadie at the Big Donut. Therefore, he too is closely associated with Steven. Next, we have a family who does not have a canon last name, so I'm just going to call them the Onion family. The Onion family consists of Vidalia and Yellowtail and their two sons, Sour Cream and Onion. Yes, they are seriously called Sour Cream and Onion. Now, interesting to note is that Sour Cream, the oldest out of the two boys, have another father, making Yellowtail his stepfather. Yellowtail, however, is Onion's biological father. Next, we have the Dewey family. They consist of Bill Dewey, the mayor of Beach City, and his son, Buck Dewey. And last but not least, there's Jamie, the mailman, who loves acting. Again, there are a lot more characters to come, but we'll cover them as they're introduced. For now, let's get into the storyline. I want to begin this section of the video by saying that this section is by far going to be the longest one. I will be going through each season and summarize all the most important events within them. So this section is perfect if you haven't watched the show but want to know more, if you've watched part of it and wants to see how it ends, or if you watched it a while ago and want a reminder. Or, of course, if you just want to revisit the series because it's fun. I personally revisit this series at least once a year in one way or another, and this year it's through this video. But yes, anyway, as previously mentioned, I will in fact spoil the whole entire plot, so be ready. With that being said, let's begin. Now, this first season is by far the longest one, with 52 whole episodes, so we have a lot to go through and a lot is going to happen just in this season alone. In the first episode of the series, we're introduced to Steven at the Big Donut. He finds out that his favorite ice cream is discontinued. Here, we're also introduced to Lars and Sadie who work at the Big Donut. Lars teases him, but Sadie feels sorry for him and lets him bring the fridge that used to host the ice cream home. When Steven comes home to the temple, he's met by the crystal gems, Pearl, Amethyst, and Garnet, who are fighting off these big, magical centipede creatures. When the centipedes are defeated, Steven discovers that he can activate his gem weapon by eating his favorite ice cream and singing the jingle from its commercial. The episode proceeds with the various gems showing Steven how they themselves activate their weapons, but none of the methods are working for him. The episode ends with Steven being in a distressing situation where a huge mother centipede shows up, and he is unsuccessful in activating his shield by eating the ice cream, and that he'll have to find another way. Now, this episode pretty much sums up how most of the episodes go in this first season. We're presented with more and more information about the gems and their powers, and are guided through the world building through the eyes of Steven, who is trying to learn about it and figure himself out as well. That being said, as we continue through the season, we see Steven go on more adventures, and we as viewers get to know the characters and the world as the episodes goes on. For one, Beach City is attacked by a giant-looking eye thing, and the gems discover that they can only successfully defeat it with an old cannon that belongs to Steven's mother. Here, we are introduced to Steven's dad, Greg, who has kept the cannon at the very back of a very overloaded storage unit. Now, here is where I'll randomly tell you about why the gems and Steven are living in a temple. So basically, the gems can travel via these magical portal thingies that connect to other portal thingies. They are called warp pads in the show. Now, the temple that Steven lives in was in the beginning built in a cave complete with a warp pad, so that the crystal gems could travel to different places on Earth, and thus reaching them as fast as possible. There's also a magical door in the temple that contains several different rooms belonging to the gems. Later, however, supposedly around the time Steven was born, the cave was turned into a house for Steven to live in, and so it's basically part temple, part house. So yeah, now that you hopefully know more about that topic, let's move on. Steven is brought on this mission with the gems to save an old gem-created structure in the middle of the ocean. However, he fails the mission as he forgets to bring the moon goddess statue that was needed for the structure to survive. In the following episodes, we are met with similar scenarios, where Steven is faced with different challenges related to the gems and his powers. Steven wants to spend time with the gems, but they don't have much time for him between fights and missions. We get to see two of the gem rooms briefly mentioned earlier. Amethyst's room is basically a muddy, wet space full of junk, and Pearl's room is a big valve full of water towers, seemingly standing by themselves. We also get to see Garnet's room, which is a smaller chamber with a well of lava in the middle. There are also bubbles with gemstones in them, adorning the ceiling. In another episode, Steven discovers some type of magical shards that can make objects come to life. He proceeds to put these shards in the Fryman mascot suit Frybo, which of course has disastrous consequences. It's also here that we are introduced to the Fryman family. There's also this episode called Cat Fingers that honestly is pretty traumatizing, and I'm not even lying. It's literally body horror for kids. Basically, Steven tries shapeshifting, aka shifting his body into something else like amethyst and other gems are able to do. This backfires, and Steven basically turns into this horrifying cat cluster monster, and yeah, I know I don't enjoy that episode. We are then introduced to Connie, who Steven meets on the beach in front of the temple. He accidentally activates one of his powers, a protective bubble around both him and Connie, and they get to know each other while being stuck in there together. Furthermore, Steven earns some respect from the gems after overcoming his human weaknesses and successfully maneuvering a mission in a sort of spinning room maze thing, and he also helps Amethyst with her secret wrestling career. Steven also discovers a magical pink lion as the crystal gems go on a mission in the desert, and the gems let him keep it after it saves him from an evil gem thing that warps the sand around the temple. There's an episode where Garnet gets completely obsessed with this arcade game, and then there's an episode where Steven is taught about fusion. This leads to him trying all episode to get Pearl and Amethyst to fuse, but they keep refusing since they're very different and not very fond of each other. Eventually, however, they are forced to fuse to save Steven from a dangerous situation, and we're introduced their fusion Opal. Now, personally, since I was such a Pearl Mythist shipper as a child, Opal was my favorite fusion. I loved her, and I was so sad that she wasn't in the show more. But anyway, next up is yet another traumatizing episode. I actually hated this one so much as a kid that I barely ever watched it. Basically, Steven finds out that the gems aren't born and doesn't age, and so they don't have a birthday. He decides to throw them a birthday party each, but they backfire since they don't understand his human traditions. This causes Steven to spiral, thinking that he's maybe grown too old for birthday parties himself. This feeling of dread causes him to physically age rapidly until he's almost dead. Obviously, this is some kind of gem human side effect where his body is trying to kind of like match what he's feeling or something. At least I think that's what was going on. The gems huddle around him crying and panicking as he slowly approaches his end, and it's just not fun to watch. He survives, of course, and everything is fine, but like, I could not watch this episode as a child. Anyway, Steven then hangs out with the cool kids, aka Sour Cream from the Onion family, Jenny from the Pizza family, and Buck Dewey, the mayor's son. Lars from the Big Donut joins them as he badly wants to hang out with these cool kids, and together they get attacked by a magical moss planted by Steven's mother. We're also introduced to Onion, the younger Onion's son, who's practically nonverbal and has some weird hobbies like showing Steven his birth tape. Fun. Anyway, we learn through another traumatizing scene where Pearl gets stabbed through her body how poofing and regeneration works. So basically, Pearl is showing Steven how to use a sword using a holographic clone of herself that is programmed to sword fight. Pearl gets distracted through the training, and the hollow Pearl stabs her with a sword, causing her to poof. Steven guards her gem for an extended period of time, and then eventually she regenerates with a new outfit. Later, Steven and his newfound friend Connie decide to go to a movie together. Here, we're further informed of how overprotective Connie's parents, and especially her mother, are since they forbid her from eating any snacks at the cinema. They decide to ride on Lion to get there, and it turns out he can run on water as well as create portals that lead to other places. He takes the children to some kind of cave with armor and weapons in it that responds to Steven specifically. However, the children accidentally activate some kind of flying robot-looking thing that keeps shooting burning balls at them. Steven discovers that Lion has a big pink sword stored in his head, and with the help of him and Connie defeats the robot. Interesting to note is that the sword has a guard with a rose pattern on it. We are then further introduced to the pizza family as the crystal gems accidentally wrecks her shop sign while fighting a giant pufferfish. They fight for a while, but Steven makes them get along, and together they defeat the pufferfish for good. Another day, when Steven gets tired of the gems, he wishes for a private place to go without them. This causes his gem to unlock the door in the temple, leaving him to his mother's magical room. The gems advise him not to go in, but he does so anyway. The room is essentially this empty space full of pink clouds, and as soon as Steven wishes for something, it happens. However, it is only fake, so nothing actually edible or usable can be created in the room, if that makes sense. Eventually, Steven makes it out of the room, however, no one is left in the temple and it's dark outside. He ventures out to find people, but the people he does find are acting weird and sort of glitching. This is yet another traumatizing event in the Steven Universe franchise, and I'm honestly questioning whether it's actually safe for children at this point. I'm just joking, by the way. I watched it as a child and I'm completely fine. There were definitely worse things on Cartoon Network. Anyway, the world turns more and more disturbing around Steven as he gets more and more panicked. And at last, it completely falls apart and it is revealed that Steven was still in his mother's room all along and somehow managed to make the room create the entirety of Beach City. In the next episode, some mysterious entity or gem is rebuilding an old gem communication hub that has long since been destroyed by the crystal gems. From my understanding, the hub works sort of like television or radio tower, as it basically transmits electromagnetic surges that allow gems to communicate with each other. The communication hub is this stack of cylinder blocks powered by a huge gem thing in the middle, and so Garnet decides that her and Amethyst should fuse in order to be big enough to wreck it. Amethyst is visibly excited by the idea, but Pearl is more skeptical. We are then introduced to Garnet and Amethyst's fusion, Sugarlight, that is for some reason voiced by Nicki Minaj. Safe to say they could never use her voice again after this episode. Anyway, Sugarlight destroys the tower but turns out to be very destructive, unstable, and rude. Her and Pearl end up fighting it out, resulting in Amethyst and Garnet finally unfusing. Later, Steven is at the Big Donut as usual with Sadie and Lars, when Lars slips and hurts his back. He guilt-trips Sadie into letting him take a day off and then head home. Steven offers to work with Sadie instead of Lars, and they both decide to give Lars a donut to wish him better. As they go to his house, however, they discover that his back is fine and that he's hanging out with the cool kids. This upsets Sadie as she pranks Lars with a burning hot donut that literally makes his mouth burn. Lars then apologizes to Sadie, and it's obvious they both like each other. However, Lars keeps treating Sadie bad, and Sadie keeps treating him bad back. It's apparent that they have quite a toxic relationship. In another episode, Steven discovers an hourglass that allows him to travel through time. He travels back and forth between timelines and starts a band with himself. However, the various versions of him start fighting, and it ends with Steven having to destroy the hourglass, killing every other version of him. Later, Steven accidentally lets out one of the centipedes the gems fought in the first episode. He manages to tame it fairly, but it doesn't fully work, and at the end, the gems have to poof the gem and bubble it again, putting it back where it was previously kept. In the episode An Indirect Kiss, Steven discovers that he has healing powers. Amethyst cracks her gem, and he's not able to heal her, so the crystal gems take her to Rose's old fountain, full of her so-called healing essence. However, later when he's telling the story to Connie, he discovers that he is able to heal through his spit, as Connie's bad eyesight is healed when she drinks from the same juice as Steven. The two following episode introduces a new gem. Pearl shows Steven a mirror in an attempt to educate him. The mirror answers if you give it questions, and soon Steven finds out that the reason the mirror answers is a cracked gem on the back. Basically, the mirror is possessed or something like that by a gem. The gem asks Steven through the mirror to be freed, and he ends up freeing the gem despite the crystal gem's wishes. The gem turns out to be lapis lazuli, a powerful blue gem that can control water. She thanks Steven for freeing her, but makes her dislike of the crystal gems clear since they refused to let her out. She escapes into the ocean and ends up stealing it. Basically, Lapis takes all the water from the earth in order to build a huge tower to reach into space. She wants to go back to Homeworld. The gems track her down, and Steven talks to her in order to get her to return the ocean. She explains that her gem is cracked, and so she can't go back to Homeworld on her own. Steven manages to heal her gem with his newfound healing spit, and Lapis sprouts water wings and flies off into space, thanking Steven yet again. The ocean is returned to Earth. The episodes following the storyline are a little less lore-heavy. There's an episode where Greg, after breaking his leg in the whole lapis lazuli incident, moves in with Steven after he fails at healing him. However, it turns out Greg was lying just to spend more time with his son, and they both have a brief falling out before making up again. In another episode, Pearl somehow manages to build a semi-functioning spaceship out of scrap from Greg's family barn and tries to take Steven into space with it. Steven makes her back down, however, stating that he understands that she misses space, but that he needs to stay on Earth with his dad and her. There's an episode where Steven, Amethyst, and Pearl accidentally pops one of the bubbles in the temple, spreading gem mutations everywhere. They form a secret team in order not to get in trouble with Garnet, but they all fail, and at last Garnet affectionately scolds all of them. We then get some character development between Lars and Sadie, as Steven and the two donut workers get stuck on a tropical island together, and Lars and Sadie end up kissing. The relationship turns sour, however, when Sadie reveals that she's the one who's trapped them there, and they pretty much resume their toxic dynamic at the end of the episode. In another episode, we learn about Ronaldo, the oldest Fryman's son's blog, Keep Beach City Weird, where he spreads his conspiracy theories, mostly surrounding the gems. Then, we're introduced to Connie's parents, Priyanka and Doug Maheshwaran. Since they are strict, they have demanded to meet Steven and his parents. Now, because they're so strict, Connie is afraid that they won't let her hang out with Steven if he doesn't seem normal, so she tells them that he has a nuclear family with a mom and dad. This obviously isn't true, but Steven wants to keep being friends with Connie, so he tells all three of the crystal gems to fuse into one and pretend to be his mom. Amethyst, Garnet, and Pearl fuse, and we're introduced to their fusion Alexandrite, a super tall fusion. Now, they have dinner together with Connie and her parents, and obviously it doesn't work well, and both children are grounded for trying to run away together. The episode ends with Connie's parents indeed finding Steven's parental situation strange, but accepting it as they agree with them grounding Steven. I don't love Connie's parents, to be honest. I have a very hard time with strict parents. I just don't see the reason to behave like that towards your children. But I also appreciate that they, develop throughout the show like everyone else. Anyway, the next episode is a filler episode where Steven imagines where Garnet could have gone on her mission, featuring OCs that Steven has made himself. We're then taught more about Steven's powers, as he has a melon seed spitting contest with his dad, and his spit turns all the melon seeds into Steven-shaped living watermelons. Steven has fun with the melon Stevens for a while, but since he made them, they protect him fiercely, hurting the people around him. This results in him sending them away into the ocean. It's explained that his mother, Rose, held the same power of giving life to vegetation. Later, Lion won't stop sleeping on Steven's face, nearly choking him several times. This leads to Steven discovering that there's some sort of magical space inside of Lion's mane. So basically, Lion's mane functions kind of like the magical door in the temple or like a portal. Inside Lion's mane, there's a small island sticking up with a tree and some belongings on it that seemingly belong to Rose. Some of the items include a shirt, the sword Steven previously pulled out of Lion's head, a picture of Steven's parents together, and a tape labeled for Steven. Steven grabs the tape and takes it down to the big donut where him and Sadie watch it together. The tape is of Steven's parents, greeting him and telling him how excited they are to meet him. Rose is clearly pregnant in the video. At the end of the video, she turns the camera to herself and explains that they can't both exist, but that she loves him and that she'll enjoy being a part of him. This proves that Rose knew of her fate during her pregnancy and likely before it as well. In the next episode, Steven is warping with the gems as usual. Now the warps don't really work like a regular fictional portal would. You don't just step on it and disappear. Instead, you step on it and go into this kind of liminal dark space, floating in the warp stream until it takes you where you're going. So basically, while you're warping, you can see other warp streams as well. I don't know if that made any sense, but I tried. Something I learned during the making of this video is that Steven Universe is really hard to explain. Anyway, while Steven and the gems are in these warp streams, Steven sees something in one of the other streams, and this scares him since the crystal gems are the only known gems left on Earth, and so someone else using the warps shouldn't be possible. Steven is really worried about it and loses sleep over it, however the gems don't take him seriously. It turns out, however, that he did see something. The thing he saw turns out to be a small, round robot thing, and when Steven and the gems follow it, they are led to a space with a lot of warps, one of them being a warp all the way to Homeworld. Here, we are introduced to a new gem, Peridot. She is green and has triangle-shaped hair, and her arms and legs are adorned with robotic extensions. She's clearly trying to repair the warps and end up warping away without discovering the gems. The episode ends with Garnet destroying one of the warps yet again, stating that Peridot won't be coming back. Later, the gems try and teach Steven about fusion and how to dance in order to fuse. He has a hard time with it until a spontaneous dance with Connie causes them to fuse, introducing us to the fusion Stevani and the concept of humans being able to fuse. The gems are obviously shocked, considering that they didn't know gems could fuse with humans, but Garnet in particular is very excited for them and they go out on adventures. In this episode, we are sadly introduced to Kevin, a man that is more douchebag than human. He flirts aggressively with Stevani, think that they're an adult/teenager, but backs off once he realizes they're actually two kids in a trench coat, essentially. Later, Steven is sad about the fact that he failed the mission with the gem structure earlier in the season, and asks the gems to make him a new test to succeed with. They construct a sort of obstacle course, but when Steven finds out that he cannot fail the obstacle course, he gets upset and thinks all the gems have no faith in him. He overhears them talking, however, and realizes that they're only trying their best to reinstate his confidence since they know he's capable of great things. He ends up finishing the obstacle course and pretends to be happy and excited in order for them to be happy. Steven then finds out that Garnet has future vision and kind of obsesses over it before coming to terms with it. Next, he runs away together with Amethyst since they both feel like outcasts, and she ends up showing him the kindergarten she came from. Now, as I explained previously, a kindergarten in gem terms is a place where gems are made, and it pulls a lot of energy out of the space surrounding the gem creation. Since the crystal gems are very against everything the diamonds and Homeworld has done to Earth, Amethyst feels guilty because her kindergarten was placed on Earth, meaning she's made out of Earth's resources. Pearl shows up at the kindergarten and yells at Amethyst for showing it to Steven. They have a brief fight, but make up in the end. In another episode, Steven watches scary movies with Lars, Sadie, and Ronaldo, but it turns out the building they are in is alive, since there's a gem attached to it. We also learn that Lars and Ronaldo used to be friends when they were kids. Later, we learn that Garnet's future vision momentarily can be shared as she allows Steven to see different possibilities in the future by kissing him on the forehead. This ultimately leads to Steven making decisions that further strengthens the bond between him and Connie and their respective parents, as Steven and his dad deliver Connie safely home through a snowstorm. Next, we're faced with an episode where Steven, Greg, and Amethyst clears out Greg's overloaded garage before New Year's. They find a bunch of old tapes labeled Little Butler, a show Greg and Amethyst used to obsessively watch together. They begin watching it, and Greg ends up missing New Year's because of it. Steven walks in on Greg and Amethyst fighting, and Amethyst shapeshifts into Rose to torment him. It's implied that this is something she has done before. Steven interrupts them, and Amethyst shifts back into herself and runs away, and at the end of the episode, she apologizes to Greg by actually clearing out his garage. It's a good ending, but in my opinion, it's laced with this weird feeling like Greg's and Amethyst's relationship is something a bit too toxic and mature for a child audience to properly comprehend. And I feel like there are a lot of themes in Steven Universe like that, where you feel that some relationships or subjects are just lightly scraped upon and that you could dive much deeper if it wasn't a kid's show. And to me, that's what makes Steven Universe so interesting. But anyway, moving on. In the next episode, Connie introduces Steven to a book series she loves, and Steven is torn between keeping his attention on her and the books and ongoing appearances of the robots we saw Peridot using a few episodes back. The gems decide to follow one of the robots, and it takes them to Amethyst's old kindergarten. It takes them underground to a big screen with Peridot on it. The robots report to her, and she logs the information from presumably Homeworld or a ship. Steven reveals himself to her, and they have a sort of video call, but like with gem tech. The crystal gems make themselves known as well and destroys the gem tech, and Peridot tells them she'll report the encounter before the call shuts off. The next episode is called Rose's Scabbard, and solely based on the fact that Rose's name is in it, I think you can guess what kind of episode this is going to be. The episode starts with the gems going through a field of huge strawberries as Pearl and Garnet tell Steven of the gem wars that once took place there. Pearl finds the scabbard to Rose's sword, whereupon she takes Steven to a far-off place that she tells Steven is secret even from Garnet and Amethyst. The far-off place turns out to be the weaponry cave that Lion teleported Steven and Connie to in an earlier episode, and Pearl is shocked that Steven has been there before. She describes the sword to him, which leads to Steven realizing that the sword she's talking about is the very sword he found in Lion's mane. All of these clues connecting Lion to Rose leads to the conclusion that he most likely belonged to her when she was alive. However, this upsets Pearl greatly since she was under the impression that Rose kept secret from everyone but her. Upset, Pearl runs away and Steven follows. Pearl escapes to these floating platform thingies and projects a hologram of Rose, reenacting a memory of theirs. Here it becomes quite clear that Pearl's feelings for Rose might not have been entirely platonic. Pearl is very upset and almost lets Steven fall to his death, but they make up eventually by Steven telling her that he thinks she's pretty great. They share a bonding moment, and then the episode is over. Next, the gems come upon a so-called wailing stone that produces an unbearable loud noise. Greg tries to help them decipher the sound, as wailing stones are supposed to carry messages. He is unsuccessful, however, and his confidence falters. At last, however, he succeeds by connecting the stone to his TV, and they all hear the message. The message is from Lapis Lazuli, who is panicking as she informs them that there is a gem looking for Steven on Homeworld and that she'll be coming to Earth with a team. She also proceeds to tell them that Homeworld has changed a lot during the thousands of years that she was gone and trapped in the mirror, and that their advanced society cannot be battled by anything on Earth. The gems are left hopeless and worried. So clearly this is the beginning of the end for season 1, and I know it's been so long. This video is definitely going to be a long one. The next episode is kind of a filler episode, although I don't really like using that term, before the big finale. Mayor Dewey is worried about a power outage caused by the Welling Stone and consults Steven for help. Together they go around town and tries to instill trust and calm in Beach City's residents. Meanwhile, the gems are preparing as much as possible for what's to come, and Steven is stuck between assuring the humans of Beach City that everything is fine and trying to talk to the gems about what is coming. The gems try to distract him at first with card games and fun stuff, but Steven really shows how much he has matured through the season and tells them straight that he wants to talk about Peridot and Homeworld. They realize that he has matured and tells him that they're scared, whereupon Steven cheers them up by telling them that they'll stick together no matter what happens. This will become a pattern for Steven in the series, where he constantly downplays his own worries and problems in order to be there for others. Anyway, the next episodes are very plot heavy and kind of follow each other, so I won't be addressing them as individual episodes, but rather tell them to you like a continuous story. So, Steven is going on with his day together with his dad, and then suddenly the ground shakes and all the glass windows in town shatter. They see a giant green hand in the sky, and the gems quickly identify it as a Homeworld ship. They try to shoot it down with Rose's cannons, but it does nothing. The town is evacuated, and then the gems make Steven leave with the rest of the humans. However, Greg reveals something big to him in the car. He tells Steven, who was previously unaware of the fact, that gems invaded Earth and was planning to ruin it, which is why Rose turned on them in the first place. He tells Steven about the horrendous war that Rose led and how humans and gems alike died in it. This revelation makes Steven wants to go back, and he convinces Greg to let him go after an altercation in the car. Steven rides back into town on Lion and tries to call Connie. However, she isn't home, and he leaves a worrying voice message, to say the least. The gems are shocked that Steven is back, but they have no time to do anything about it as the ship finally lands. Out of the ship comes Peridot and a new gem, Jasper. Jasper is this big soldier-type gem with a big helmet. Lapis Lazuli is also on the ship, clearly being held hostage. Jasper is clearly looking for Rose Quartz, seeing as her crystal gems are still alive and Homeworld is unaware of Rose's demise. After failing to locate Rose, Jasper decides that the mission is unimportant and tells Peridot to simply blast them with the ship. Peridot does as she says, but Steven jumps in front of the gems, protecting them with his shield. This leads to Jasper thinking that Steven is Rose Quartz, but in a different form, since she sees the shield and knows it belongs to Rose. She proceeds to tase each gem, causing them to kind of split apart and poof. Now, interesting to note here is that when Garnet gets tased, she leans back and looks at Steven as her body splits apart. This is obviously kind of a disturbing shot, and so the scene has been censored in many countries, including Sweden, where I'm from. However, I'll play it for you and pray I don't get copyright striked. Jasper ends up knocking Steven out with her helmet, and he later wakes up in a cell on the ship with a black eye from Jasper's headbutt. There's this yellow barrier thing preventing him from leaving the cell, but after touching it, Steven realizes that it has no effect on him, so he escapes with the hope of finding the others. He finds a new, smaller red gem in one of the cells. She's clearly upset and tries to touch the barrier, but it shocks her, proving that the barrier only works on gems and not humans like Steven. Steven helps her out, and the small red gem starts searching for someone called Sapphire, who can be heard singing throughout the ship. On their way, they find Lapis, who doesn't want to follow them. She simply wants to surrender to Homeworld in order to avoid trouble. Steven promises to come back for her. Steven and the small gem split up, and Steven ends up meeting Sapphire, a small blue gem, and helps her out of her cell. Together with Steven, she runs very fast to where the small red gem is, and they reunite. Here, we learn that the red gem's name is Ruby. Sapphire and Ruby hug and kiss each other and end up fusing, forming Garnet. So yes, Garnet turned out to be a fusion all along, although I'm sure most of you watching already knew that. Steven is surprised, but mostly concerned with what impression he made, to which Garnet responds with, "We already love you," which is just so incredibly cute. Anyway, after this massive revelation, Garnet has her famous song number, Stronger Than You, which honestly I think had more of an impact on fandom culture during this time than anything else, pretty much. Now, there have been several song numbers in Steven Universe up until this point. I just haven't mentioned them because the songs themselves aren't that important in this context. However, I felt I simply had to mention this one just because of how iconic it is. Anyway, Garnet and Jasper fight while the rest of the crystal gems defeat Peridot and take over the ship. The ship ends up crashing. Peridot shoots herself out of the ship in an escape pod before crashing, and the gang is in the crash but survives thanks to Steven's bubble, and Jasper emerges from the rubble as well after the crash. She raves about how fusion is only for weak gems that aren't strong enough on their own, before immediately asking Lapis to fuse with her as soon as she too appears from the rubble. Lapis agrees to fuse with her, and we're introduced to their fusion, Malachite. It turns out, however, that Lapis only fused with Jasper to keep her away from the gems. She traps their fusion in the ocean, and the episode ends. In the next episode, Steven tries to ignore Connie, who is, after his very worrying voicemail, trying to call him. He doesn't want to tell her, seeing as he doesn't want to involve her in dangerous gem stuff, but she ends up coming over, and after a brief altercation, they make up. And Connie informs Steven that she'll be there for him always. Next, Connie and Steven keeps talking about the book series Connie was so passionate about earlier. Steven has finally finished it, and Connie rants and raves about how much she didn't like the ending. Steven then offers to her that they should essentially roleplay a new ending in his mother's room, since it can make anything she asks it to make. Connie agrees, and they both go into the room to play. Connie goes into a made-up changing room and comes out with a new outfit, and then they begin changing things in the storyline. However, Connie suddenly isn't as excited and full of ideas as usual, instead just agreeing with Steven. When he confronts her about it, he realizes that he's accidentally created a copy of her and that the real her is somewhere else in the room. He tells the fake Connie to not do as he says anymore, which kind of breaks her and turns her against him. There's this really disturbing scene where the imposter Connie is dressed in a wedding dress from the book series and pinning Steven down, forcing him to tell the real Connie the truth, that he actually liked the book's ending and doesn't want to change it. Connie accepts him and defeats her double. Now finally, we have arrived at the last episode of the season, Joyride! The cool kids take Steven for a drive in the middle of the night, and they accidentally happen upon Peridot's escape pod. However, it's empty. The cool kids urges Steven to go inside for photos. However, the pod locks him in and starts attacking as Steven accidentally touches the control panel. The gems come running, starting to beat the pod up, but the cool kids stop them and tells them Steven is inside. The gems start scolding him and grounding him, but the cool kids stop them and tells them that they're putting too much pressure on Steven. The gems agree and go lightly on him, and then the season is finally over. God, this is a very long season, but anyway, quick final thoughts before we move on onto the next season. This season contained not only a lot of episodes, but a lot of development of both the characters, the world building, and the story. Now that this season has laid the general plot line in place, the rest of the series will of course be more lore heavy with less filler and more things happening, so strap in. Interestingly enough, Season 2 starts with a crossover episode between Steven Universe and Uncle Grandpa, another show aired on Cartoon Network at the time. In the episode, Steven tries to summon his shield but is unsuccessful. Uncle Grandpa, who is everyone in the world's Uncle Grandpa, appears and takes Steven on an adventure to try and help him activate it. The gems are terrified and disturbed by Uncle Grandpa, but Steven of course likes him. A funny Easter egg at the end of the episode is that Uncle Grandpa crosses off a list of other cartoon characters that he has previously visited and will visit in the future. The next episode is the first canon or lore accurate episode of Season 2, and it is called Story for Steven. In it, Greg tells Steven about how he first met Rose back when he was an aspiring rock star playing a gig in Beach City. Here we are also introduced to Marty, Greg's manager, who is seen with Vidalia on his arm. Now, in case you don't remember, Vidalia is the mother in the Onion family, so it is implied and later confirmed that Marty is Sour Cream's dad. Anyway, Marty is kind of a dick, and Greg falls in love with Rose, so he ditches him and his budding career for her. Next, Steven draws a cool design to promote his dad giving guitar lessons. With the help of Buck Dewey, the mayor's son, they print the design onto shirts and Buck shoots people with them using a t-shirt cannon. At last, however, it turns out Buck didn't print the shirts to help Steven and his dad, he printed them because he thought Steven's art was funny and that the shirts would be popular. Steven gets sad and eventually he helps Buck better his relationship with his own dad by printing shirts promoting his mayoral campaign. Later, Steven and Connie helps the local mailman, Jamie, to write a love letter to Garnet, who he claims to feel love for at first sight. Garnet rejects him since she is literally a fusion of two alien lesbians. This makes him sad, but Garnet comforts him by encouraging him to keep doing what he loves: theater. In the next episode, Steven and Amethyst and Garnet chase a monster that is on the loose in Amethyst's room. Amethyst keeps being beaten by the monster and reforms as several different forms, just a joke, whereupon Garnet warns her that her form isn't a joke and should be treated seriously. Amethyst takes great offense to this, and it becomes clear that her joking is a result of her lack of self-respect. At last, Amethyst takes a while to regenerate and finally comes back with a form that suits her and her personal tastes, getting a step closer to realizing that she is, in fact, enough. The next episode is Sworn to the Sword. In this episode, Pearl teaches Connie sword fighting. However, after a while, she works Connie way too hard, convincing her that her only purpose is to protect Steven with her sword fighting skills, and that it doesn't matter if she lives or not. The only thing that matters is Steven. This rightfully concerns Steven, who is informed by Garnet that back during the Gem War, Pearl protected his mother no matter the cost, poofing over and over again just to protect her. The episode ends with Steven calling Pearl out on her teaching methods, and she doubles down and apologizes. This gives the viewer a glimpse into just how deep Pearl's devotion to Steven's mother Rose was and how she prioritized her over her own well-being. In the next episode, one of the residents of Beach City, Ronaldo Fryman, decides to investigate the gems in a video essay, throwing all kinds of conspiracy theories on them. Next, Steven and the Gems go to the kindergarten where Amethyst is from to try and stop Peridot since she might be restarting the kindergarten. They find her and chase her, but she gets away. Instead, the Gems discover something horrifying underground. Garnet and Steven sees two gemstones stuck together as if they've been forced together. The creature emerges from its gem and turns out to be a jumble of limbs and agony. It's not a fusion, but a forced pair of conjoined gems, almost as if you would forcibly conjoin a pair of humans by sewing them together. This understandably upsets Garnet not only as a gem, but as a fusion that believes in consent, and she nearly unfuses over it. However, Steven snaps her back to reality, and they defeat the creature and bubbles it. The next episode is one of my personal favorites, and it's called We Need to Talk. It starts with Steven and Connie accidentally fusing in front of Steven's father, Greg, who is shocked but supportive. Greg then tells the kids a story of how he himself wanted to fuse with Rose, and the rest of the episode is in flashback format. It starts with Rose, Greg, and the Gems performing together as a band in the temple with one of the best songs in the series, in my opinion. It's called What Can I Do For You? Make sure to check it out if you want to. Anyway, the song number ends with Pearl and Rose fusing into their fusion, Rainbow Quartz, and Greg is fascinated with the practice. He's also antagonized by Pearl, who clearly doesn't like that he and Rose has a thing. Later, Greg tries to fuse with Rose with the encouragement of Garnet, but fails since humans are supposedly unable to fuse. Rose laughs at Greg at first, but then they end up having a serious conversation about themselves and their relationship, and that they are very different. Later, Steven tries to teach the Gems to sleep while Garnet is on a mission. Amethyst can manage it well enough since she already sleeps sometimes, but Pearl has a hard time. Eventually, though, she falls asleep and projects a very disturbing dream involving Rose and Greg through her gem. Steven, however, is contacted by Lapis in his dream. Lapis is clearly struggling with holding Jasper trapped in their fusion under the ocean and encourages Steven to stay away as she is no longer Lapis but Malachite. Steven tells the rest of the Gems, who get worried. In the next episode, Cry for Help, Peridot repairs one of the ancient gem communication towers that are located on Earth in an attempt to contact the Diamonds for help. In order to wreck the tower, Pearl and Garnet fuse together. We are then introduced to their fusion, Sardonyx, who is a showy gem that speaks as if she's on a game show. Amethyst is sad since Garnet didn't want to fuse with her, considering how destructive their fusion was last time. The days go by, and Peridot repairs the towers over and over again, leading to Pearl and Garnet fusing over and over again. At last, it is discovered that Pearl is the one repairing the tower in order to fuse with Garnet, and Garnet is angry and betrayed as she feels used. Next episode is another one of my favorites, Keystone Motel. In the middle of the strained mood between Garnet and Pearl, Greg comes in and announces that him and Steven are going to a motel in the so-called Keystone State. Garnet joins them, but unfuses as soon as they get to the motel since Ruby and Sapphire are fighting. Ruby thinks that Sapphire isn't reacting enough to Pearl's betrayal, and Sapphire thinks Ruby is overreacting. Steven is happy to see them again at first, but as they continue fighting throughout the night and into the next morning, he's sad and tired of them and confronts them about it. This causes Ruby and Sapphire to make up, with Sapphire realizing that she's relying too much on her future vision, where conflicts are already resolved, instead of being focused on solving them in the present. Ruby and Sapphire fuse into Garnet again, and they all go home, where we are shown that although Garnet still needs time away from Pearl, she isn't entirely closed off from her anymore. Throughout the next episodes, we explore Amethyst's relationship with Onion's mother, Vidalia, and the story of the previous mailman, Jamie. As it turns out, Amethyst and Vidalia were friends back before Rose died. While they hang out, Stephen hangs out with Onion and is introduced to the strange things he keeps in his room, including a shrine with a baby picture of himself. Although Stephen still finds him weird, their friendship deepens. Later, Stephen agrees to be in a play that the previous mailman Jamie puts up. It's about Mayor Dewey's ancestor who founded Beach City. However, so they keep working under strict rules. Pearl ends up helping them with rewriting of the script, however, to make it more historically accurate, as her, Rose, and the other gems were actually there in the form of a fusion. In the next episode, the gems discover Peridot while she tries to repair the big homeworld warp pad. However, they are unable to capture her as Pearl is constantly trying to overachieve in order to be good enough for Garnet to forgive her, so the group is uncoordinated. This behavior continues throughout the episode, and the group goes to an old gem ship where they are then trapped by Peridot. Pearl and Garnet fall into a small chamber trap and talks things out. Pearl explains that she feels small and useless since she's just a pearl, which is why she tricked Garnet into fusing with her. Garnet explains that she's not perfect either and that she fell apart over Pearl's betrayal. The pair make up and form sardonyx in order to escape the trap. They nearly catch Peridot again, but she flies away with her robot fingers. Stephen merely succeeds to catch her foot, which turns out to be detachable, meaning that Peridot is way shorter than she looks and uses so-called limb enhancers to look taller. In the next episode, Stephen brings his mother's sword to Connie's house, whereupon Connie's mother discovers it. Right as she sees it, however, she gets called back to the hospital where she works, and so she brings the sword with her in order to keep it away from the kids. Stephen and Connie follow her to try and get the sword back, but instead they discover that some of the patients at the hospital aren't human, but instead gem mutations like the one Stephen and Garnet found under the kindergarten. Together, Connie and Stephen defeat the gem mutations with a sword and Stephen's shield, and Connie explains to her mother that she has been sword fighting and that she needs to trust her and that she can take care of herself. Her mother, who is usually very strict, realizes she has been too hard on her daughter and decides to trust Connie with a sword and her own freedom. Next, we get to see the Beach City citizen Sadie, aka the girl from the donut shop. She lives in her mother's basement, and her mother is overly involved in her life and doesn't listen to her daughter. She finds out Sadie likes to sing, and so signs her up for Beach City's annual talent show, Beachapalooza, against her will. Stephen and Sadie's mother excitedly gets her ready until the moment she's supposed to perform, where she crashes out and admits that she doesn't want to perform. Stephen does the natural thing and performs in her place while Sadie and her mother talk things out. In the next episode, Catch and Release, the gems manage to capture Peridot and bubbles her gem. However, Stephen feels bad for her and lets her out, attempting to make friends with her. Here we get to see how small she is without her limb enhancers and that she's practically defenseless without her gem tech from Homeworld. Peridot mentions something called the cluster but refuses to tell Stephen or the gems more. Instead, she hides in Stephen's bathroom while learning things about Earth. The gem's interrogation of Peridot continues, and she continues to refuse, meanwhile only allowing Stephen into the bathroom on occasion to brush his teeth or do his business. When Stephen and Peridot are on their own, a thunderstorm rolls by with rain and thunder, and it scares Peridot. However, Stephen earns her trust by teaching her that thunderstorms are nothing to fear, and so she convinces him to take her to the kindergarten in order to explain to him what the cluster really really is. Turns out the cluster is a literal cluster of gemstones, kind of like the ones at the hospital, except it's one giant gemstone the size of the Earth's core, made up out of millions of gems and their shards. It's placed under the Earth's crust by the diamonds, and once it forms, the giant gem will be so big that the entire Earth explodes. And, you can only imagine how big the cluster would be, considering only the gem is as big as the Earth's core. Peridot reveals that the smaller mutants that have been spotted by the gems are merely prototypes, and them taking form means that the cluster is due to emerge anytime. So, since she's stuck on Earth, she wants to join forces with the gems to stop the cluster from forming. Peridot thinks Steven has the ability to stop the cluster since he knows things about the Earth, but Steven explains that he doesn't have the knowledge to stop the cluster, and it becomes clear that the gems and all of humanity are in grave danger. In the next episode, Peridot further explains the cluster to the rest of the gems, who are very worried. They decide to build some type of drill, and in order to build it, they travel to an old barn that belongs to Steven's and Greg's ancestors. However, the construction of the drill becomes competitive between Peridot and Pearl, since Peridot is stuck in the homeworld mindset that gems have certain purposes. She claims that Pearl is made to serve, not to build, which gets Pearl all competitive. In the end, they get sidetracked, build robots to fight each other, and Peridot gets humbled. This not only softens Peridot up to the gems slightly, but also gives us some further insight into Homeworld and how their gem hierarchy works. In the next episode, we explore Peridot's arc further when she jokes with Amethyst about the other gems, dissing them continuously while Amethyst laughs. Amethyst, Steven, and Peridot go to Amethyst's kindergarten together to gather their drills to use for their own, but Peridot starts roasting Amethyst and takes it too far by revealing that she is deformed. According to Peridot, Amethyst should be in charge of the gems according to the homeworld hierarchy, since she is a, quote, strong, singular, fully functional soldier, end quote. However, she also points out that Amethyst is defective and she's spent too long in the ground in kindergarten before emerging. She was supposed to be tall and strong and roughly the same shape as Jasper, but instead she's small. Amethyst, who did not know this, gets angry at Peridot, who doesn't understand what she has done wrong. At the end of the episode, she apologizes to Amethyst using a tape recorder, and Amethyst forgives her. The last episode of the season is called The Answer, and it is my personal favorite episode in the entire series, and means a lot to me since it was the first episode to release after I joined the fandom at 12 years old. I also, as previously mentioned, own a book based on this episode, so apologies in advance for being way more thorough with this one than the other episodes. Anyway, the episode starts with Garnet waking Steven up on his birthday in the barn, recounting how she was supposed to reveal that she's a fusion to surprise him, but since he already knows, she has decided to tell him the story of how Ruby and Sapphire met instead. The rest of the episode is told through flashback. The flashback is set on Earth 5,750 years in the past. The gems are on something called the Cloud Arena, something that looks like a floating rock overseeing the Earth, a colony with a lot of potential. However, the potential is being thwarted by rebels, which is why the gems have gathered. Sapphire was sent to predict what the rebels might do with her future vision, and to present her vision to Blue Diamond, who is also present. With her came 3 Ruby guards serving as her bodyguards, one of which, of course, is the Ruby that Steven knows. Sapphire approaches Blue Diamond and tells her of her predictions, that the rebels will attack the Cloud Arena and destroy the form of 7 gems, including Sapphire herself. After this, the gems will be captured and the rebellion will end. The rebels arrive, turning out to be Rose and Pearl, and they do go on to poof some gems as Sapphire predicted. However, what Sapphire could not predict was that Ruby would throw herself in front of her to protect her, causing them to fuse on accident in the haste of the situation, forming Garnet for the first time. Now, Garnet looks very different from how she looks in modern times, with blues, reds, and purples mixed together over her form. This form of hers is usually called the Cotton Candy Garnet because she looks like cotton candy. Sapphire and Ruby quickly unfuses as everyone around them is offended and disgusted, and Blue Diamond orders for Ruby to be broken as a punishment for fusing with a member of her court. Sapphire then grabs Ruby's arm and flees, jumping down towards Earth with her. On Earth, Ruby and Sapphire learn to love the Earth and each other and eventually decide to fuse again, voluntarily this time. While fused, they once again meet Rose and Pearl, who decide to take them in and accept them as Garnet. Garnet is confused, asking Rose and Pearl how she was able to alter fate and defy Homeworld in the way she did. We cut back to current time, where Garnet reveals to Steven that the answer to all questions she had back then is love. And on that lovely note, the second season ends. Quick thoughts before we move along. Obviously, this season has been way more lore-filled, and so are the seasons to come. The pace at which we learn about Homeworld and the diamonds will only pick up from here, so well, yeah, get ready for that. I really like the second season personally. I think it balances the goofiness and lore dumping very well in a way that makes it digestible. Also, it includes many favorites of mine, as you know, no doubt noticed, so I might be a little biased. But yeah, anyway, moving on. The first episode of Season 3 is called Steven's Birthday. In it, Steven's birthday from the previous episode continues. The Gems, Greg and Connie celebrate him at the barn, but all takes a turn when Steven overhears Connie and his dad talking. Connie learns that he is in fact turning 14. Meanwhile, she is, quote, 12 and 3/4, end quote. She remarks that Steven looks a lot younger, and Greg agrees and says that he isn't sure how Steven works since there's never been anyone like him before, half gem and half human. This upsets Steven, who decides to shapeshift himself taller and more grown in order to impress Connie. However, holding one's shapeshifted form for too long isn't good, and eventually Steven regresses into a baby as a result. As a personal note here, in my opinion, I think he regressed into a baby specifically because that's what he feels like. He's 14 but looks 10 to 11, and I imagine that it makes him feel small and immature around Connie. That's just a personal theory, but anyway, let's move on. The episode ends with Connie explaining to Steven that she'll always be his friend, no matter what he looks like. Eventually, Steven goes back to himself again, and all is well. Next episode is called It Could Have Been Great and further explores Peridot's arc and the Diamond/Homeworld lore. In it, Peridot sings and bonds with Steven and the Gems. After she tells them she needs coordinates of the cluster's exact location, which Pearl explains should be available on a gem base located on the moon. Steven brings the gang to the moon via Lion, who can create portals. On the moon base, Peridot informs Steven of the diamonds since there are portraits of them on the wall. She says, quote, "The diamonds are the gem matriarchs. Together they make up the great diamond authority that governs Homeworld and all the outlined colonies. We live to serve them." End quote. Worth to mention here is on the way up the stairs of the moon base, the Gems pass a room with a floating orb. Steven asks what the room is, and Garnet simply responds, quote, "It's not what we came for," end quote. When this episode came out, people did not know what it was, but spoiler alert, we can now safely assume that it is an observation orb that is used later in the show. It's basically a hologram of a planet that diamonds use to watch over their colonies, and since this is on the moon, this one is for the Earth. Yeah, just a fun little fact for y'all. Anyway, at the top of the moon base sits a control panel meant for the diamonds, containing information on Earth and the cluster. On a map, we can see that the insertion point is in the United States near the Mexican border, most likely because Steven Universe takes place in the US. Anyway, Peridot mentions that this is where the so-called Beta Kindergarten is located, so a different kindergarten than Amethyst's. After finding the coordinates of the cluster, a fight breaks out after Peridot shows the gems the diamond's original plan for Earth. This plan includes wiping out all life on Earth to use as resource for Homeworld. Peridot calls this plan great, which aggravates the gems who start attacking Peridot. As usual, Steven breaks up the fight and they all head down in a bad mood after ruining the control panel. However, Steven sees that Peridot has an object from the moon base in her hand. In the next episode, Steven is suspicious of Peridot and feels betrayed when she reveals that she has brought a direct communicator to the diamonds from the moon base. Peridot tries to flee in order to contact the diamonds, and the gems chase her. Before they can stop her, however, Peridot manages to contact Yellow Diamond, and the gems hide in order not to be seen. So yes, this is the first ever reveal of a diamond and a girl. I remember how big of a deal this was when the episode came out. Also, Yellow Diamond is voiced by Patti LuPone, so that's kinda crazy. Anyway, Yellow Diamond asks Peridot what happened to the mission she was sent on to Earth and where Jasper and the ship is. Once Peridot realizes that Yellow Diamond does not care for her as an individual, she surprisingly lies to protect the crystal gems and starts arguing against her as to why the Earth should be spared from the cluster. This angers Yellow Diamond, as organic life means nothing to her, and the call ends with Peridot insulting her by calling her a clod, which is kind of her staple insult. This act of rebellion reinstates the gem's trust in Peridot, and she officially joins the crystal gems rather involuntarily. Next, we learn even more about Peridot as Steven listens to her tape recorder where she logs her experiences with the gems. Steven learns that Peridot tried to push his father off a roof to see if he could fly, tried to get taller by walking on buckets, discovered a favorite TV show called Camp Pining Hearts, tried shapeshifting, and also attempted to fuse with Garnet. The latter two attempts were unsuccessful, but it helped Peridot form a closer connection to the gems, Garnet in particular. Later, Steven wakes up with his consciousness trapped inside a watermelon Steven from the first season, because of course he does. He discovers that the watermelon Stevens have formed their own civilization on an island that seems to have been intercepted by the diamond somehow, considering there's giant gemstones everywhere. Steven discovers that Malachite is by the island and wakes up and informs the gems. The gems head to the island. Meanwhile, Steven and Peridot stays behind to monitor the cluster. However, Steven falls asleep again in order to help the gems in watermelon form. The gems fuse and form Alexandrite, and with the help of Steven and other watermelons, they end up defeating Malachite, who seem to mainly be controlled by Jasper at this point. Jasper and Lapis unfuses, and the gang saves Lapis. Meanwhile, Jasper falls into a crack formed by the cluster emerging. Both of them are unconscious since the fusion brought a lot out of them. The gems tell Steven to go back to Peridot and drill, since the cluster might form at any second, so he wakes up and instructs Peridot of the situation. The two drill into the earth, passing hot lava and prototype monster parts on the way. They have a talk about gem creation, and Steven tells Peridot that he loves her, as a friend, of course. They reach the cluster's gem, a gigantic ball made of mashed up gem shards. They hear the gem's confused voices, and Steven starts coughing and feeling ill as Peridot starts to attempt drilling into the giant mass. Eventually, Steven passes out and is somehow subconsciously able to talk to the cluster, urging it not to form. He tries bubbling each individual shard, but soon realizes that there are millions and it is pointless work. However, his encouraging words seem to resonate with the cluster, who seems to have somewhat of a collective mind and consciousness at this point. The cluster bubbles itself, hindering itself from forming, and Peridot and Steven return successfully to the surface just in time to meet the gems who are carrying an unconscious Lapis. In the next episode, Same Old World, Lapis wakes up and decides to leave the Earth, not wanting to be trapped on it any longer like she was in the mirror. Steven lets her go, but she's back the next morning, seeing as she has nowhere to go. She would only be captured and held prisoner again on Homeworld. Steven decides to take Lapis on a flying trip, since in case you forgot she can fly, to show her the amazing sides of the Earth. He shows her the change of seasons as the trees turn orange for fall, and shows her a city called Jersey, stating that people there, quote, seems to hate the Earth too, end quote, as they emit a lot of exhaust from cars and are generally irritable. Wow, Steven Universe being woke, could never have guessed. Anyway, at last they fly over a gem warp hub on the ocean, and Lapis nearly drops Steven out of shock, as it is the place where she was trapped in the mirror and laid broken for thousands of years. We learn that Lapis was only meant to visit Earth for a short time, but that she was caught in the middle of the infamous Gem War. She was poofed and assumed to be one of the crystal gems, which is why she was put in a mirror in order to be interviewed by Homeworld. Once the Homeworld gems fled through the warps, however, she was left behind and broken for thousands of years until Pearl found her. The episode ends with Lapis deciding to stay on Earth in the barn, but immediately getting angry as Peridot reveals they'll be living together, as there are still some sour feelings between them from when Peridot held her captive with Jasper. All throughout the next episode, Steven tries to resolve this drama between the two gems, as Peridot tries to make things up to Lapis and failing time and time again. This results in a fight that is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a small gem ship, which Lapis dunks into the ground by some water. After this, Lapis asks if Peridot is okay, showing that she is slowly accepting her. The gems hide in the barn as gems start emerging from the crashed ship. Turns out the gems are 5 Ruby soldiers, so Garnet unfuses in order for our Ruby to try and blend in with the group and lead the gems away while the others hide in the barn. The Rubies have traveled to Earth in order to retrieve Jasper from the failed mission, and our Ruby does a very poor job of leading them astray. Luckily, the Rubies are all a little bit dumb, so the gang manages to lure them into a baseball match as a distraction. The gems gear up in baseball clothes and pretend to be humans, but are eventually revealed as Ruby and Sapphire are too clingy and flirty and accidentally fuses together again. Somehow, though, the gems manage to save the situation by convincing the Rubies that Jasper is on Neptune, and they go on their way there. Next, Steven is back in Beach City and discovers that he can float in the air like his mother could. It turns out, however, that his floating abilities are determined by his mood, and so he is stuck in the air for quite a while because he's happy. Later, Sour Cream's dad, Marty, aka Greg's old mean manager, comes for a visit to give Greg a check. Apparently, Greg's old song Comet has been sold to a burger joint and made into a jingle, and now he's rich. Marty tries to support Sour Cream's DJ dreams with a sponsor, but it turns out he's just doing it for the money, so he's chased away by Sour Cream and his stepdad Yellowtail that really shows up for him as a father. The next episode is called Mr. Greg, and honestly I think this is one of the episodes that had the most impact on me and the rest of the fandom. In my opinion, it contains one of the best song numbers in the whole show. Like, when I tell you I literally learned this song the same day the episode came out, I mean it. But yeah, anyway, Greg doesn't know what to do with all his money, so he decides to go on vacation in Empire City with Steven, who also insists that they bring Pearl. Both Pearl and Greg are unsure about it since their old rivalry over Rose makes things awkward, but Pearl reluctantly agrees. They stay at this really fancy suite with suits and everything, and Pearl has a good time at first until she snaps back to reality and gets awkward with Greg again. She has a song number about how she has a hard time letting Rose go and how she still loves her. It's called It's Over, Isn't It? And it's the best thing ever, and you should totally check it out if you haven't. But anyway, Greg overhears her and they talk things out with the help of Steven, beginning to form a friendship. In the next episode, Peridot grapples with the fact that she no longer has her limb enhancers, and after not being able to write things at Funland with Steven and Amethyst, she confesses that she is powerless. She explains, quote, "My lack of skill is an objective fact. I'm an Era 2 Peridot. I'm new. Resources are dwindling on Homeworld. They can't make gems like they used to. That's why they give Era 2 Peridots technological enhancements, because we don't have powers." End quote. So, to put it shortly, Peridot cannot fuse, shapeshift, or summon a weapon because she is powerless. However, at the end of the episode, Amethyst throws her new iPad, yes, she's an iPad kid, into the ocean, and Peridot manages to catch it in the air, proving she at least has some kind of metal bending powers. This is also a hint towards what Peridots are meant to be able to do, as they seem to be made to construct things. It would make sense for them to have metal forming abilities. Also, fun fact, since Peridot has an iPad in this episode where she visibly seems to tweet things, there was actually an official Peridot account on Twitter back in 2016 that remained active for a short period of time. In the next episode, Steven banters with Lars about the fact that he clearly likes Sadie and accidentally possesses his body when he sleeps. So yeah, basically Steven wakes up in Lars's body and decides to fix things with Sadie himself. We get to meet Lars's parents, the Barrigas, who are surprised that their son seems so polite all of a sudden. Steven makes a good impression on Lars's friends, who are also surprised at how nice he is. At last, Steven fixes a date with Sadie, who is also shocked at Lars's sudden shift in behavior. In the end, Steven confesses to Sadie that he's been Steven all along, and after some anger and disbelief, she believes him. They go to wake up Steven's body, and Lars regains his own consciousness and is extremely confused and angry that Steven took over his body. He's also sad that everyone seems to like the Steven version of him better. However, at the end of the episode, he and Sadie decide to hang out for real this time. In the next episode, Steven and Connie fuse into Stevani to beat Kevin, the guy who hit on them the first time they fused, in a car race. However, after struggling to race and keep themselves together, they decide that battling with Kevin is a waste of time and energy, and that they should only fuse for themselves from now on. In the next episode, Steven solves old family drama between the Frymans and Pizza family by starting his own restaurant to compete. Later, he helps Kiki Pizza realize that her sister has to help her out more around the family pizzeria since she's working too much. In another episode, Steven's healing spit starts working again, and he gets the gem's permission to try and heal one of the monsters bubbled in the bubble room. He chooses to heal the Centipedal monster from Season 1, and it works partially. Centipedal gains most of her original gem form, but cannot talk and still has a centipedal face. She communicates with Steven through drawings and tells the story of how she came to Earth with a ship and a crew during the Gem War, but that they were all corrupted by a bright white light that came from the diamond. After this, Centipedal reverts back into her monster form, and Steven takes her to the abandoned ship Peridot trapped them in earlier, which turns out to be her old ship. Centipedal reunites with the other Centipedals on the ship, aka her old corrupted crew. Also, fun fact, Centipedal tries to communicate in writing, which Steven doesn't understand, which reveals the fact that Homeworld has their own form of writing. Next, Greg hires a boat and brings Lapis for a boat ride, for some reason. Of course, things go to shit, and although they have fun initially, it turns sour quick as Lapis admits that she misses being fused as Malachite. She misses Jasper, although their relationship was very toxic. Somehow, in the middle of everything, Jasper finds them and boards the boat. She asks Lapis to join her again, but Lapis refuses this time and quite frankly beats the out of her, knocking her way off the boat. In the next episode, Greg tells Steven the story of how he got his job at the car wash. It shows more of Greg and Rose's relationship, how she went on missions, and he remained jobless and homeless in his van. He later hangs out with Vidalia and Sour Cream, who is a baby. Vidalia has been left by Marty, so she's working hard as a single parent and needs a babysitter. Throughout the episode, Greg watches Sour Cream, and Rose expresses her fascination for humanity and how it changes with time, since gems don't change much at all. Honestly, this is one of the most beautiful pieces of dialogue in the show in my opinion, so I'll read it to you because I don't want to play the clip and get copyright striked, so yeah. Quote, "When a gem is made, it's for a reason. They burst out of the ground already knowing what they're supposed to be, and then that's what they are, forever. But you're supposed to change. You're never the same, even moment to moment. You're allowed and expected to invent who you are. What an incredible power. The ability to grow up." End quote. Now, Greg agrees with my sentiment that was super beautiful and goes to write it down into song lyrics. However, during the literal seconds he leaves Rose with Sour Cream, they disappear. Somehow, Sour Cream manages to climb on top of the Ferris wheel at Funland, and chaos ensues. However, in the end, Sour Cream is fine, and it's an eye-opener for Greg, who decides to get a job at the car wash on the way home from Medalia's. The next episode is called Gem Hunt. It's Connie's first mission, and she's supposed to hunt down a corrupted gem in a snowy forest with Steven and Pearl. However, they are split apart since there are tracks in two different directions. Eventually, Steven and Connie run into not one, but two gem mutations, and Steven has to bubble himself and Connie and call for help. Jasper appears and proves the mutations, walking away from them menacingly as Pearl comes to the rescue. Later, Pearl and Garnet go searching for Jasper while Amethyst, Steven, and Connie stays home. They joke around all day until Jasper suddenly appears with the two gem mutations, using them almost like horses or guard dogs. Amethyst manages to beat one mutation, but while Steven and Connie fights the second mutation, Jasper antagonizes her, and the subject of her being deformed is once again brought up. Jasper beats Amethyst while fighting and beats her ego by saying, quote, "You're not even trying. Is it because you know you're already a failure? You're a court soldier, just like me. But you're not like me, are you? You're small." End quote. Jasper proofs Amethyst, and Connie and Steven manages to semi-defeat her as Stevani and with Lion as help. Amethyst reforms and Jasper retreats into the ocean, thoroughly rage-baited, seeing as she hates fusion at this point. Next episode, Amethyst has taken a giant blow to her ego and is still annoyed and beat down by Jasper. Her and Steven start trauma dumping to each other and comparing weaknesses and traumas and end up fighting over which one sucks the most. Sounds an awful lot like a Discord server back in 2020. Anyway, they end up battling and come to the conclusion that they can suck together. We also learn that Steven can make his protective bubbles sport spikes, so that's cool. The next episode, called Bismuth, is a special episode that is double the length of a standard episode. It starts with Steven exploring the space inside of Lion's mane, but he falls and accidentally pops a bubble with a gem in it. He goes back in, only to discover a gem inside, fully formed and uncorrupted, with rainbow hair and an inverted gem. Steven brings the gem out of Lion, and Pearl and Garnet are touched and shocked to see her. Meanwhile, Amethyst doesn't recognize her. The gem is called Bismuth, and her, Garnet, and Pearl joke around together as they are clearly old friends. We are introduced to the fact that bismuth is one of the original crystal gems, and we learn from Pearl that Rose allegedly lost her in battle and was worried about her well-being. The gems explain to Bismuth that Rose is now sadly gone, and that all their friends back from the war are also gone. Bismuth is sad, but recites war memories with Garnet and Pearl and keeps the hope up that they can still find Homeworld. Bismuth shows them the Forge, aka an old cave where she used to make weapons for the rebellion. She gives every gem upgrades for their weapons, extra spear points for Pearl, brass knuckles for Garnet, and spike balls for Amethyst's whip. The gang hangs out and gets to know each other, and Amethyst and Steven both learn to like Bismuth. At night, Steven shows Bismuth his mother's sword, and she reveals that she made it. Bismuth reveals that she used to build arenas and things like that for Homeworld until she eventually met Rose Quartz, who freed her. Bismuth and Steven go back to the forge so that Steven can have his own weapon, since she claims that the sword can poof a gem but never actually injure the gemstone. Bismuth shows Steven a weapon called a breaking point, a gem weapon meant to shatter a gemstone and thus kill an opponent for good. Steven doesn't like the idea, since he's not really one for killing, and Bismuth completely switches up upon hearing his hesitance. Apparently, Rose was also very hesitant to the weapon, and so Steven's reaction convinces Bismuth that he is Rose, and that Rose is merely hiding behind the form of Steven. Quote, "Don't lie to me. You can't expect me to believe you now, after you lied about everything. You're lying about this new form, just how you lied to the others about me. But I didn't just disappear, did I? You know what happened to me." End quote. A fight ensues, and during the fight, Bismuth reveals that a similar situation occurred with Rose, as she refused to accept the breaking point, and they ended up fighting too. The fight ends with Steven having to stab through Bismuth in order to stop her from killing him with a breaking point. Bismuth tells Steven he should have shattered her back then, instead of poofing her without telling anyone. Steven then answers that he will tell the others what his mother has done, whereupon Bismuth says, quote, "Then you really are better than her," end quote, before poofing. Steven bubbles her gem and returns to the others defeated, telling them everything. They all accept it together as the episode ends, putting Bismuth away with the other bubbles in the temple. I personally really like this episode, as it really takes you on an emotional journey. Meanwhile, you'll learn very valuable things about Homeworld and Rose in particular, since this is the first time the viewer really has to question Rose's character and her choices. In the next episode, Steven and Amethyst visit Peridot and Lapis in the barn, finding that they've really made a home together. Amethyst is still pissed about the whole Jasper thing, however, so Peridot decides to cheer her up by bringing her and Steven to Jasper's kindergarten to point out imperfections in her exit hole. Man, that did not sound good, Jesus. Anyway, Jasper's exit point seems perfect, and so it only aggravates Amethyst more. Of course, they end up running into Jasper again, realizing that she has been keeping corrupted gems in cages in the kindergarten to fuse with and use as weapons. A fight breaks out, and at first, Amethyst tries to beat Jasper on her own. When it doesn't work, her and Steven end up fusing together, forming Smoky Quartz, a round gray gem with a JoJo for a weapon. JoJo! Have you learned nothing? This triggers Jasper because, again, she hates fusion, and so she fuses with one of the corrupted gems. However, not even the corrupted gem wants to be with her, and all it does is corrupt Jasper as well. At the end, Smoky Quartz beat her up, and Peridot lands the final blow as she manages to drive a metal rod through the now very corrupted Jasper with her metal powers. Right before poofing, Jasper reveals that her diamond is Pink Diamond, which is the first time she is mentioned. She also mentions that Rose Quartz did something to her, but we aren't told what. Next, the 5 rubies return to the barn, since they went to Neptune and Jasper wasn't there. The gems trick them once again by letting Amethyst shape into Jasper, lying that her purple color is due to the sun. Also, Steven names them based on their gem placement, so the ruby with her gem on the stomach is navy, the leg is leggy, the arm is army, the eye is eyeball, and the ruby with her gem on her chest is Doc, which I've heard is a reference to Doc from Snow White, but I don't know how true that is. The gems follow the rubies to the moon base to make a report to the diamonds, with everyone but Amethyst pretending to be Jasper's prisoners. During the episode, the constant struggle is Amethyst trying to hold her form as Jasper since gems can't shapeshift for too long. At the moon base, we get some more diamond lore about Pink Diamond specifically. We learn that she met a tragic end of some sort, and that the Earth was her colony, and that it was looking successful. It is then revealed rather dramatically that Rose Quartz, Steven's mother and the leader of the Crystal Gems, shattered Pink Diamond right in front of her court. Steven protests against the idea of his mother shattering someone, but the look on Garnet and Pearl's faces say enough to tell him it's true. At the communication station, they discover that the station is ruined from the previous visit with Peridot, and Amethyst struggles to hold her form. The true identity of the gems are eventually revealed, and Garnet and Pearl fuse into Sardonyx while Steven opens the door. Sardonyx slams the rubies into space, but Steven gets sucked out with them, being thrown into space with only his bubble to protect him. The last episode of the season is called Bubbled. We see Steven where we left him, bubbled in space. He has oxygen and supposedly warmth in his bubble, which allows him to survive, but obviously being stuck in space isn't great anyway. Eyeball lands on Steven's bubble and starts arguing with him immediately. She starts ranting about how much she hates Rose Quartz and that she believes she's still alive. Steven reveals that he has her gem and suggests that she might be him. Eyeball doesn't believe him at first, but after running into some space rocks, her gem cracks, and Steven is able to heal her. This causes her to believe him, but she becomes murderous because of it instead and tries to kill him with her gem weapon, a dagger. During this fight, Steven poses the question that what really would happen to him if someone took his gem, considering he has a physical body. This might become relevant later, just saying. The fight forces Steven to push Eyeball out of the bubble and away into space, and eventually the gems find him with the Ruby's ship. At the end of the episode, Steven talks to Garnet about his mom and how nobody told him about Pink Diamond. Garnet tells him that she did what was best for Earth and that shattering Pink Diamond was necessary. Steven accepts this truth about his mother, but clearly doesn't agree with her choice. So, finally, this season is over. It's not nearly as long as the first one, but there's a lot more lore to go over. So personally, I think this one is one of the best seasons just because I simply love the gem lore and homeworld lore and such. I also love that we start seeing more sides of Steven's mother that we haven't seen before, sides that makes us question the picture the earlier seasons painted of her. This is just so wonderfully complex and I love it. Anyway, let's move on to season 4. The first episode of season 4 is called Kindergarten Kid. The gems are back in Jasper's kindergarten, taking care of the remaining corrupted gems there. Steven and Peridot go after one that is particularly hard to catch. Peridot learns to respect it in order to catch it, and even manages to bubble it herself despite having a hard time using any power. This, of course, proves that she does have powers, she just has a hard time using them. She taps it and it goes home, so to speak, which means it goes to the barn where Lapis is, which I think is super cute. Anyway, next, Steven and Amethyst decide to introduce their fusion, Smokey, to Garnet and Pearl, who are shocked and happy to say the least. They themselves form Sardonyx, who hosts a game show in order to find out more about Smokey. However, Sardonyx ends up putting too much pressure on Smokey, and it all crumbles apart. At the end, Garnet and Pearl accept Steven and Amethyst's fusion for who she is. Later, Steven and Connie go to a local library and find an old book written by Buddy Budwick, one of Mayor Dewey's ancestor's friend. However, Stephen and Connie imagines him as Jamie since he put on a play earlier about Major Dewey. In Buddy's book, he describes going on adventures as an explorer and finds numerous gem locations that we have seen in the show, and even runs into the gems on several locations. He meets Garnet and Pearl on the Strawberry Battlefield, and Stephen and Connie imagines them in 1700s clothes, which I love. He later visits Amethyst's kindergarten and finds her there, quote-unquote, visiting family, aka the Rocks, proving that Amethyst had been found by the other gems by the 1700s. Later, while wandering a desert, Buddy meets Rose, surrounded by lions. Most likely, this is where our pink lion is from. She encourages him to become an author, which is how he founded the library. In the next episode, Stephen and Connie are supposed to train as Devani, but something is bothering Connie so much that it disturbs the training. Connie confesses that she accidentally hurt someone at school and that she can't get over it. Garnet takes them aside and performs some kind of fusion meditation with them, helping them to sort their thoughts and feelings and coming to terms with them. She does this through a song number called Here Comes a Thought, which I love. It's really good, so check it out if you haven't. Anyway, they continue training, but this time all of Stephen's trauma comes to light, seeing visions of Bismuth being stabbed, Jasper being corrupted, and Rose staring at him. Stephen and Connie falls down from the fighting arena, but Connie manages to calm Stephen down enough for him to float them down, and everything is fine in the end. However, this is one of the first times we get to see how everything is affecting Stephen, which is interesting. The next 4 episodes are not as lore heavy, so I'll go through them quickly. In the first one, Stephen works as a stand-in for a broken machine at the arcade. He poses as a robot that can tell the future and actually manages to tell it with the help of Garnet's borrowed future vision. Mr. Smiley, the owner of the arcade at Funland, has an old friend he used to perform with, a very somber man. With some encouragement from Stephen, Mr. Smiley reconciles with his own friend again, and this might be a little unrelated, but I really ship them. They're so cute together. Next episode, Pearl and Stephen agrees to join Amethyst to a human concert when Greg cancels. Pearl has a cool leather jacket and mom jeans and sees a human at the Big Donut who is also going to the concert. She has pink dyed hair as well as other features that are similar to Rose's, and Pearl immediately gets a little bit of a crush and acts clumsy around her. On the way to the party, Pearl runs a red light in order to impress the girl, gets chased by the police, and is a general badass. The car eventually runs out of gas, however, and Pearl runs out of confidence. But Stephen and Amethyst hype her up, and they end up having a good time at the party anyway. Pearl even manages to get the mystery girl's number. Next episode, we are introduced to Onion's friend group, a group of kids who come to Beach City in the summer but leave when summer is over. Stephen comforts Onion and reassures him that he will be there for him during the rest of the year. Next, Stephen visits Peridot and Lapis, who have become fully fledged farmers, planting and growing things to the max. Stephen helps them create an alive pumpkin, which they name Pumpkin, who kind of acts like a dog. Anyway, a man shows up at the barn, terrified of what Peridot and Lapis have done with the place. He calls them hippies, and is clearly supposed to be making fun of conservatives in the US, considering he's also very patriotic and calls the gems illegal alien immigrants, which is technically true, not gonna lie. It's still rude though, and I don't support people calling each other that in real life, obviously. Anyway, we learn from Greg that his name is actually Andy, and that he is Greg's cousin, and that the barn belonged to his parents. We also learn that Greg used to be called the Mayo, but changed it to Universe. In order to include Andy in the Gem family, Stephen decides to throw a dinner to bring everyone together. It results in many culture clashes between Andy and the Gems, and Andy ends up leaving after feeling excluded. However, Stephen ends up convincing him to turn back, and they all make up in the end. The next episode is called 3 Gems and a Baby, and it covers the chaotic time after Stephen's birth. In the episode, Greg is staying inside with Steven and the Gems since there's a blizzard outside, and the Gems begin telling Steven about a time 14 years ago when there was another blizzard. Greg was staying at Vidalia's house for protection, seeing as she wasn't home. We are shown Greg, who is struggling to take care of baby Steven on his own. The Gems come to visit them with gifts that are mostly not fitting for a baby, showing how little Gems understand about humans at this point. While the Gems play with Steven, his gem starts to glow. The Gems assume it's somehow Rose trying to communicate, coming up with different theories as to what is happening. Pearl believes Rose is trying to go back to her regular form, but that she can't because she's trapped in a baby. Meanwhile, Garnet, of course, believes Steven is a fusion, and Amethyst believes she is merely shapeshifting. The Gems quite literally kidnap Steven and drives away with him in Greg's van, reasoning that it's best to handle things their way. Amethyst tries to get Rose to shapeshift by showing Steven how it's done, and Garnet unfuses in front of Steven to get Rose to unfuse. However, Garnet unfusing causes Steven to cry as she disappears, which upsets her, which is most likely why she waited so long to tell Steven that she was a fusion in the first place. Pearl reasons that removing Steven's gem from his body might bring Rose back, but she just can't bring herself to do it since Rose so badly wanted a baby and she wants to respect her choices. The Gems accept that from now on it's not about Rose, it's about Steven, and that they should all help each other raise him. Now from the next episode forward, we kind of get lore heavy for a while, just so that you're ready. We start with an episode called Steven's Dream, where Steven wakes up in Greg's van after watching movies with him. He has tears streaming down his cheeks after dreaming of flowers. He has no idea why he's crying, but dismisses it. On the way back to the house, Steven asks Greg if Rose ever talked to him about Pink Diamond. Greg tells him that he and Rose never really talked about their pasts, and that she felt guilty about a lot of stuff and wanted to confess things to him. However, he told her that the past is in the past and that she didn't need to. Steven goes to bed and falls asleep again, dreaming of the same flowers again. He looks around and sees mountains and trees, and at last he sees some kind of structure with legs, waking up crying yet again. Steven tells Connie about his dream, and she finds the strange structure in Buddy Budwick's book, where it is marked as the palanquin, which, in case you don't know what a palanquin is, it's one of those chairs royalty sat on back in the day, the kind that is carried either by animals or humans. Anyway, Steven shows the illustration to the Gems, and the reactions are mixed. Amethyst doesn't know what it is, Pearl clearly knows something but doesn't want to tell him, and Garnet straight up says he can't go there. A fight breaks out about the Gems hiding things from Steven, and Garnet tells him that he can't go to the palanquin because she can't go with him there. Steven asks why, and she simply states that she is scared. Greg agrees to take Steven anyway. Turns out the palanquin is located in Korea, so Steven and Greg go there and do touristy things at first before visiting their intended location. Now, fun Easter egg here, Steven and Greg walks into a studio where people are drawing them, which is a reference to the fact that a studio in Korea helped animate the show. Anyway, once they get to the right place, Steven starts crying again. They find another palanquin, but this one is bigger, blue, and not as run down. Turns out that it's a newer palanquin, and they find a blue pearl and a large draped figure kneeling before the palanquin from Steven's book. The large blue figure seems to be apologizing to Pink Diamond. Quote, "Oh, Pink, I'm so sorry. I should have done more. Yellow says it'll all be over soon. I wonder what you would think. This is your planet after all. I still think it is." End quote. Steven realizes that he's been seeing through her eyes and crying her tears in his dreams. The blue pearl hears them talking, and Greg reveals himself from the hiding spot in order to de-escalate things. It turns out the huge figure is Blue Diamond, and she reveals that the palanquin is where Pink Diamond was killed by Rose Quartz. So yes, this is the first reveal of Blue Diamond. Greg relates to Blue Diamond's feelings of loss, and she takes a liking to him, stating, quote, "I'm surprised that a human being is capable of understanding how I feel. It's a shame there's a geoweapon incubating your planet that will destroy everything shortly. But you don't deserve that, do you?" End quote. Blue Diamond ends up taking Greg and boarding her ship with him. The ship is shaped like a giant blue arm, kind of reminiscent of the ship Peridot and Jasper arrived with in the first season, except like way bigger. Blue Diamond kidnaps Greg into space, and as soon as she is gone, Garnet appears and apologizes for not stopping everything. She determines that they are going into space to get Greg back. When Garnet and Steven returns to the house and informs Pearl and Amethyst of what has happened, Pearl suggests that Blue Diamond might have put Greg in a human zoo back on Homeworld, a zoo that Pink Diamond started. They decide to take the Ruby ship to Homeworld, and after a few repairs from Peridot, Steven and the gems are off. Steven activates some type of mode in the ship to make it go faster, but since the ship is for rubies, its settings force Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl into ruby size, which is kind of comical. What's not comical, however, is that when Steven tries to change them back to normal, he accidentally presses a button which ups the speed of the ship to a degree where it travels faster than light. This causes the gems, whose physical bodies are made of light, to sort of lag behind the ship while Steven is extremely scared, confused, and alone inside. It's a very heartbreaking scene where we're really slapped in the face with the fact that Steven is in fact a child going through all of this, as he desperately calls out for his dad inside the ship. However, the ship makes it safely to the zoo and everyone is fine. Once the gang reaches the zoo, they have to take on the roles they were made for in order not to stand out. Garnet splits up and Sapphire pretends to be a Sapphire who is tasked with meeting Blue Diamond. Ruby and Amethyst are accompanying her as bodyguard and extra muscle, Pearl is there as her personal Pearl, and Steven is an offering for the human zoo. We're introduced to a gem called Holly Blue Agate, a sort of leader and manager for the zoo. She welcomes them and is convinced by Sapphire to give her a tour around as a distraction. In the middle of the tour, however, the group is informed that Blue Diamond is on her way. It is decided that Sapphire will meet with Blue Diamond so that she can personally thank her for her offering, and Steven is swiftly thrown into the zoo. He's put in this bohemian-ish outfit and receives some sort of earrings before being thrown into the zoo enclosure, which is pretty much an artificially made island with a simulated sky. There, Steven meets his dad, who is hanging out with the other humans in the zoo. Father and son reunite, and together they take part of the daily life of the humans in the zoo. The earrings in their ears turn out to be communication devices. Now and then, a voice calls out for them, telling the humans to do different things like eat, sleep, or play. Greg is pretty chill with this whole process, but Steven wants to get out and searches for a door. They find one, but can't get out. The other humans inform them that a door opened once when someone was hurt, and Steven ends up punching Greg to try and get the door to open. However, it doesn't work, and the humans are all called to something called the Shoosening. It turns out to be a matchmaking ritual, presumably in order for the humans to multiply. Now, personally, I'm a bit concerned, seeing as there are not that many humans in the zoo, and they've been there for thousands of years. I feel like there's bound to be loads of incest in there, and the gems probably don't know how that stuff works. I don't know. I don't think it's something that the showmakers really thought about, but I always think about it because it bothers me so much. Anyway, let's just move on from that topic. Greg gets paired up with one of the zoo humans, but tells her that he doesn't want to be with her and that on Earth you choose who you want to be with yourself. Some of the humans then shows Greg, because I guess he has unmatched riz or something, but Greg refuses, causing them to cry. In the midst of the emotional chaos, amethysts come in through the doors, trying to calm everything down. Steven and Greg tries to escape, but is captured by an amethyst. The amethyst brings Steven and Greg into a room full of amethysts that our amethyst has made friends with. We learn that they're all from Earth and from the same kindergarten as Amethyst, and that they all came out in time and waited around for Amethyst to come out as well, although, as we know, she didn't until way later. We also meet a Jasper from the Beta kindergarten nicknamed Skinny, as she's missing the mask that other Jaspers have. We also meet a Carnelian who is short and red. Holly Blue enters the room, telling everyone to get to their stations. She calls Skinny and Carnelian hideous off-color betas, clearly implying that they are deformed like Amethyst, and that gems with deformities are called off-colors in gem culture. Steven and Greg runs away and finds a room full of rose quartz, gems, and bubbles. Blue Diamond enters the room crying, and Yellow follows after her. She tells Blue to shatter the rose quartzes, and reveals that because it was a rose quartz that killed Pink Diamond, the entire cut-off gem deserves the same fate. Blue doesn't want to shatter them since they were Pink's gems and part of Pink's court, whereupon Yellow Diamond has a song number titled "What's the Use of Feeling Blue," where she motivates Blue to move on from Pink's death, meanwhile clearly being sad about it herself. As the song number ends, Holly Blue arrives with Pearl, Ruby, and Sapphire. Holly informs Blue that Sapphire has finished her special delivery. Blue asks what special delivery she's talking about since she never asked for anything, and Sapphire salvages the situation by telling her that she foresaw that she would want more humans for the zoo, and so she acted accordingly. Holly takes them back to their ship, but discovers Steven and Greg before they can go. She activates her gem weapon, which interestingly is an electrical whip, similar to Amethyst's. Ruby and Sapphire fuses into Garnet, and the gems tie Holly Blue up, taunting her and saying goodbye to the Amethysts before setting a course back to Earth again. Next episode, we are shown how Connie, Peridot, and Lapis protected Beach City by putting on the roles of the gems, while the gems were gone. They end up fighting before making up again. In the fight, they kind of wreck the car wash, but end up repairing it and making a new sign for it. Next episode, Connie gets picked up by her mom and leaves Steven alone. He wishes to get to know his own mom, which activates his gem room. He reluctantly walks in, considering previous experiences in the room. He asks to see his mother, which generates a version of Rose. She says hello, and they play video games together, play American football together, and have fun. During the activities, Rose is very gentle and gracious and continues talking very poetically. This differs from how she's portrayed in flashbacks and such, where she is more lively, unserious, and goofy. This is most likely a result of Steven mostly being told about the good sides of her, how kind and gentle she was, and how she cared for every living being. This, paired with a tape she left him where she talks rather poetically, turns into his perception of her and how he portrays her in the room. Steven eventually realizes this as well, that he's only talking to himself in a made-up version of his mom, and an amalgamation of things he wants her to be, not who she actually was. He confronts the made-up version of Rose with all the things he has learned about her, like how she locked Bismuth away and how she shattered Pink Diamond. The room turns into a whirlwind, and Steven has a valid crash out, saying, quote, "I finally know the truth. I know what you are. You're a liar. I thought you never wanted to hurt anyone, but you hurt everyone. How could you just leave Garnet and Amethyst and Pearl and Dad? They don't know what to do without you. Maybe they didn't matter to you as much as hiding from the mess you made. And that's why I'm here, isn't it? Did you make me just so you wouldn't have to deal with all your mistakes?" End quote. The so-called fake Rose tells Steven that he knows that isn't true, and that what she said in the tape was true. They hug, and Steven tells her that he understands that she's part of him now and that he has to deal with the mess she left behind. When he returns to the house, Greg and the gems bring him pizza. In the next episode, Ronaldo decides to become a crystal gem, but is so annoying that Steven crashes out, and in the end, he decides not to be part of them anymore. In the next episode, Steven and Amethyst continue their secret wrestling careers, but decide to quit and put the hobby behind, to the dismay of Lars, who is their character's biggest fan. Next, one of the rubies from space, Navy to be exact, lands in front of Steven's house. She claims that she wants to live in peace on Earth like the crystal gems, and Steven takes her to Lapis and Peridot to learn. However, it turns out that Navy is evil and she flies away with the ruby ship. In the next episode, Lion coughs up a big pink key, which leads to a door in the desert where Lion is from. The door essentially leads to Rose's old pile of garbage, but Steven finds a tape there and takes it home to play it. The tape is pretty much the same as the one Rose left for Steven, except Greg and Rose say the name Nora instead of Steven. Steven freaks out, thinking he has a secret sister or something, but Greg informs him that Nora was just the name he was gonna have if he was a girl, and that they made 2 separate tapes for each name. Later, Steven and Connie joins Connie's dad Doug as he guards Funland since Mr. Smiley has reported that someone keeps sticking around after hours. They end up finding Onion there and thinks that he's the one that's been causing trouble, but at the end of the episode we are shown the shadows of 2 unknown gems looming behind him. Next, Steven, Lars, and Sadie are invited to a party with the cool kids. Lars agrees to go. However, it turns out he has some baking skills which he's rather embarrassed of. Steven and Sadie convinces him to go anyway, but he never shows. Steven and Sadie assume that he chickened out after finding his baked goods in the trash. However, at the end of the episode, the 2 unknown gems loom behind Sadie as well. By the next episode, it becomes clear that people are going missing from Beach City as Onion, Sadie, and Lars are all missing. Suddenly, Steven is confronted by a small blue gem by the arcade machines. She has a small teardrop-shaped gem on her cheek and speaks with an English accent. She can also sport small water wings like Lapis. She asks Steven, "Are you my dad?" which confuses him since gems don't have dads. Steven describes the gem to the gems and Connie, who all try to draw her based on description. Steven and Connie find the gem in the forest, and she captures Connie after hearing her name. She calls on 2 other gems called Topaz. They are big, square, and yellow, and they capture Connie by fusing together, causing her to get stuck in their form. Several other Beach City residents are already stuck inside of Topaz's fusion, specifically Jamie, Lars, Sadie, and Onion. The gems walk off with all the humans, leaving Steven helplessly behind. We learn that the tiny blue gem is an aquamarine. Steven tells the gems about what happened, and Pearl and Garnet freaks out a little, seeing as topazes and aquamarines are important gems, so they must have been sent by the diamonds personally. Connie manages to send a photo of where they are, and Steven and the gems rush there to save them. We learn that the list of humans Topaz and Aquamarine are collecting was provided by Steven, and it is in fact the list of humans he gave Peridot in the first season when she asked if there are any others of his kind on Earth. The gems try to get everyone out of Topaz, however they can't really do anything that won't hurt them. In the end, Steven ends up getting stuck in Topaz's form as well, and they are all taken aboard a ship. Steven manages to get Topaz unfused by forming a bubble and forcing her apart, and manages to get all the humans off the ship. In order for the gems to let everyone go, Steven tells Aquamarine that he is his mom Rose Quartz and that they should take him instead, ultimately sacrificing himself to save everyone else despite them begging him not to. The season ends with Steven being taken into space with Topaz and Aquamarine. So, that was season 4. As you can tell, the intensity and severity of everything is amping up quite a lot. There are less filler episodes, less humor, and Steven is faced with bigger and bigger problems. I like this season, although in my opinion it does feel a little bit like it's just building up the 5th and final season. Like, there are episodes I like a lot, however I feel like it's not as impactful as other seasons on its own, but that's just my opinion. Now, without further ado, let's move on to the 5th and final season. So this season will, understandably, be even more packed with lore as the Steven Universe series wraps up. There will be a lot of new things revealed, so let's get into it. The first episode of the season is called Stuck Together and starts off where we left off with Steven on the ship. He quickly discovers that Lars never made it off as he was scared and hid somewhere on the ship. Steven is very angry with him as he could have gone off with the others, but is now in grave danger in space instead. The two topazes fuse together and trap Steven and Lars once again. Steven and Lars try to come up with ways to escape from Topaz, but it turns into kind of a deep talk instead as Lars admits that he's always been afraid and that he feels like a wuss. Steven admits that he's also afraid and that he feels like a failure for not being able to save everyone since Lars is still on the ship. They have a bonding moment and Topaz is so moved by their conversation that she decides to help them. However, Aquamarine discovers them and forces her to obey orders. Steven and Lars are taken into different rooms and the episode ends. In the next episode, a new gem enters the room where Steven has been placed. A Zircon with a fancy-looking outfit and monocle. It turns out Zircon is literally supposed to defend Steven or Rose in court and is very stressed about it since she's pretty much sure to lose. Once in the trial room, another Zircon appears, this time yellow. This most likely implies that they belong to different diamonds, kind of like pearls. The diamonds appear in a very gay pose, might I add, and are immediately offended at the form Rose has taken. The yellow Zircon makes a compelling case as to why Rose and thus Steven is guilty of murdering Pink Diamond, bringing in Lars as an example of Rose's will to spare humans and the Eyeball Ruby as a witness that Steven is in fact Rose Quartz since he healed her gem. The blue Zircon struggles to defend Rose, but Steven yells, "I did it!" before she even has the chance to come up with a proper defense. Blue Diamond wants to hear what Steven has to say, however, and so lets him speak. Steven states that he did it and that he will accept any punishment as long as they let Lars go and leave the Earth alone. Blue then asks how Steven shattered Pink Diamond, a question he answers incorrectly since he genuinely doesn't know. This angers Blue Diamond, who yells that Rose shattered Pink with a sword. However, this is impossible, based on things we were told in the previous season. When Bismuth was revealed, she told Steven that Rose's sword was made to poof someone, but never to harm their gem, so the sword can't actually shatter someone. That's why Bismuth made the breaking point. So, therefore, she couldn't have been shattered with a sword. Now, this isn't something that is actually brought up in the episode, but I just wanted to add this little detail in case you could not put that together on your own, which I completely understand. There's a lot of information here to take in, so no judgment. I just wanted to tell you. Yeah. Zircon realizes that other things aren't adding up either and uses them as a way to defend Steven. She asks the question how Pink could even be reached by a Rose Quartz. Quote, "There were no Rose Quartz soldiers in her entourage and none in her guard, so how did a Rose Quartz with no business being anywhere near Pink Diamond get so close in the first place? Where were Pink Diamond's attendants, her agates, her sapphires, and where was her pearl?" End quote. Zircon makes the point that someone close to her must have done it, someone who was well respected within her court and who would be let close to her, and someone with the authority to cover it up afterwards. Zircon indirectly accuses Yellow and Blue as they, as diamonds, are the only ones fitting that description, and both Zircons are immediately poofed by Yellow. A fight breaks out between the diamonds, and Steven takes the opportunity to flee with Lars in Blue Diamond's palanquin. Here we get our first look of what Homeworld actually looks like, with big skyscraper-like constructions and what looks like a big white creature in the background. Steven and Lars falls down to the ground in the palanquin and is warned by Yellow Diamond that they will be found. Steven and Lars land on the ground of Homeworld, far under all the fancy buildings and the light of day. They're chased by this robot thing with a laser that can detect gemstones and are rescued by a group of gems. It turns out to be a bunch of gems that doesn't fit the mold of what Homeworld has set out for them. Some of them are fusions, and some of them are deformed, sort of like amethyst. As a group, they're called the off-colors, the same term we heard Holly Blue use in the previous season. The off-colors consists of the rutile twins, two rutile gems who are conjoined at the hip, fluorite, a fusion of 6 gems, rhodonite, a fusion of a ruby and a pearl, and finally Padparashka, a Padparashka sapphire, aka an orange sapphire, who can only predict things that have already happened. So yeah, basically her future vision doesn't work. The space where the off-colors are hiding turns out to be a huge abandoned kindergarten, and they tell Lars and Steven that if they're found, they'll be shattered. Lars immediately forms a bit of a connection to the gems, seeing as he can relate to hiding from people and not daring to be himself. A Seiko robot appears and Lars manages to protect all the gems by throwing himself in front of them, which throws the robot off since he doesn't have a gem. However, Lars manages to destroy one of the robots and it explodes as a result, throwing him into a wall. He lays unconscious on the ground and Steven listens to his heart, starting to cry as he realizes that it has stopped beating. So yeah, Lars literally dies in a children's show. He dies. So obviously Steven is devastated and the gems are confused and Steven starts crying. And like that one scene in Tangled, Steven's tears heals Lars, turning him pink as he wakes up, confused as to just what happened. So yeah, turns out Steven can reanimate dead people. Lars is of course shocked at the fact that he died and that he's pink now and stuff, and gets even more confused when he discovers that his hair glows when Steven touches it. We discover that Lars is the same as Lion and that his hair works as a portal just like Lion's does. This of course implies that Lion died at some point, and Rose either deliberately saved him or saved him on accident due to sorrow. Anyway, since Lars's hair works as a portal, Steven accesses it and ends up in the same space as he does in Lion's Mane, a landscape with pink grass. Now in Lion's Mane, there's a tiny island with Rose's old stuff on it, and Steven can spot it immediately. A new island representing Lars has appeared as well. Steven walks over to Lion's Island and goes through the grass. To his amazement, he comes out of Lion's Mane and is back on Earth. His house is empty, so he drinks some water, eats a little, and packs a lunch for Lars. However, when Steven gets back to the kindergarten, it turns out Lars isn't hungry and seemingly doesn't need food anymore. Steven tells the off-colors about the Earth and how some gems still live there exactly as they are. The gems want to go to Earth, but Lars can't go through his own head, so they all stay behind with him, and Lars becomes one of the off-colors, since, he's quite literally off-color now too. Steven goes back to Earth though, and is reunited with his dad, Connie, and the gems. At the start of the next episode, Connie is visibly upset with Steven for surrendering himself to Homeworld. Connie expresses that she would have liked Steven to include her to allow her to help and rely on the teamwork they've been working on instead of just sacrificing himself. Steven doesn't understand why she's upset since everyone survived and turned out fine in the end, which hurts Connie even further since, in her perspective, everything isn't fine since he has betrayed her trust and she is still upset. This really poses the issue of Steven being too selfless, to the point where it almost becomes selfish. He prioritizes everyone else over himself, which ends up hurting people around him instead, as they don't want him to risk his life for them. Meanwhile, Steven doesn't understand why Connie can't appreciate what he has sacrificed and walks away feeling a little hurt himself. He informs Sadie about Lars and she's shocked and sad. They go to inform Lars's parent but are distracted by Mayor Dewey, who is about to be overthrown by Nanafwa, aka the grandma in the pizza family. Sadie goes to tell Lars's parent while Steven stays. The rest of the episode, Steven kind of distracts himself by helping Mayor Dewey with his campaign, but it doesn't go well since the people have very valid points as to why Nanafwa would be a better candidate. In the end, Dewey willingly surrenders, and Nanafwa becomes the new mayor of Beach City. Steven returns home defeated and tries to call Connie. Next episode, Steven is spam texting Connie as she isn't answering. Greg and the Gems try to take Steven on a vacation in order to get him to relax, but the entire time he's just worried about whether Connie will answer him or not. The Gems and Greg don't understand why he is so distracted and distant and assumes it's because something in space traumatized him. Amethyst tries to talk to him to no avail, Garnet is also unsuccessful, and at last Pearl tries to tell Steven about the diamonds and Homeworld, but seems to be hindered by her own hand as she puts it to her mouth and can't seem to get the words out. Before we get any explanation to this, however, Steven interrupts her by admitting that he thinks Connie hates him. Steven explains that although Homeworld was scary, it was fine, and that what bothers him more is how messed up his relationship with Connie is at the moment, understanding now what he did wrong. Greg comforts Steven and tells him that Connie doesn't hate him. She's probably just coping with everything in her way. Although Connie still hasn't answered by the end of the episode, Steven is slightly comforted by Greg and the Gems. Next episode, Connie still hasn't called. Steven FaceTimes with Lapis and Peridot and tells them about his space adventures and how he ran from the diamonds. This freaks Lapis out as she fears her safe space on Earth might get invaded, and so she decides to leave Earth. Steven goes over to the barn to de-escalate the situation. Peridot does not want to leave, but Lapis wants to take the entire barn and fly away again, taking Peridot with her. Peridot tries to distract Lapis by telling her that they have to search for Pumpkin, but it only works for a while. In the end, Lapis tells Peridot that they are leaving, whereupon Peridot reveals that she doesn't want to leave and that if something were to happen, she wants to stay and fight for the Earth. Lapis can't stay due to her trauma, she's simply too afraid, so she takes the barn and leaves Peridot and Pumpkin behind. At the end of the episode, a depressed Peridot and Pumpkin move back into Steven's bathroom. Next episode, Amethyst and Steven tries to cheer Peridot up by encouraging her to go on a road trip with them. They go the same route as Steven and Amethyst did in the first season and ends up in Amethyst's old kindergarten. Peridot makes it into a passion project to try and grow something in the kindergarten once more, but she fails and is miserable again. In the kindergarten, they end up discovering a gem monster which they beat with the help of smoky quartz and bubbles. At the end, they all share a sweet moment on the train home. In the next episode, Sadie starts a band with the cool kids called Sadie Killer and the Suspects, and ends up quitting her job at the Big Donuts to pursue her dreams. Next, Steven still hasn't seen Lion since Connie rode away on him, so he puts up missing posters. While he's putting up the posters, Kevin drives by and invites Steven to a party. At first, Steven doesn't want to go because hello, it's Kevin and no one likes him, but then he finds out that Connie is going and so he agrees to come. At the party, he spots Connie and Lion. Connie has cut her hair short into a sort of bob and Steven is very scared to talk to her. At first, he tries to take advice from Kevin, who really only invited Steven and Connie so that they could form Stevani, but that obviously backfires. At last, Steven talks to Connie himself and they make up as he makes it clear that he understands how he hurt her. Next episode, Steven and Connie decides to visit Lars again, but finds him in a completely different situation than the one they left him in. Instead of being stuck in the kindergarten, Lars is on a spaceship in a cool uniform and is introduced as a space pirate. Turns out him and the off-colors have started to rebel and stole a ship from a gem named Emerald, who is voiced by Jinx Monsoon, by the way. Emerald is pissed and talking to them over a screen, but Lars is very smug. He clearly has a great life with the off-colors, but once he sees a picture of how happy Sadie is with her band, he gets upset. With some encouragement from Steven and Connie, however, he feels better. Steven and Connie also fuses into Stevonnie somewhere during this conversation, I don't know. Emerald tracks them down and asks them to surrender, but Lars knows she loves the ship, they've stolen too much to actually do anything to it. Stevonnie is sent out on a smaller ship on their own to try and stop Emerald, however on their way back to the ship they're hit and crashes into a planet. Stevonnie survives the crash thanks to Steven's bubble, and thankfully there's oxygen on the planet as well as food, since there are other living dinosaur-like creatures there. They also see a planet opposite theirs that is completely destroyed, likely occupied by the diamonds. They survive by eating fruit and such, but is chased by an animal mom as they accidentally try to eat her kid. They hide out in an old gem structure and go to sleep for the night. In their dream, they wake up on the carpet in Connie's house, but is for some reason really tiny as compared to the size of the house. They dream of Connie's mom, who is a giant compared to Stevonnie. She's taking an angry phone call, and slowly her voice morphs into yellow diamonds, and gem ships starts flying in the sky. Stevonnie tries to talk to her, but she ignores them, asking them to give her a moment. The background suddenly shifts into some kind of gem room, and suddenly Connie's mother is wearing Yellow Diamond's clothes, sitting on a throne of some kind and typing on a screen. Stevonnie looks outside and sees that the dream takes place on the same planet they are currently stranded on, as gem ships fly towards their ruined planet they saw earlier. Stevonnie starts addressing Connie's mother as Yellow and starts asking for their own colony, almost as if someone else's voice is speaking through theirs. Stevonnie starts throwing a tantrum since they don't have any worlds or colonies and says that they deserve it and that they're just as important as Yellow. Yellow responds with, quote, "Then why don't you act like it, Pink?" End quote, revealing that Stevonnie is taking the place of Pink Diamond in this dream. Stevonnie, or rather Pink Diamond, walks away in anger and ends up punching a window, briefly showing their reflection. In the reflection, we get a first look at Pink Diamond. She has puffy sleeves, her jam is on her stomach, and her hair is big, light pink, and fluffy, kind of like lions. Stevonnie wakes up from the dream, realizing it took place right where they are currently sleeping. They start exploring and quickly realizes that the building they're sheltering in is just like the moon base on Earth's moon. They find the window that Pink Diamond cracked, proving that they somehow saw her memory in their dream. Stevonnie walks over to the screen Yellow was managing in their dream and types in the same code Yellow did, gaining access to it. Through the screen, Stevonnie manages to call Lars, who comes to the rescue. Later, when all is well again, Steven comes to visit Lars yet again and brings Garnet with him. Garnet manages to make all the off-colors uncomfortable by complimenting them, since they've never really been complimented before. Garnet then decides to tell them the story of Rose Quartz and how she fought for Earth. She begins in something called Era 1, where the diamonds, described as unique in their flawlessness, decide to expand their empire across the galaxy, colonizing different planets. It's described how Pink Diamond chose her first colony, the planet Earth, as well as its moon. On Earth, each gem was made to serve Pink Diamond. Their individuality did not matter, they were simply made to serve Pink. However, Rose Quartz was different. She began to look at her surroundings and noted the life thriving on Earth. In this story, we are shown visuals of Rose playing with animals, dancing with humans, and even kissing a male-like figure. Rose started spreading the word of how precious life on Earth is to everyone around her, and eventually word made it to Pink Diamond, who laughed in Rose's face. Rose then started a rebellion, which eventually caught the attention of Blue and Yellow as well. Rose's rebellion grew, and she made many allies, like Pearl, Bismuth, Garnet, and many more. These rebels were called the Crystal Gems. The off-colors are shocked and surprised upon hearing this story, proving that the diamonds most likely covered it up after the war. Garnet continues to tell the story of Rose and the rebellion and how they started a war for the Earth. However, Garnet describes how Pink's armies were too strong, so eventually Rose had to take drastic measures. She drew her blade and shattered Pink Diamond, saving the Earth from her reign of terror. However, due to Rose's actions, the Diamonds were furious and launched a direct attack against Earth to wipe out the rebellion. The attack took the form of a huge, vibrant beam, corrupting every gem except Rose, Garnet, and Pearl, since Rose was able to protect them behind her shield. And obviously it goes without saying that Amethyst survived too, since she was still uncooked in her hole at this point. So now we know all the gems on Earth were corrupted and turned into monsters, and we can also safely assume that this is the giant beam that Centipedal told Steven about in her drawings. So yes, the crystal gems have basically been fighting monster versions of their old friends this entire time. The off-colors are sad about the ending and tells Garnet and Steven that they've all been told different stories about the events, but that they all end in the same way, with the rebellion defeated. Garnet encourages everyone about the Earth and motivates them about a new rebellion that the few remaining crystal gems are still fighting on. Steven tells Garnet about the dream he had as Devani and how he's scared that Pink might still be out there. Garnet comforts him by assuring him that she's gone and that he's most likely seeing visions in his sleep due to his empathetic powers of being able to quite literally see other people's point of view. Next episode, Sadie's band Sadie Killer and the Suspects is really picking up, but is in need of a manager. Greg steps in to fill that role and fixes them a big venue in Empire City. Sadie's mom finds out about it, and Sadie is afraid that she'll get way too invested again. However, her mom respects her boundaries this time, not attending the show according to Sadie's wishes. Sadie finds herself a little sad that her mom isn't there, however, and realizes that she wants her there, but at a safe distance. Next, Steven and Garnet decide to explore Garnet's future vision by doing very unlikely things to mess with it. They order a pizza with everything on it, works at the Big Donut, and adopts a calico kitten with one eye. In the end, Garnet's future vision is so messed up that she has no idea what will happen next, and it scares her. Steven tells her what she has taught him, however, that she can take charge of what happens. And she also realizes that her future vision has been messed up so badly because she keeps thinking of Steven as a child, not taking account into how much he has grown and how his choices are different now. Oh, and also Vidalia paints this really beautiful portrait of Steven and Garnet. Next, Steven writes a letter to Lars, telling him all that has changed around Beach City since he left. Mayor Dewey and Ronaldo are both depressed for different reasons, Ronaldo because he wasn't abducted into space and Dewey because he's no longer mayor. Meanwhile, Nanafua is doing a good job as mayor, planning out an emergency plan in case of another alien-related or non-related emergency. Sadie's band is still going strong, and Jamie is still putting on plays, with members such as Mr. Smiley, Sadie's mom Barb, Peridot, and Amethyst. Greg has started playing tennis, the wrestling scene is still strong as ever, and P.D. Fryman has started selling tater tots from Dewey's old mayor mobile. At last, Mayor Dewey finds his place and starts working at the Big Donut, since they no longer have any employees. In the next episode, Ronaldo wakes Steven up in the middle of the night, saying that he's found something on the moon by looking through a telescope. Steven thinks it's just the moon base, but then he sees with his own eyes that it's the barn. He teleports there on Lion and finds that Lapis has moved the barn to the moon, and that she is looking at the Earth via the moon base and the floating orb that's been mentioned earlier. Lapis shows Steven that she has been watching the goings-on of Beach City through the orb. She sings a song, telling Steven that she wants to be on Earth with the gems, but that she's too scared of the diamonds. Afterwards, they sit together, watching the sunrise on the Earth projection. Steven encourages Lapis to come back to Earth, and that everyone would be glad to have her. He falls asleep sitting beside her, however, and he has another diamond dream. This time it takes place on the moon base, once again based on where Steven is currently sitting. Yellow and Blue are scolding Pink, saying that she nagged her way into getting a colony and then turned out to be nothing but a problem with the whole Gem Rebellion thing. Blue encourages Pink to just smile and wave and show that she is unfazed by the Gem Rebellion. Once Blue and Yellow leaves, however, we see Pearl emerge carrying Rose's sword. She stands up behind Pink Diamond, drawing the sword before looking straight at Steven, making him wake up. This dream clearly suggests that Rose might not have shattered Pink Diamond, and that Pearl might have done it instead. Steven tells Lapis about the dream, and she freaks out again, thinking that the diamonds might be coming after all. She runs away again, this time into space. Steven tells Lion to take him the pearl before the episode ends, clearly planning to confront her about the dream. The next episode is called A Single Pale Rose and starts with Steven sitting on the sofa in his house, thinking through everything he's learned about Pink Diamond this far. In the middle of his very serious line of thought, Amethyst and Pearl walks in, playfully squabbling about Pearl's new mobile phone. Amethyst goes into a room to find a phone case for it, and Steven takes the opportunity to ask Pearl if perhaps she was the one who shattered Pink Diamond instead of Rose. Pearl tries to answer, but covers her mouth with her hands, muffling her words. This is something she has done a lot through the series at this point, especially through the latter seasons, as soon as she's talked about Pink Diamond. It's almost as if she's physically unable to talk about it. In the middle of the confrontation, Amethyst walks in and wonders what is happening. Pearl puts her phone into her gem and awkwardly walks into her room. Later, Steven gets a text message from Pearl saying, quote, "I want to tell you, but I can't," end quote, with a speak no evil monkey emoji. Steven asks Pearl about it, but she knows nothing about the message, claiming that she didn't send it. She tries to take her phone out of her gem, but can't find it. Meanwhile, the phone texts Steven another emoji, this time of a pink flower. This seemingly makes Pearl realize something, and she asks Steven to go into her gem and find her phone. Steven is confused, but does as told. He goes into Pearl's gem, a white void where another version of Pearl is sorting all the stuff that Pearl keeps in there. Steven asks for the phone, but Pearl doesn't find it, so she asks him to go into her gem as well. He ends up at the beach at the temple before it was built into a house. He finds Pearl crying on the sand, wondering what Rose is thinking. She's sad that she's having a baby and that she's going to disappear. This Pearl invites Steven into her gem again, and he ends up on the battlefield during the gem war. Everything is red, gems litter the ground, and Steven finds Pearl traumatized, standing in the middle of it. She says, quote, "They were all leaving. We thought we won. There was a bright light, and everyone was... Why did I do it?" End quote. Steven asks her what she means, but she simply shakes her head and invites him into her gem. This time, Steven ends up in a non-familiar place with pink flowers and a gem shard-looking thing on the ground. He sees Rose crying in front of him, holding the sword, having seemingly shattered Pink Diamond. However, it turns out it isn't Rose at all, but Pearl, who has shapeshifted into Rose, cementing the fact that she's the one who took Pink Diamond out with the sword. She presents Pink Diamond's gem in her hand, however, showing that she hasn't shattered her, but merely poofed her. This makes sense considering the fact that we know that Rose's sword cannot shatter gems. Steven is invited into Pearl's gem one last time and ends up inside the pink palanquin we saw in Korea. He hides behind Pink Diamond's chair and observes a conversation between Rose and Pearl, who are also inside. They converse about doing something drastic, while Pearl holds Rose's sword, clearly hesitant, asking Rose if she really understands how much this will change everything. Rose is very set on doing whatever they are about to do, however, and says, quote, "We can leave our old lives behind. If this is really my world, I want to give it to the crystal gems. I want to live here with human beings. I want to live here with you. We'll both finally be free," end quote. Pearl then says, quote, "I can't believe I'm going to do this," end quote, whereupon Rose answers, quote, I can't exactly shatter myself, end quote. They hug, and then Rose changes form, growing taller as her gem flips around, revealing that she is and was Pink Diamond all along. Steven watches on, shocked as his mother, Pink Diamond, walks past with Pearl in tow. We see Pink grab one of the pink flowers and crushing its core into gem-looking shards, asking Pearl if they are convincing before swallowing them, clearly planning to fake her own shattering. Rose also asks Pearl as a last order to her as a diamond to never again speak of this, putting Pearl's hands to her mouth. It is apparent that this is the reason Pearl couldn't tell Steven about Pink Diamond, as she is physically unable to break her promise to Rose, most likely because it was a diamond order, but also because her guilt and the weight of the promise physically restrains her. After this, Pink Diamond walks out of the palanquin, and Pearl turns to Steven, giving him Pearl's lost phone back before shapeshifting into Rose Quartz and following Pink Diamond outside. Steven texts Pearl that he's found the phone and is sucked out through the various variations of Pearl's gem. While Steven is on his way out, we get to see flashbacks of Pearl's story with Rose, how they staged Pink Diamond's shattering together, how Pearl and Garnet were fighting during the Gem War before the Big Diamond Flash came, how Pearl was touching Rose's pregnant belly, and how the gems grieved together afterwards. Finally, Steven is out in the real world again, immediately telling Pearl that he knows that Rose was Pink Diamond. Amethyst and Garnet, who is standing behind him, are extremely shocked, and the episode ends. Well, we're only halfway through the season, and this bombshell was really dropped on us out of nowhere. Personally, I love this plot twist, so I'm vibing, but yeah, there's no time to recover since we need to get through this very lore-packed season, so let's move on. In the next episode, we deal with the aftermath of this very big reveal. Amethyst deals with it by rambling about it and trying to make it make sense, meanwhile Garnet is completely silent, eventually standing up and falling apart over it. Ruby and Sapphire appears arguing about Rose. In a direct contrast to the last time they fought in the episode Keystone Motel, this time Sapphire is very visibly upset, yelling and making ice spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Ruby is calmer and trying to get her to calm down. Sapphire is upset about not predicting this in her future vision since she never looked into Rose, not even once. She trusted her fully. Sapphire tells Ruby that their relationship is based on a lie since Rose gave them a purpose together and warps away. Ruby is left behind, crying. Pearl and Steven follow Sapphire, who is at Rose's fountain. Pearl tells her that she was given to Pink Diamond only a few thousand years before she was given the Earth, and that she was supposed to make her happy, although she never could. We are sent into a flashback where Pink is looking through different gem structures on a screen. She's clearly very bored with running the colony and is excited when Pearl tells her that the first quartzes are due to emerge from the prime kindergarten. She watches them through the Earth orb, but wishes she could be there for real. Pearl suggests that Pink should change her form to blend in for a day, and Pink does just that, shaping herself into a rose quartz for the first time. The amethysts in the kindergarten tells Rose that there's 2 amethysts that haven't emerged yet, and that they are waiting for them. One of them pops out, but the other is our amethyst, aka Amethyst Facet 5 Cut 8XM, and as we know, she wouldn't pop out for a long time after this. Through Pink's exploration on Earth as Rose, she sees creatures and plants and humans and realizes that her invasion will kill all of it. Quote, "All this life that has been growing wild here on Earth, none of it will survive my invasion. We're not creating life from nothing. We're taking life and leaving nothing behind." End quote. At this point in the story, Sapphire asks why she couldn't just stop this colonization herself without roping in other gems, and Pearl explains that she tried. She talked to the other diamonds about it, but they didn't want to listen. When she told them she wanted to preserve life on Earth, they made this zoo and threw some humans in. That's when she decided to start rebelling as Rose Quartz instead, thinking that Blue and Yellow would no longer be able to ignore her. She was going to scare every gem off the planet, but seeing Garnet's fusion changed her. We are shown a flashback of Pearl and Rose's side of the story Garnet told Steven on his birthday. They're walking in the forest after seeing Garnet on the clown arena, and Rose is excitedly talking about the experience. Pearl then tries to fuse with her. She is embarrassed when it doesn't work and starts telling Rose about how she has imagined a life with her on Earth, a life without the respective roles. Rose is intrigued and they fuse for a brief second, but unfuses quickly. Their conversation is interrupted, however, by Garnet falling. They have the small interaction that was detailed in Garnet's version of the story, and then we cut to current Pearl explaining that before Garnet, Rose was only fighting for Earth, but seeing Garnet made her realize that there are gems worth fighting for as well. Sapphire realizes that Rose was following them all along and that Pearl's actions clearly meant a lot to her. She seems to accept the whole Rose Pink Diamond thing, at least for now, and starts worrying about Ruby instead. They all hurry back to the house, only to find a note from Ruby stating that she needs time to think and that she's running away. Pearl asks Amethyst if she knows where she went, but Amethyst is clearly annoyed, stating that it's not her job to babysit her. Steven asks Sapphire if she's seen Ruby coming back in her future version, whereupon Sapphire says the best line in the whole show in my opinion. Quote, "Oh, maybe, but she's so wonderful and spontaneous. I have no idea what she could... Why would she be a cowboy?" End quote. After this, things escalate as Pearl and Sapphire talks and starts crying hysterically together, so Steven and Amethyst set out together in order to find her. They look in different places but can't find her, so eventually Amethyst convinces Steven to buy pizza with her and take a break. While they're eating, Amethyst tries to get Steven to talk about his feelings about everything, but he keeps focusing on others as usual, instead asking Amethyst if she is okay. Kiki Pizza comes in, talking about getting a huge tip from Greg and how he is up on a hill with some red girl, which gives Steven and Amethyst Ruby's location. On the way there, Steven tries to force Amethyst into talking about her feelings, which results in them arguing it out, with Amethyst explaining that she doesn't want to dump another thing on Steven, and that she doesn't want to crash out like the others and instead focus on what Steven is feeling. Later, they find Greg and Ruby, who are sitting up on a hill together. Ruby told Greg about Rose being Pink Diamond, and Greg doesn't seem to mind too much. Ruby also seems oddly calm, explaining that she thinks Sapphire was right and that they only stayed Garnet since Rose inspired them to. Ruby says that she's never really thought about herself and that it's always been about her and Sapphire together. She's excited to be on her own, but Steven is mortified that Garnet might never exist again. Greg tells him that that is ultimately up to Ruby and Sapphire, and that they should let Ruby explore her own identity all she wants, as it might be what she needs. Ruby becomes inspired to become a cowboy because of one of Greg's old comics from the van, ultimately proving Sapphire's vision right. She goes on a cowboy adventure with Greg, Steven, and Amethyst, walking through the wilderness, singing and camping. At night, however, Ruby confesses that although she did have fun on her adventure, she misses Sapphire and wants to be with her. She pouts about how she's not good at being alone. Steven encourages her by showing her the cowboy comic again, explaining how the cowboy character is on his own, but he also has someone at home that he misses. Ruby explains how she can't just go back to Sapphire as usual, and that she wants this time to be different and on their own terms. Steven shows her a page of the comic, and it gives her an idea. We cut to the beach house where Pearl and Sapphire are sitting, and they run out to the stairs as Steven informs them that Ruby is coming. Ruby appears dramatically in her cowboy outfit, riding Amethyst as she has shapeshifted into a horse. Sapphire runs down to Ruby on the beach, and Ruby gets down on one knee and asks her to marry her, stating that this time being Garnet will be their decision. Sapphire says yes, and everyone is happy, including me. I'm super happy. I love Ruby and Sapphire. Anyway, next episode starts with Steven planning Ruby and Sapphire's wedding, having composed a whole book for the occasion. The planning and preparations are in full swing, but Sapphire gets a bit sad about not being able to invite all of her old friends from back before the war, and so Steven decides to invite Bismuth. He pops her bubble, causing her to reform. He starts trying to explain things about Pink Diamond, but Bismuth is distracted by all the bubbles in the temple, recognizing many of the gems as her old friends. She grabs one bubble containing a gem called Biggs and pops it, expecting her friends to reform. However, Biggs have, like all the others, been corrupted by the diamond attack and reforms as a big monster. Bismuth and Steven manages to poof her together, and Steven explains that Rose was Pink Diamond to her. She freaks out a little but keeps it under check, stating that it makes sense now that Rose bubbled her, considering that Bismuth wanted to shatter her. Steven explains that the whole Garnet wedding thing to her, but she is hesitant to attend, thinking that they're not going to be happy to see her after what she did to Steven. Steven convinces her to go, however, and of course, Ruby and Sapphire and Pearl are delighted to see her. Bismuth also made Ruby and Sapphire rings, one silver and one gold, which is adorable. Next episode is called Reunited and starts with a song sung by Steven. He sings about how messy the situation with Rose is and that he'd much rather think about a wedding. We are shown the wedding venue on the beach and sees a lot of Beach City residents in the crowd. Steven lands in the middle as he is supposed to officiate. Sapphire is wearing a suit and Ruby is wearing a white dress. The pair exchanges some beautiful vows, kiss, and form Garnet together. We are shown people celebrating, Gems and Beach City residents talking together, and everyone having a generally good time after the wedding. Garnet and Steven have a heartfelt conversation, but is interrupted by big tears appearing in Steven's eyes, immediately alerting them of the diamond's presence. Almost immediately, two diamond ships appear in the form of arms, and it becomes apparent that both Blue and Yellow have arrived. The humans flee and start their emergency plans, and the gems get ready to fight. However, the ships aren't there for them, they're there for the cluster. They break into the ground, and Steven tries and succeeds to go to sleep in order to communicate with the cluster. The cluster is very upset by the ruckus and is about to form. The bubble it's in bursts and there's a ray of light. However, all the souls in the cluster are working together thanks to Steven, and so instead of forming into one giant being who crushes the earth, it forms itself into a single arm sticking out of the ground and starts beating up the diamond ships, giving Steven a thumbs up. The cluster literally starts arm wrestling with Yellow's ship, but in the middle of the fight, Blue steps out of her ship on the beach. Blue confronts Steven, thinking he is Rose, scolding him for using Pink's old world as his hiding place. Steven goes to talk to her and tries to explain that Pink Diamond and Rose are the same person. However, Blue is too angry to listen and attacks Steven. Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl form Alexandrite, but Blue casts a blue haze over Beach City, affecting every gem as they all fall down to their knees crying, as Blue is projecting her grief onto them. Connie isn't affected by the grief since she's a human, and tries to attack Blue with Rosa's sword. However, Blue recognizes the sword as the weapon that shattered Pink and is even angrier. She completely destroys it. Garnet distracts Blue by shouting at her, and Blue actually remembers her from the Cloud Arena all those thousands of years ago. While she's distracted, Lapis arrives from space with Barn and promptly drops it onto Blue Diamond's head, ending her grief mist. Everyone is happy that Lapis returned, but Blue recovers and blasts everyone with her grief powers again. However, it doesn't affect Lapis like it does the others, and she says, quote, "I've felt worse," end quote. Which, sure, it's a little edgy, but I also love how humbling that must be for Blue. Lapis shackles her with her water powers, which gives the other gems the opportunity to attack. Blue starts blasting everyone, but Steven protects them with his shield, and the attacks against Blue continues. At last, Yellow loses the arm wrestling fight, which causes Blue and Yellow's ships to crash in over Blue. The cluster goes back into its bubble and the gems celebrate, but it's not over yet. Yellow and Blue both rise from the bubble, and Yellow is aggravated by Steven and quite literally stomps him into the sand, which, not gonna lie, I find it really funny. Since Steven has a physical body he cannot poof, however, he passes out and ends up in some sort of mind space where he can see and hear everyone's thoughts and whether they're poofed or not. He sees everyone's forms and a small version of them on their head. When someone is poofed, the forms are replaced with their gemstone. He sees garnet, amethyst, pearl, bismuth, paradox, gem, lapis, yellow, and blue. He sees Lapis getting poofed and communicates with Connie by touching her form and telling her that he is okay. He is able to do this with every gem and finally tries it with yellow and blue. He's able to get through to them and they attack him until he's able to generate some type of pink aura, cementing to the diamonds that he isn't rose quartz at all but pink diamond. Steven wakes up in his body again, surrounded by everyone including the diamonds as the episode ends. In the next episode, Blue and Yellow is so happy that Pink is, seemingly at least, alive. Steven tries to explain his existence in a way that is understandable to the diamonds, however, Yellow doesn't quite understand as she continues calling Steven Pink and is convinced that Pink Diamond's memories are somewhere within him. Steven shows Yellow and Blue Diamond the corrupted centipedals to show them what they've done. They are surprised as they thought the attack killed gems, not corrupted them. Yellow tries to heal Senti, but only manages to bring back her form, not her mind. Blue also chimes in, which brings back Senti's emotions from her last moments. However, it doesn't completely fix her. That's when Steven joins in, which fixes Senti completely. She looks up at the diamonds and salute, stating, quote, Nephrite, Facet 513, Cavajon 12, end quote, showing that she has returned to her original state. However, as soon as the diamonds let go of Senti, she turns back to being corrupted again. Steven wants them to heal her permanently, and Yellow mentions that the only way to make that happen is to bring all 4 diamonds together, aka they need to tell White Diamond. Now, this is the first time White Diamond has ever been mentioned in the show. Pearls tells Steven that White Diamond isn't like them, she's not even like the other diamonds. Steven wants to go to Homeworld to talk to White, so he goes searching for Pink Diamond's ship since Blue and Yellow's ships are wrecked. It turns out to be lying in the desert with Rose's other junk, and all the main crystal gems including Connie board with the diamonds. Pink's ship turns out to be a pair of legs and a butt, and is activated by Steven running and getting a jumping start. They arrive at Homeworld from the outside for the first time, and we get a glimpse of the planet, a broken orb with 2 rings around it. They all arrive on Homeworld in Pink's ships to the shearing of all 4 gem quartz. However, the shearing stops immediately as a white bubble with a creepy-looking pearl in it appears. It's White's pearl. The pearl has a broken eye, and she says, quote, Pink Diamond, your presence is required, end quote. Steven barely has the time to react before being escorted away in a white bubble together with a pearl. He is taken into what looks like a giant torso and head, and ends up in a white room. In front of him stands White Diamond, huge and glowing with spiky hair or a spiky head, depending on how you interpret her design. Her only visible facial features are her black lips and her black eyelashes. The rest is white and glowing, and she's standing in a kind of T-pose, perfectly still. She says, quote, Pink! There you are. Hello, Starlight. You certainly gave everyone a scare. They're all just thrilled to see you safe and sound. As for this latest little game of yours, thanks to stars it's over. Did you have fun? Did you get everything out of your system? Good, good. Everyone is so relieved. Welcome home, Pink. End quote. During this short speech, Steven is not allowed to say anything, and as soon as White has finished speaking, she kicks him out of the room again. He's dropped off in this tall room with pink curtains, and is quickly introduced to the Pebbles, tiny, gray gems who work to make the room as comfortable as possible by building furniture out of nothing. The Pebbles make it clear that this used to be Pink Diamond's room before Pearl enters, hugging Steven. She tells him the others are still on the ship, and that she's only there to bring him his things, and that she is one of his things. Yellow Diamond summons Steven to a sort of gem sauna to talk. On the way there, we see that some parts of Homeworld, like the walls and statues, are made up of living gems, which is kind of disturbing. Yellow briefly talks to Steven about him meeting White, but is quickly called away for other business, leaving Steven behind. He is then summoned to meet Blue in a bath, and although their conversation is a bit more personal, with Blue telling Steven about Pink, she is quickly summoned away as well. Back in the room, Steven complains that no one listens to him. Pearl tells him that Pink used to throw balls and that all diamonds used to attend. Pearl leaves to arrange something, and Steven has a song number with the Pebbles, during which he decides that he can relate to his mother so much on Homeworld that he might just be her. He puts on her old clothes with the help of the Pebbles in Cinderella fashion and decides to play into the role of Pink Diamond. Pearl comes back, having brought Amethyst, Garnet, and Connie. Steven tells them all that he'll throw a ball and invite everyone. Next episode, we start with a dream sequence where Steven juggles in front of White's Pearl, who is now pink, and doesn't have a broken eye anymore. Yellow peeks into the room. Her neck is comically long as she checks in on Steven and White Pearl. Steven and Pearl laughs before suddenly he starts choking and coughing up his mother's hair. Suddenly, he is in front of White Diamond, who stares at him more as he keeps coughing up hair. He wakes up in Pink's old room with the Pebbles, Connie, and the gems before going to the Diamonds in order to propose his idea of throwing a ball. The Diamonds think it's a good idea since it's an opportunity to talk to White, while simultaneously celebrate the start of Era 3. Now, as a side note here, in case you don't understand what Era 3 is, Era 1 is essentially the era from the start of Gems and Homeworld until Pink's death. Era 2 is Pink's death until Steven's return as Pink Diamond, and so Era 3 is a new era for Homeworld where Pink is suddenly back. Yellow and Blue's pearls help Steven and the gems plan for the ball. However, the rules are very restricting, and Steven finds out that he's pretty much just supposed to sit on a throne and watch his court. Blue Diamond informs Steven that his friends will have to change if they want to join him in the ballroom. For example, Amethyst will have to wear lemon enhancers like Peridot did. Garnet will have to unfuse so that Ruby and Sapphire can enter into their respective groups. Interestingly enough, when referring to Garnet, Blue Diamond says, quote, "Does that call herself a Garnet? What would you have her do? Enter with the Demantoids, the Hessenites, the Pyrobes?" End quote. All the gems Blue just mentioned are different variants of Garnet. Blue implies that our Garnet doesn't fit into any of these categories, meaning that it's likely she's not technically a Garnet, at least not according to Homeworld standards. Anyway, the ball commences and both Yellow and Blue Diamond attends. However, White Diamond doesn't show up. Instead, she has sent her Pearl in her place. Steven is disappointed, and when Connie asks him to dance, he accepts even if he's not supposed to. They dance together and end up fusing in front of everyone, which causes outrage. Garnet fuses together as well in support, the rest of the gem draw their weapons, and two gems in the crowd fuse together as well, stating that they knew they weren't the only one. The Diamonds are all very upset with Steven's behavior and end up throwing Stevani into a tower room with only one skinny window. Steven and Connie unfuse and discuss how they will get out. Steven decides to call for help and does so by falling asleep and using his telekinesis powers or whatever, and successfully transfers his consciousness into a Watermelon Steven. With some fighting and help from other Watermelon Stevens, he manages to make his way to Beach City, where very beat up and missing limbs. He manages to spell out that they need backup in the sand, and Greg and Bismuth receive the message. The next episode is the very last episode in the series, and it's the longest one to count, being 40 minutes long. It's called Change Your Mind. We start the episode with a dream sequence once again. Steven wakes up alone in the tower room when Blue suddenly enters, scolding him. It quickly becomes apparent, however, that she's not actually scolding Steven, but his mother. Steven is having one of his dream flashbacks where he sees himself in his mother's memories tied to a place. Blue explains that Pink has unleashed some type of creature over the ballroom and that White Diamond is very unhappy with her. Steven turns into Pink Diamond, saying he's sorry as he cries. He realizes that he has turned into his mother and is very disoriented as he sees his friends being poofed, the diamonds launching the attack against Earth, and himself turning from pink to rose to himself again, over and over in a rapid manner. This scene is, as you would expect, used in a lot of edits, considering how good and angsty it is. Steven wakes up beside Connie, and shortly after Blue actually enters the room, feeling strangely similar to Steven's dream. Steven tries to convince Blue to let them out since they are going to starve, but Blue doesn't understand the needs of humans and thinks it's a trick. Steven refuses to apologize for fusing at the ball, which leads to Blue using her power on him. Steven tells her that it's not normal to use her powers to make him cry and confronts her with the question of how many times she did that to his mother. Blue doubles down and sees his point, stating, quote, "You were right to leave. I always thought that you were failing this world, but if you were happier on Earth, maybe this world was failing you." End quote. After their talk, Blue decides to help Steven and Connie escape. They eat everything they left back in Pink's room, and then Blue takes them to Yellow's bubble room. However, in the bubble room, they are caught by Yellow, and Yellow and Blue starts fighting, both verbally and physically. While the diamonds fight, Steven frees the gems, but they refuse to reform. After a while, the diamonds make up and Yellow agrees to help them. They decide to go back to Steven's leg ship before White finds out about everything. However, they are stopped by White Diamond's pearl, as well as the big torso and head that White is inside of. It turns out that the torso is also a ship, and that all the diamonds' ship create a big robot-like being when put together. White Diamond puts her ship on top of Pink's, creating a ship giant without arms, since Yellow and Blue's ships are still on Earth. White tells them to go to their rooms, but is stopped by Yellow and Blue's ships returning from the sky, attacking her. White Diamond is beat down momentarily by Yellow and Blue's ships, and it turns out they were flown by Bismuth, Lapis, and Peridot, who repair them in order to come to the Crystal Gem's rescue. Worth mentioning is that both Lapis and Peridot has changed their form since reforming. Peridot has added stars to her outfit to symbolize her joining the Crystal Gems, and Lapis has a vague star as well as gold details. White Diamond starts rising again, and the Diamonds tell Steven to flee with one of their ships since they're completely on his side now. They even call him Steven instead of Pink. Steven is, as usual, stubborn and refuses. He wants to talk to White Diamond and repair the Diamond family that has always been broken. Steven, Blue, and Yellow works as a team to restrain White Diamond and attaches their arms to her ship, allowing the ship to let them to the ship's face. Yellow and Blue explains their emotions to White for the very first time, offering her the possibility of everyone starting over together again to build a homeworld where everyone is happy. White responds by blasting Yellow and Blue with some kind of ray that turns them both gray. They take the same pose as her and start speaking in her voice as if she is completely controlling them. We can safely assume this is the same kind of spell White's pearl is under, since she behaves similarly. Blue and Yellow are sucked into the ship, who shakes the rest of the gems off. When Steven falls off, however, he drops all the gems and plunges down after them. In order to get the gems to reform, he fuses with them one by one. So yes, we finally get to see Steven fuse with all the crystal gems. First, Steven fuses with Amethyst, and we are shown an updated outfit for both Smoky Quartz and Amethyst. Secondly, Steven fuses with Pearl, which results in a Mary Poppins-esque character called Rainbow 2.0, an homage to Pearl's and Rose's fusion Rainbow Quartz. Rainbow has an English accent, a pointy nose, 4 eyes, and an outfit that resembles Steven's. This is something that is common with Steven's fusion, since Steven is physical and organic, so his clothes will sadly stay on all of his fusions. Pearl reforms, and we are shown a new outfit for her as well, which completely strives from her earlier ballerina aesthetic. She's wearing pants that look vaguely like jeans, a blue top, and a blue bomber jacket. It sort of looks like the human outfit she wore in the episode with the mystery girl, which I love. Lastly, Steven fuses with Garnet, which results in a fire-looking buff fusion called Sunstone. Sunstone has Steven's clothes and Garnet's glasses, with the detail that the pockets of Steven's jean shorts are red and blue to symbolize Ruby and Sapphire. Sunstone protects everyone from White trying to step on them with a giant robot ship thing. Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and Steven decide to all fuse together in order to be big enough to get up to White's head. They all fuse and form Obsidian. She looks like the statue that sits above the temple in Beach City, but is dark and volcanic looking. Obsidian starts climbing up the leg of the ship giant. Really, I don't know what to call this thing. Meanwhile, Connie, Lapis, Peridot, and Bismuth are trying to get up as well. At last, some commotion causes the crystal gems to unfuse, and they all make it into White's head together. Inside, White, Yellow, Blue, and White's Pearl are all standing in the same position, smiling and talking with the same voice. Clearly, everyone is being controlled by White. Steven tries to speak to White, but she keeps interrupting him. She starts to point out everyone's flaws, for example, how Yellow has Blue as her weakness, how Blue thinks she needs Pink Diamond, and how Pink Diamond is nothing but a part of White that she has to repress. White hits all the crystal gems except Steven with her white light, causing them to turn out just like Blue and Yellow in the same pose, completely gray and controlled by her. White starts listing all the things wrong with the gems, how Amethyst is insecure, Garnet is dependent, and Pearl is obsessed. She says, quote, "Now the impurities you've incurred in them are gone. Now they are brilliant. Now they are perfect. Now they are me!" End quote. Steven defends his friends, but White shuts him down, stating that he, aka Pink, is only defending her flaws because she likes surrounding herself with inferior beings, because it makes her feel better about herself. Steven informs her that she's not talking about him, she's talking about his mom, which leads to the single-handedly best scene in the whole f***ing show.
Your mom?
In the middle of this conversation, Connie enters and starts fighting with mind-controlled gems. Eventually, however, she is suspended. White Diamond starts convincing Steven that he is actually his mom and that he has simply pretended for so long and buried himself so deep that he's convinced himself that it's not true. She brings up evidence for her claim, like how Steven can see Rose's memories and feel her feelings within them. Quote, "Isn't it obvious? Even though you've embedded yourself in that human child, your light can't help shining through. You know you're in there. You've known it all along. Stop cowering inside your gem. You can hide from yourself, but you can't hide from me, Pink." End quote. It is becoming clear that at this point in the final episodes, we are finally posing the question out loud that we've been asking ourselves for so long. Is Steven rose quartz? Is she just trapped inside him, in his gem? If Steven's gem was removed, would Rose reform? White Diamond picks Steven up and puts her nails to his gem, yanking it away from his body in a honestly terrifying scene. There's a lot to say about this episode and this scene in particular, but I won't get into it here. Instead, I'm recommending you a video called, quote, "The Most Interesting Scene in Steven Universe," end quote, by James Woodall, an amazing video essay that really explains the genius of the scene. It'll be linked in the description if you want to watch it. Anyway, Steven wakes up, breathing heavily as he's passed out when the gem was severed from his body. His field of vision is split in half, almost as if he can only see from one eye. One is black and one shows Connie, concerned. Steven is pale and shaking, and looking down, he neither has a gem nor a belly button. He looks up and his gem is in White Diamond's grasp. The gem glows and forms a shape, just like it always does when a gem regenerates. As usual, it shows the gem's previous shapes, starting with Pink Diamond, then Rose, and finally Steven, which is who ends up taking form. Another version of Steven, one without a physical body, is generated. An all-pink, glowing version of him that looks almost robotic. Once this gem version of Steven forms, both of his fields of visions work, showing two different angles. It's almost like his consciousness is split into two. One is inside his physical self, and the other is inside his gem self. The two halves catch sight of each other and everything freezes in a moment of realization. Steven isn't Rose. He isn't Pink. He isn't his mom, and she isn't trapped inside of him. He's not a fusion. He's not fully a gem, and he's not fully a human. He's simply Steven, and both his human side and his gem side needs each other to exist. His two sides shuffle towards each other, reaching out to one another. White Diamond asks where Pink is, whereupon Gem Steven answers that she is gone. White tries to use her powers on Gem Steven, but they don't work on him. Steven's two sides reunite in a beautiful scene, animated by the James Baxter, by the way, and sort of fuses into himself again, going from two halves of a whole into a whole again. White Diamond throws a bit of a hissy fit over Pink being gone, and Steven and Connie humbles her so bad that she starts blushing pink, a clear reference back to her earlier words that pink is the side of her she always tries to repress. This shocks her so bad that every gem she has possessed falls out of her control. Steven and Connie goes to hug the crystal gems as Lapis, Peridot, and Bismuth finally make their way into her head, way too late, obviously. Interestingly enough, White's pearl turns out to be pink, out of White's control, just like in Steven's dream. This, coupled with a dream, suggests that she used to be Pink Diamond's pearl, which adds up with our pearl's description that she was supposed to make her happy, which is not usually what a pearl is for. Yellow and Blue call White Diamond off color for her blush, and Steven helps her come to terms with the fact that she cannot control others and that not everything has to be perfect all the time. Everyone has flaws, even her. In the final stretch of the episode, and thus the series, we cut back to Beach City where Sadie is performing with her band in front of the town. She has green hair and is singing a new version of Greg's old song, Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. Right as the band is finishing the song, the complete giant diamond ship lands right by the stage and lowers the crystal gems and the diamonds to the ground. Steven is reunited with Greg after Lars's ship lands, and although the off-colors are very scared of the diamonds at first, they are quickly reassured. Lars is reunited with Sadie, and they share a bittersweet conversation. Steven performs together with Sadie, and while he sings, we see a compilation of the diamonds, including Steven healing all the corrupted gems, as it turns out that all the diamonds' powers combined can completely heal a gem. The series ends with Steven sitting on the beach playing his ukulele, singing a song called Change Your Mind, surrounded by family and friends. So yeah, we get a very fairy tale-like ending to the hot, beautiful mess that is Steven Universe. I've rewatched this series many times, and yet I still get tears in my eyes every time it ends. And yes, I know there is a movie and a miniseries following this conclusion, but the original series will always mean something special to me, and that always gets me every time. Now, for final thoughts before we move on, obviously I completely adore the show and all its excellence and flaws. I love the plot twists, the foreshadowing, the build-ups, the details, the queerness. I love it. And with that being said, let's move on to the movie, fittingly called Steven Universe, the movie. Steven Universe the movie was released September 2nd, 2019, only about 8 months after the original series concluded. The movie starts with a proper old-school musical number with red curtains, a title card, a fairy tale book, and everything. It's giving very much old Disney princess. Anyway, while we flip through the book, we're told the story of Pink Diamond and Steven Universe, read by White Diamond. We are shown Steven, now aged 16, so about 2 years later. He finally has grown taller and has a neck and is wearing a different version of his old outfit, now complete with a pink jacket. Steven is broadcasting to the rest of Homeworld, having a speech about how he doesn't need a throne and that his rightful place is not on Homeworld, it's on Earth. We are shown glimpses of Homeworld. The platform where the gems used to be the dividing quartz is now mixed, gems are standing around without being grouped, and we are shown a brief second of what looks like someone standing in an overgrown, rocky landscape. The diamonds cut the broadcast, and they sing for Steven, begging him to stay in the palace on Homeworld with them. They all talk about how much better they've gotten at respecting others, but Steven just tells them to keep it up and warps home. When Steven comes home, Connie is off to camp. We see that the temple in Steven's house has gotten a few upgrades, like a greenhouse with a warp behind the house and an extra level with more privacy for Steven's room. Before Connie goes, she kisses Steven on the cheek, making him blush, indicating that they're kinda into each other, which is adorable. Steven sings a song about how everything is great and how he wants it to stay that way as we are shown all the changes in Beach City. He runs down to the beach where Pearl is standing, yamming with Greg. Later, Steven goes into town where the off-colors, Lars and Garnet, are about to eat a cake Lars has made. Garnet introduces something called Little Homeworld, which turns out to be a mini-city on the side of town for gems who want to live on Earth. Steven meets Amethyst, Lapis, Peridot, and Bismuth in Little Homeworld, and we are shown that a lot of new Homeworld gems are helping with the construction. The gems relax together, being very happy about their current situation. Maybe a little too happy. So happy that the plot has to slap them in the face, of course. All of a sudden, a giant machine appears from the sky, filled with some kind of pink liquid. It bursts into the ground, and a gem appears. She has pigtails, is pink, and her outfit resembles that of old 30s to 40s cartoons, kind of like Bendy and the Ink Machine, or like Disney style. Pearl recognizes her, and through a villain song, she introduces herself. She's clearly related to Pink Diamond in some way, and is mad that she spent her time with the crystal gems instead of with her. She poofs all the gems except Steven and implies that she has done something to his gem before he manages to poof her with her weapon, which is kind of like a glowing scythe. When Steven tries to bubble her, he can't. It's as if he's lost his powers, or as if they've weakened significantly. Later in the house, Greg and Steven watch to see when the gems reform. However, something is wrong with them as well. Pearl is first to form, however, instead of forming normally, a projection of a shell pops up, asking for an identification. Greg states his name, and Pearl forms in her old outfit that she wears in the Pink Diamond flashbacks. She believes she is supposed to serve Greg, and seemingly has no memories of her life. Clearly, what the unknown pink gem has done is practically factory reset her gem. As Ruby, Sapphire, and Amethyst reform, we can see that the same thing has happened to them. Ruby thinks she's assigned to Sapphire, and Amethyst doesn't know anything. Finally, Spinel forms again. However, she also seems to have been factory reset as she looks softer and she acts super friendly towards Steven. Pearl introduces her as your new best friend Spinel, implying that Spinels are made specifically for company and entertainment, almost like court jesters. We can therefore assume this is the role she played for Pink Diamond. Steven goes to Little Homeworld to get help from Lapis, Peridot, and Bismuth. Bismuth recognizes the weapon Spinel poofed the gems with as a rejuvenator from Homeworld. They would use the weapon on gems that stepped out of line to reset them. Steven realizes that although he didn't poof, his gem was also reset, as it is acting like when he was a kid and couldn't control his powers. Spinel comes up with the idea that they should reenact memories of the gems and that it might jog their memories. They begin with Ruby and Sapphire. Steven tries to threaten them with a weapon to try and simulate the day they met and fused due to danger, but it backfires as Spinel gets a hold of the weapon and accidentally ruins a bunch of buildings. However, this eventually ends up putting Ruby in danger anyways, and Sapphire throws herself to save her as opposed to the first time they met when Ruby was the one to throw herself in order to save Sapphire. They form Garnet again, the version of her that is kind of cotton candy-esque, so although Garnet is formed, she still doesn't regain her memories. Next, Amethyst is missing, and after some searching, Steven finds her in Vidalia's garage by all the paintings of her. Steven tries to sing to jog her memories and does a bunch of activities with her that the pair has done together throughout the original series. At last, Amethyst is able to complete a handshake she and Steven has, and turns back to normal, showing all of her previous forms before reforming into her current one. Steven explains the situation to her, and together they discover that the giant drill thing Spinel came riding in on is poisoning the ground and killing the plants. Peridot calculates that they only have 41 hours until all organic life on Earth has been destroyed by this giant weapon that Spinel brought with her. Steven tries to lift the drill out of the ground and actually manages to lift it, proving himself extremely strong, which is something that has been hinted towards for the entire original series. However, he fails to lift it entirely. The other gems suggest that Steven should try to bring the original Spinel back, and they decide to do it through Pearl since she seems to be the only one who knows who Spinel is. However, Pearl is still in her factory reset era, so the gang decides to bring her to a Sadie Killer and the Suspect show in order to jog her memory. The concert doesn't seem to be working, so Steven, Amethyst, and Greg decides to hit her where it hurts. So Amethyst transforms into Rose. It doesn't work, however, since Pearl is only devoted to Greg as long as he exists. This gives Steven an idea. He is going to fuse with Greg, meaning that Greg won't exist anymore and Pearl won't have any other choice but to free herself from him, just like she did with Rose. Steven and Greg fuse together on stage, creating their fusion Steg. Now, personally, Steg's design gives me chills. I kind of hate it. It's okay if people don't agree with me. Seeing father and son fuse and create some big, muscly, hairy, Elvis-looking motherfucker, I don't know. I just don't love him personally. His voice and concept is fine. I just don't like how he looks, I guess. Anyway, opinions aside, the fusion helps Pearl snaps out of it, and her and Amethyst end up fusing into Opal as well. Now, when Pearl regains her memories, we see all her different forms, just like we did with Amethyst. One of the forms is the form Pearl has in the pilot for the show, which is a fun Easter egg. As soon as Opal forms and her song number with Steg is over, Steven and Greg unfuses and Steven is left worn and tired since his powers are very weak. However, Spinel seems upset and runs off, so he asks Pearl about her. Pearl tells Steven that Spinel was Pink's playmate and that they used to play together in Pink Diamond's garden. She says that something must have happened to her during the 6,000 years she hasn't seen her. Steven chases her down despite being exhausted and finds her in the greenhouse where she's crying. She explains that she suddenly got these really bad feelings and she doesn't know why. As soon as Steven mentions the garden, however, she seems to remember and warps both Steven and herself to said garden, which is on a floating rock in space. The garden is very dead and run down, and Spinel starts talking about a time where it wasn't, a time when her and Pink used to play there together. One day, however, Pink received a colony, the Earth. She was getting tired of Spinel constantly following her and trying to cheer her up, and so she told Spinel that they were going to play a game. She told Spinel to stand very still in the garden before leaving, and so Spinel stood there waiting for Pink's return for thousands of years. So yes, this entire time during the Revolution, the Gem War, Steven's birth, the entire plotline, Spinel has just been standing in the same garden waiting for Pink's Diamond's return. It isn't until she receives the broadcast from Steven a little earlier that she understood that Pink wasn't going to return and that she simply left her to go live her own life with others and that she was now gone. That is when Spinel rightfully entered her villain era and decided to murder Steven and his friends. She turns back into herself with her ponytails turning spiky, her gem turning upside down, and her regaining the black tear stains down her cheeks. She starts attacking Steven but can't do it, so Steven convinces her to go back with him to Earth to find someone worthy of her friendship. Spinel turns off the drill, but soon has another crash out, thinking that Steven is just going to erase her memories once the drill is off. She starts to drill again and takes Cotton Candy Garnet hostage. The whole situation brings back Garnet's memories and she breaks free of Spinel's grip. The Crystal Gems fight Spinel, and once she's down, Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and Connie save the residents of Beach City from the poison coming out the drill. During this process, one of Greg's arm is hit by the poison, and it turns limp and gray. Steven begins to climb the drill, and once he reaches the top, he tries to have a conversation with Spinel. However, Spinel doesn't want to talk and starts fighting him again, stating how much of a loser he is without his powers. Steven recounts all the work that went into getting his powers, however, which makes his gem go back to normal and the powers return stronger than ever. He begins to sing the "You Can Make a Difference" song that was a meme a while back. It's a pretty good song. While I do agree that it's very, come on guys, let's be nice to each other kind of song, that is also kind of the overall vibe of the whole show, so I'm not surprised. Spinel initially isn't convinced by the song and fights back for a little more, but she soon gives up, realizing that her actions aren't making her or anyone else feel good. Steven is just about to comfort her, but then the drill explodes. They make it down to the ground safely in Steven's bubble. Everyone is reunited, and Steven heals Greg's arm and starts kissing the ground to try and heal that too. It works, but obviously it'll take a long time. Also, Garnet says this random comment about how it's important to stay hydrated when smooching while looking at Connie. Hello? Excuse you? Anyway, Steven talks to Spinel but is interrupted by the diamonds who are coming to pester him. When they see Spinel, they recognize her as one of Pink's lost treasures and happily takes her in. Spinel joins the diamonds as they all go back to Homeworld, and the gang gets a happy ending once more, this time recognizing that it's okay if things turn bad once again in the future, as long as everybody works together to fix it. The movie then ends with a show number and red curtains closing. So, what did I think of this movie? Personally, I really like it. It introduces a new interesting character, gives further depth to Rose, and has some really good song numbers. If I had to critique something, it'd be the lack of Homeworld, but that honestly tracks for the entire franchise as a whole. We get to see very little of Homeworld and gem culture, both current and present. I assume this is what Lars of the Stars is going to be about though, so I'm hoping for more of that to come. Anyway, now that we've finished going through the movie, we only have one thing left for this section. Steven Universe Future, the short limited series. Steven Universe Future began airing in December 2019 and concluded in March of 2020. So yeah, it's safe to say 2019 was a big year for Steven Universe, with the conclusion of the original series, a movie releasing, and then a follow-up series releasing as well. Now, the intro to this series has similar visual elements to the original series, except they've replaced the original theme song with a version of Here We Are in the Future from the movie. The first episode is called Little Homeschool and starts with Steven healing a corrupted gem in his bathtub with the help of all 4 diamond essences. He guides the gem through her new life, showing her pamphlets with information of all that she has missed. He talks about what has happened since the movie as well, talking about how Connie is working on getting into college even though it's 2 years away, which implies that 2 years might have passed since the movie, and thus 4 years might have passed since the end of the series. Anyway, Lars has opened up a space-themed pastry shop, Sadie is touring, and Steven, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl has a plan of their own. Steven brings the new gem to Little Homeworld that now has a Little Homeschool. Little Homeschool is an education system where gems learn to adapt to Earth and Era 3 in the gem world. Lots of different gems teach at Little Homeschool, including the main cast. After a brief tour of Little Homeworld, Steven expresses to Amethyst that he is worried about Jasper since she isn't adapting like everyone else. Steven goes to visit her in the forest where she keeps shelter by some huge boulders. Steven tries to talk some sense into her, but she refuses to listen and only wants to fight, so they start fighting. During the fight, Jasper keeps antagonizing him, calling him weak. This irritates Steven, who starts glowing pink as his powers grow stronger. The fight continues, and Steven is suddenly really strong and easily overpowers Jasper. He beats her and then asks her to be his teacher, since she basically rage-baited him into discovering powers he didn't know he had. The second episode is called Guidance. In it, Amethyst shows Steven how she has redirected some of the gems who have set up home on Earth to human jobs in order to keep them occupied. Steven protests seeing this, since gems are generally given jobs after their abilities and strengths. He thinks it's too much like Homeworld, putting gems into molds and folding them to abide by them. So Steven encourages the gems to switch jobs with each other to try other things not related to their original intended purpose. This, however, results in catastrophe as the gems are now faced with unfamiliar tasks outside of their comfort zones. Steven and Amethyst cleans up the mess together by fusing into smoky quartz, but in the middle of trying to fix everything, Steven unlocks a new power. Smoky quartz starts glowing pink and starts moving super fast after Amethyst and Steven stresses about not having enough time to fix everything. Because Smoky moves so fast, time seemingly slows down. Afterwards, Steven and Amethyst talk. Amethyst tells Steven that she feels she has really found her place in Little Homeworld and by helping others, and Steven feels a bit bad because he doesn't feel as needed anymore. The third episode is called Rosebuds and starts with Steven trying to find a new place for Rose's painting as he is still conflicted about how he feels about her. Suddenly, the human Sue appears and Steven and Amethyst are invited aboard to visit the humans and the Famethysts. The humans show them a surprise. All rose quartzes that were previously bubbled are now free, and some of them look eerily like Rose. Naturally, Steven is shocked and very hesitant to the situation, but awkwardly invites them to dinner since they literally haven't done anything wrong. Everyone is pretty uncomfortable with the whole situation. I mean, Greg literally walks in, sees the quartzes, and walks right out again. They stay for a while Steven and the others dance around them. After a while, they realize that they're not wanted and leaves. Steven runs after them, explaining that everyone is uncomfortable due to his mom and that it's not their fault at all. They bond over being blamed for Rose's actions and form a kind of sibling dynamic before quartzes leave for Homeworld. Steven ends up putting Rose's painting in Lion's Mane, and then the episode ends. Episode 4 is called Volleyball. It starts with Steven healing a bunch of gems with his spit, saying goodbye to his patients by saying, quote, "And remember, volleyball isn't a contact sport," end quote. He meets White's former Pearl outside his door, and she asks him to heal her broken eye. He tries to heal her gem, but it does nothing, and her gem doesn't seem broken at all. Pearl explains that she got the injury from Pink Diamond, not White Diamond as Steven initially thought. He brings in our Pearl to help with the situation and gives the other Pearl the nickname Volleyball to make things easier. Pearl suggests that they should bring Volleyball to a place called the Reef to try and fix her eye. The Reef turns out to be a seashell-like building on a water-based planet. Steven, Pearl, and Volleyball warp there together. The building is big and echoey, and it gives kind of empty mall vibes. It used to be where all pearls were made, and it also served as a luxury boutique and center for repair. While they are at the center, they walk past a bunch of accessories that could be purchased for pearls. So yes, basically you could pimp your pearl like a Labubu or something. Volleyball shows Pearl a ribbon wand given to her by Pink, and Pearl's already festering grudge for her grows as the feud between them becomes increasingly obvious. Volleyball is scanned for injuries, but the disembodied voice in the building says there is nothing to be done since the scarring is emotional rather than physical. Volleyball says she is fine, but the crack gets worse as that is obviously a lie. Volleyball tells Pearl that Pink Diamond is behind her injury, which angers Pearl. She tells her story of how Pink asked White Diamond for a colony, but she wasn't given one, and it angered her. Quote, "You remember how she was, with her destructive powers, throwing tantrums left and right. She had a scream that could crack the walls. She didn't mean to hurt me, I just happened to be standing too close to her that time." End quote. This obviously paints an even worse picture of Rose than we're already been given. Pearl starts arguing against Volleyball, saying it can't be true. Meanwhile, Steven is trying to calm them by saying he's going to fix it. At last, Steven starts crashing out, turning pink and yelling for them to stop. His yell cracks the wall, just like his mother, making Volleyball huddle and hide. Steven's yell sets the system off, and both Pearl and Volleyball are encapsulated and set to be rejuvenated, aka reset. Steven can't get the shell to open, but the pearls share a heartfelt conversation about their shared trauma from Pink Diamond and fuses, causing the shell around them to break. A defense protocol activates as a response to the fusion, but the Pearl Fusion and Steven help each other and manages to get out. The episode ends with Pearl and Volleyball understanding each other and bonding. Episode 5 is called Bluebird and starts with a commercial made by Steven for Little Home World. After the shooting for the commercial is over, Steven is plagued by a secret prankster who turns out to be Bluebird, a fusion between the eyeball Ruby Steven left in space and Aquamarine. Throughout the episode, Bluebird claims she's forgiven Steven and that she wants to do better. Meanwhile, her pranks says otherwise, and Steven remains skeptical to her despite the other gems encouraging him to accept her. In the end, Bluebird of course turns out to be evil and she unfuses. Ruby and Aquamarine take Greg hostage, holding him by the hair off the roof of the house. They start telling Steven to bubble his friends and burn down Little Homeworld and stuff, but Greg gets enough of it and cuts his hair off with Ruby's dagger. So yeah, Greg has short hair now, and Steven gets really mad since obviously the gems have made his dad sad. He starts to fight the gems, but they soon start fighting each other instead. Eventually though, they bond over hating Steven and fuses, fighting him once again. The other gems step in the form of Alexandrite and beats them for good. They fly away, stating that they'll hate Steven forever. Steven goes to comfort his dad, who lets his cut off hair free into the ocean, which just imagine swimming into that, ew. Anyway, episode 6 is called A Very Special Episode and starts with Rainbow 2.0 babysitting Onion and cleaning his room Mary Poppins style. Suddenly, Garnet FaceTimes and Steven and Pearl unfuses so that Steven can answer. Garnet needs him for a so-called Geminar, and Steven rushes there to help. He and Garnet fuses into Sunstone, who gives a Geminar on safety around the house. During the Geminar, Pearl calls him asking if he's coming back soon since Onion is being a little devil as usual. Steven goes back and forms Rainbow again and helps Pearl with Onion. Afterwards, he goes back to check on Garnet and helps her. He is continuously thrust back and forth between Garnet and Pearl before finally breaking down due to his workload being too heavy. This turns out to be a fake situation, however, and it's merely content for a PSA by Sunstone about not overworking yourself. Episode 7 is called Snow Day and starts with Steven waking early to run errands. Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl smother him in attention and parental affection as if he's a kid, and he leaves even more tired than he woke up. Steven gets back late in the snowstorm and is surprised by the gems who have set up games and movies for him. Steven refuses and goes up to his bed, and the days go by in similar fashion, with the gems smothering him with things that used to entertain him as a kid. At last, the gems start trying to catch him by playing Steven Tag, a game of tag where all the gems shapeshift into Steven. Even Pearl joins in, which is surprising since the only time we've seen her shapeshift is when she shapeshifted into Rose Quartz. The gems try to make Steven turn into Little Steven by tagging him, even going as far as fusing into Steven versions of different fusions, as well as Garnet unfusing in order to catch him. When they eventually do, Steven explains that it hurts when they try to treat him like a child, as if he isn't enough now that he's an adult. The gems apologize and tell him that they love him just as he is, and they all continue to play Steven Tag and spend quality time together. Episode 8 is called Why So Blue. It starts with Steven and Lapis warping together to an unknown planet with beautiful sceneries and creatures as they meet up with two other Lapis Lazulis who are essentially destroying the planet with their water powers. Steven informs them that they don't have to terraform planets for the diamonds anymore and that they are free to do what they like. The two Lazulis respond, saying that terraforming is what they like. Lapis and Steven try showing them other fun stuff they can do with their water powers, but the Lazulis are kind of bitchy and keep terraforming no matter what. They try singing to convince them, but it doesn't work either, as they keep bitching. Eventually, Lapis tires of them and starts fighting against them, before realizing that she has gone too far. The Lazulis are impressed by Lapis's strength, and agrees to not terraform the planet anymore. At last, one of them agrees to come to the school. Episode 9 is called Little Graduation and starts with Steven going to Lars's baking shop to pick up a cake. While he's there, Sadie walks in and talks about her new partner Shep, who she's been dating for about 2 months. As she walks out, Steven freaks out as he did not know she was dating someone and was still not so secretly hoping for Lars and Sadie to get together. Lars says he's cool with the relationship and that he's going off to space soon anyway, since the off-colors are all graduating from school. Later, a ceremony is held for the graduating off-colors. Meanwhile, Steven feels bad that he's not moving on. It feels as if everything is changing around him, everything but him, which is a little too relatable for me at the moment. Ouch. Anyway, Steven meets Shep and is clearly not super supportive of the relationship. He also finds out that Sadie Killer and the suspects are breaking up and moving on with separate things, which further upsets him. The whole situation and all the change causes a reaction within Steven, who creates a protective dome around everyone without meaning to. Steven crashes out about everything changing and kind of makes an ass of himself in front of Sadie, Lars, and Shep by asking intrusive questions. They all reassure him that they'll still be friends even if they're all in different places, which finally pops the dome. After everyone has left, Steven camps in the woods and contemplates what he should do with his life going forward. Episode 10 is called Prickly Pear. Steven has started gardening after quitting Little Homeschool. However, it turns out to be an unhealthy coping mechanism since he has named all the plants after his beach city friends. Steven accidentally touches a cactus with his spit, causing it to come alive. Amethyst names it Cactus Steven, and Steven kind of trauma dumps to it. Everything but getting a therapist, I guess. The next day, Cactus Steven has grown and can now repeat phrases that Steven says. This backfires, however, as the cactus starts repeating phrases from Steven's trauma dump. Steven scolds the cactus, causing it to grow ugly and twisted. During the night, Cactus Steven is fully formed and escapes the greenhouse. It attacks him in his home, mimicking his defensive gestures. Then Gems finds out about the fight and tries to beat Cactus Steven, which only grows and mutates further. It also starts repeating things Steven has said, sensitive things about what he thinks about the other gems and how he sees himself. Steven realizes that for the cactus to calm down, he has to show it kindness, since it's only mimicking his own hateful behavior. In the end, the cactus walks away, wrecking the house and leaving the mess of Steven's words behind. Episode 11 is called In Dreams, and it starts with a dream that Steven has, where all of his friends are partying in his house and he isn't let in since he doesn't feel needed by them anymore. When he wakes up from this dream, Peridot comes over to watch a new reboot of Camp Pining Hearts. It sucks, however, and both Steven and Peridot are upset. In my opinion, this is supposed to be a reference to real-life fans, not just of Steven Universe, but of anything that gets rebooted. While they're watching, Steven's dream suddenly gets aired on the TV screen. Peridot sees this as an opportunity to change the new Camp Pining Hearts, since Steven can dream a new ending and broadcast it on the screen. Him and Peridot start planning the new plot with new and old characters together, and Steven successfully dreams out at least part of the plot before the dreams turns into a jumbled mess of the diamonds and him glowing pink instead. Steven tries several times to dream his way through the script, but always wakes from it as it always turns into a gem-related nightmare. Eventually, he wakes up inside of another dream, where Peridot's glasses look like TV error screens. The whole background turns into an error screen, and Steven begs Peridot to stay with him, stating that he doesn't know how to be a friend without helping someone or fixing something, and that he feels useless. He wakes up for real from Peridot calling his name, and she comforts him, saying that he doesn't need to fix things and that they can always watch the show as is. The episode ends with them laughing and crying at how bad it is, so they end up having a good time together anyway. Episode 12 is called Bismuth Casual. Steven, Connie, Pearl, and Bismuth is in Steven's car going to a roller skater rink together. At the rink, Pearl meets with a human friend group she has, and they all go to the rink to hang with Bismuth, leaving Steven and Connie behind. They meet Connie's friends who happen to be there, and Steven has a hard time relating to them since he's never really been around humans his age in school or any other social spaces. He tells Connie and her friends to skate on without him while he gets a hang of it since it's his first time, and they do as he asks even if they're hesitant about it. Meanwhile, Bismuth and Pearl are having fun with the humans, although Bismuth seems a little hesitant when Pearl skates away from her to make new human connections. Connie comes to check on Steven and tells him that she wants to hang out with him and that they don't have to skate. He insists on her skating with her friends though, and after a while she accepts and skates away. Bismuth comes back to talk to Steven, and he admits to her that he thinks he's forgotten how to talk to other humans. Bismuth then admits to Steven that she's not there to meet humans, she's only there for Pearl because it makes her happy, which not everyone might agree with this, but I ship Pearl and Bismuth so much, they're so cute together. Anyway, Bismuth cheers Steven up, encouraging him to hang out with Connie since she wants to be with him. He skates out on the rink but falls. Connie comes over and talks to him, and they finally tells her about his feelings, that he doesn't want to hold her back and that he feels awkward around her new friends and her new life. Connie decides to cheer Steven up and connect with him by fusing, and together as Stevani, they win a skating competition. This helps Steven connect a bit better with Connie's friends. As a prize, Steven and Connie gets to choose the next song, and Steven chooses a commercial jingle that Pearl likes just to get her to skate with Bismuth. In the end, everyone skates happily together. Episode 13 is called Together Forever and starts with a video call between Steven and Connie. Connie talks about what university she wants to go to, but their call is interrupted as Connie's study break ends. Steven looks at a brochure of Connie's intended university and realizes that it's very far from Beach City. This realization makes him glow pink, and he goes downstairs to talk to Garnet. Garnet is busy, however, as she splits up since Sapphire and Ruby have separate tasks at Little Homeworld. Steven joins Ruby for the scouting class she's holding and talks to her about not knowing what to do with his life and that it's so hard seeing Connie know exactly what she wants. He reasons that since he wants to be with Connie, maybe she is his future. This gets Ruby super excited and she tells Steven to propose. Steven is hesitant but is advised to go to Sapphire for advice. Sapphire excitedly tells him to do it, and he prepares himself by getting flowers and shows up at Connie's house on lie-in during her study break. He takes her to the beach and sings for her, and at first she is obviously very happy and touched, but when he pulls out a glow ring and proposes to be Stevani together forever, she turns him down gently, stating that she needs to be her own person too. Connie reassures him that it's not a no, it's a not now, and that they have plenty of time. She tries to talk to him about it, but he pushes her away, assuring her that he's fine and that they'll talk about it the next day. As soon as Connie is gone, however, he starts crying, turns pink, and explodes a hole into the beach. Eventually, Garnet comes and sits down by him, and they walk back to the house together. Garnet tells him not to take advice from hopeless romantics like Ruby and Sapphire, and tells him that if he feels empty, Connie and Stevani won't fill that void, and that he and Connie has to live separate lives despite being together. So this far in the series, it's becoming increasingly obvious that Steven is dealing with a mental health crisis. His whole life has been built on helping and prioritizing others, so now that everyone around him is finally safe and happy, suddenly the only person left to focus on is himself, and he's forced to prioritize himself and realize that he's not doing well, and that all he's been through is haunting him. Steven is faced with the enormous difficult task of asking for help, of being selfish and prioritizing his own needs, and he's failing miserably at it, instead locking everything inside and pushing everyone around him away when they try to help him. The next episode is episode 14, and it's called Growing Pains. It starts with Steven watching TV and eating cereal. His room is a mess. He's obviously depressed, and as soon as he starts thinking about it, he turns pink. He tries calling the Gems, but they have no reception as they're on a field trip. He looks at Connie's name in his contacts, but feels too bad to call, so he calls his dad instead. The phone call doesn't make him feel better though, as Greg is out touring as the manager of Shep and Sadie, making him feel even more alone. When he looks into the freezer, he sees the glow ring that he tried to propose to Connie with, probably the same glow ring they put in the freezer together as kids. The reminder hurts him so much that he not only glows pink, but grows large, ripping his clothes. Connie calls him, and while they talk, his body keeps glowing and growing, and Connie becomes worried. She forces him to visit her mother at the doctor's office and goes with him. Connie's mother runs some tests on him, determining he has a mild fever, judging by his temperature, glowing pink skin, and high blood pressure. She kind of freaks out when she realizes that Steven has never been to the doctor before in his life and starts running all kinds of tests to see if everything is fine. She has a hard time taking them though, since Steven keeps glowing and growing during them. Dr. Maheshwaran scans Steven, showing that he has a human skeleton, but that his skeleton is fractured just about everywhere. However, it looks like all the fractures healed themselves almost instantly as the fractures occurred. She tells him that although he has healed physically, he might not have healed mentally, seeing as traumatic injuries and events, especially during childhood, can have a grave impact on how the body handles stress as an adult. She asks Steven if he remembers anything bad in his childhood that particularly stuck with him, and he can name about 1,000. Connie's mother says, quote, "I think all these experiences have been subjecting your body to a harmful amount of stress, and that's affecting your ability to respond to new forms of stress in a healthy way. You've been dealing with genuine threats from such a young age, your body is now responding to minor threats as if your life were in danger." End quote. Connie's mother also brings up the fact that it's most likely swelling up now because Steven might have lost his supportive network or something major may have happened to trigger it. Steven freaks out and starts swelling and growing. Meanwhile, Dr. Maheshwaran and Connie try to calm him down. It doesn't work, however, and he grows so big he almost breaks the office. Greg arrives since Connie called him, and he and her mom give Steven and Greg space to talk. Steven tells his dad that he proposed to Connie and that she said no, and that his body is reacting as if it is the end of the world. He talks about how he's been through too much, and Greg comforts him, taking him home and letting him talk it out. Not gonna lie, guys, rewatching this episode, I might have cried just a little. I feel kind of silly admitting that on the internet, but I don't know, I just feel so sorry for Steven, and the voice acting is so good. Anyway, let's move on. Episode 15 is called Mr. Universe. In this episode, Greg is still taking care of Steven and keeping him company at the house. Steven expresses that he doesn't know who he is, and Greg takes him on a mini road trip to find himself while they sing the song Dear Old Dad from the first season of Steven Universe. Greg eventually pulls up to his childhood home, and he and Steven quite literally breaks in as no one is home. Steven finds a bunch of letters in a drawer. They are unopened and turns out to be from Greg, addressed to Mr. and Mrs. DeMeo, confirming that this is in fact the home of Steven's grandparents. Steven is excited to find out about Greg's old life. Meanwhile, Greg just wants to find an old tape and get out. When they drive away, Greg plays the record that got him interested in music. It's a tape with an artist called Carrie Moonbeam on it, clearly inspired by David Bowie. The first song is called Mr. Universe, and it's what inspired Greg to change his name to Greg Universe. The song doesn't do anything for Steven, and he's upset that Greg never introduced him to this part of the family since it's a big part of Steven's human side. Greg tells Steven that he should be happy to have grown up with so much freedom. Meanwhile, he grew up in a prison where he couldn't express himself. This causes Steven to crash out since his upbringing wasn't exactly great either. Quote, "I grew up in a van. I never went to school. I've never been to the doctor until 2 days ago." End quote. Greg defends himself by saying that Steven is a gem and so he couldn't possibly get the same treatment as other kids. Steven retorts angrily with that he could have done all that stuff and that his problem isn't that he's a gem, it's that he's a universe. Steven rips the wheel of the van and crashes. He and Greg are fine, and Greg tries to cheer him up, but it clearly doesn't work. Episode 16 is called Fragments. We start in the aftermath of the crash, where Bismuth and Greg are trying to fix the van, and the gems are worrying about Steven. Steven pushes them away, however, and he walks out of the house, speeding up time again, just like he did with Amethyst when they refused. Steven goes out to the forest to camp out with Jasper, who he tells about the situation. She tells him that the gems are only afraid of his powers and that they don't want him to reach his full potential. She encourages him to start training like her. She once again rage baits him into using his powers. They come to a compromise where Jasper will teach Steven all he knows in exchange for a fight between them. Jasper's lessons include carrying rocks up a cliff, creating shields, crushing boulders, destroying trees, running really fast, and more. At last, Steven has become this really muscly, macho guy with bristles, and he's constantly glowing pink. However, it becomes clear that this physical change is merely mirroring how Steven feels on the inside, since it's only been 3 days. After this time has passed, Steven is ready to fight Jasper. They have this really dramatic fight in the forest, which leads to Steven realizing that he has been holding back. His eyes turn into diamond eyes as he uses all his strength to beat Jasper, causing her to poof and her gem to shatter. So yes, Steven ends up literally killing and shattering Jasper. He runs home with the shards of her gem and runs into the bathroom without showing the gems. He fills up the tub with diamond essence and manages to heal her. Jasper reforms and bows to his strength and calls him my diamond. Steven obviously doesn't like this, and the episode ends. Episode 17 is called Homeworld Bound. Steven and Jasper step out of the bathroom, and the gems start telling Steven how worried they've been and is shocked at Jasper calling Steven my diamond. Steven shuts everyone out, including Jasper, and uses the greenhouse warp to go to Homeworld. On Homeworld, things have clearly changed as some gems talk about voting for Sarkon, as democracy has presumably been established in Homeworld. Steven is greeted by Spinel, who is very happy to see him. He explains that he's been having trouble with glowing pink, and Spinel takes him to Yellow since she helps gems with their physical forms. When Steven walks in, Yellow is picking some of her cluster experiments apart, repairing the individual gems within them as best she can. After a squabble with Steven over what she wants, she determines that his trouble isn't physical, it's emotional. Steven goes to Blue instead, who has developed a new power. Instead of spreading misery, she is spreading happiness with her new clouds that you can float on. The cloud does make Steven happier, but he realizes it's not real and falls off the cloud. Blue suggests that Steven should go to White to work on his self-worth instead of his emotions. As for White, her powers now work in reverse. Instead of controlling others, others can take hold of her form and control her. Steven possesses White in order to try and talk to himself about everything. He starts yelling at himself, however, and it scares him since he still has trauma from White. This awakens an anger within him. Why should he be afraid of her when she should be afraid of him? In a fit of rage, Steven makes White Diamond's body walk over to a pillar and bash her gem in it. However, it breaks the control he has over White since he himself smashed his head into a pillar. White is a little shaken up, and Steven runs out of the room, terrified of himself. Steven runs out of the palace, pushing the diamonds away as well and losing his flip-flop as a reference to Cinderella. The episode ends with him warping away. Episode 18 is called Everything's Fine. Steven is back on Earth and walks to his room. He is bigger and pinker than usual. Connie calls him and he answers, lying to her that everything is fine. She obviously doesn't believe him, but he hangs up and freaks out, making the TV replay all of his sins. He sees on the reflection in the TV that he has diamond eyes and freaks out even more. The gems come running upstairs to check on him, and he insists he's fine even though he obviously isn't. He runs to little homeschool to make himself useful. He tries doing different things around the school, but it all backfires on him as he accidentally sets loose big annoying plants, cracks Bismuth's workbench, and wrecks a building. Connie comes to visit Steven since she's worried about him, seeing as his emotions have sent a help message to her phone. Steven keeps insisting that he's okay, but when the others push him for what is wrong, he crashes out and starts admitting everything he has done, including shattering Jasper. Everyone is shocked at his admission, and Steven falls down on his knees, admitting that he feels like a monster. At this confession, spikes shoot out of his back and the episode ends. Episode 19 is called I Am My Monster, most likely as a reference to the episode I Am My Mother in the original series. In this episode, Steven quite literally turns into a giant pink spiked Godzilla-like monster, even bigger than the hill that the temple is placed below. So basically, Steven's physical form mirrors his psychological form, so him feeling like a monster quite literally turned him into a monster. The gems try to get him to calm down, but it doesn't work, so they have to restrain him in the ocean with Lapis's powers. In the middle of this, the diamonds arrive with Spinel to return Steven's lost sandal. Yellow Diamond tries to alter his physical form with her powers, Blue tries to change his emotional state with hers, and White tried to let him control her again, none of which works. Steven beats himself free of his restraints and sends out a surge of power to so strong it knocks everyone down, including the diamonds, and Garnet unfuses because of it. The cluster emerges from the ground upon sensing the ruckus and restrains him once more. While he is restrained, the gems all start to feel bad since they knew something was off all along, but they didn't do anything and took Steven for his word when he said he was okay, even though he obviously wasn't. Everyone starts crying and feeling bad, until Connie snaps them out of it by holding this speech about how Steven always put everyone else first and everyone just let him, and now he can't since he's the one that needs help. Steven breaks free and rushes towards everyone, but now they have a plan. Yellow makes Garnet as big as Steven, and everyone rushes towards him, reassuring him that they are there for him and that they love him. The whole thing ends with Connie kissing him, making him cry into the water, which turns pink. After this, Steven turns into himself again and wakes up as normal, surrounded by everyone. He cries and finally lets his emotions out. Now, the last episode, episode 20, is called The Future, and starts with Steven doing the same workout routine he did with Garnet once in season 1 of the original series. Connie arrives and they start planning a long road trip for Steven together as he's moving out. He hasn't told the gems about it though, seeing as they've been very protective of him since his meltdown. Later, Steven and the gems sing the Cookie Cat song together like old times before Steven tells them that he's planning to move out and that he has a plan to visit every state before deciding where to live. We're also informed that he finally has a therapist. All the gems are surprisingly calm about it, and it makes Steven kind of sad as it feels like they aren't going to miss him. He goes around telling everyone he's leaving, even Jasper, and everyone is sad but supportive. Later, he says goodbye to everybody, and he and Connie kisses, proving that they're officially together now. He drives away, but soon turns around, admitting to the gems that he feels sad that they aren't more upset with him leaving. They all start crying, as it turns out that they have been sad all along, but that Garnet predicted that their sadness might cause him to stay, and she didn't want to hold him back. So they all say goodbye for real this time as Steven drives away towards his new life and new adventures. And so it's over. The story of Steven concludes, and I'm left on the floor crying as usual. For real though, Steven Universe Future is, in my opinion, the perfect conclusion to Steven's story arc, but it's just so painful and tragic and beautiful that I literally have a hard time watching it. When Steven Universe Future originally came out, I was about 15, and I'll admit I didn't like it that much back then. I thought it was kind of too depressing, and I wanted it to focus more on the gems instead of Steven, and just his emotion. Having grown up a bit, now I understand that Steven Universe Future is exactly that. It's about Steven's future and how he gets to that point. It's good that we finally saw him putting himself first, and a good lesson for kids that putting everyone else first all the time isn't good. As of now, I love Steven Universe Future. I do still have a hard time watching it though, as it is very heavy and makes me tear up at several moments. But yeah, anyway, that was all the episodes and overall the story of Steven Universe. So with that out of the way, let's get into the fandom surrounding Steven Universe and the drama that has taken place within it throughout the years. So now we've reached the section fandom and fandom drama. Now, first and foremost, I feel like I need to talk about some of the personal experiences I've had in this fandom. Most of them are from like 2015 to 2016, since those were the years I was most into this series. But some of it is newer as well, as it has stuck to me like a parasite ever since then. Back when I joined the fandom, in my experience, it was a very nice and accepting community. Like many other fandoms, it was very queer and body positive, and the fandom spaces surrounding Steven Universe worked as a safe space for me and other queer preteens. I remember being in Steven Universe group chats on Instagram and chatting with people there late at night. Obviously, in hindsight, a 12-year-old chatting with people on the internet isn't really safe at all, but like many others in my generation, I had unrestricted internet access due to my parents not knowing much about the dangers of the internet. Although I recognize now that the internet can be a dangerous place, I also have to recognize how much those group chats and online spaces helped me when it comes to finding my identity and feeling accepted. I, for example, never thought anything negative about being queer once I realized I was bisexual, and I was also able to find my label very early in my life due to that confidence. So in one way, I have Steven Universe and its community to thank for being able to be unapologetically queer from an early age. That being said, every fandom has its good and bad sides, Steven Universe included. So that's kind of what I want to talk about in this section: the good, the bad, and the drama. First of all, let's compare what fandom looks like today and what it looked like back in 2015. The Steven Universe fandom right now is obviously not as active as it once was, considering that the show is over. Today, from what I've seen, the fandom is active and thriving, although on a smaller scale than before. Most Steven Universe fan content I see today are people making edits, discussing theories, and nitpicking little details from the shows from their 10th rewatch. Clearly, the show is still dearly loved, and although the fandom is, in my opinion, way chiller now than it used to be, most likely because it consists of mostly adults now, it's still present and clearly everyone is excited about Lars of the Stars. Back in 2015 to 2016, however, it was a completely different story. I've already said that the Steven Universe fandom was a very accepting place for the most part. That being said, however, it was mostly run by 10 to 15-year-olds, so it could definitely be messy too. We won't go into the controversies right now, as that is the latter part of the section, but I can tell you about what the culture in the fandom was like. So, there were tons of different talented artists in the fandom, both safe for work ones and not safe for work ones, as is pretty much the case for every fandom. In my opinion, as a child, whenever I came across anything not safe for work related to Steven Universe, because sadly it was very easy to come across, I was always a bit uncomfortable, mainly because it felt so far from what the series is. Now, as an adult, I understand that not safe for work art and fanfics are a staple of every fandom, and I'm fine with it as long as no minors are involved, of course. And I also understand that it's not artists' job to babysit children on the internet. That being said, I am of the opinion that if you're drawing not safe for work art, especially from a fandom where you know a lot of kids are present, I would think it would be nice to put a warning at the very least, but whatever. But speaking of this type of fan art, shipping was naturally a huge part of the fandom, and since all gems are female presenting, almost every ship was gay, which was, as you can imagine, a hit with the fandom. Anyone was pretty much shipped with anyone. Pearl was generally shipped with Rose, Amethyst, and Garnet. Lapis was shipped with Peridot or Jasper, depending on how toxic you wanted to be, and Steven and Connie were shipped pretty heavily too, although that wasn't as interesting seeing as they were human-ish kids. Now, as I previously mentioned, I was a shipper myself. I shipped Pearl and Amethyst super hard for some reason, probably because I really liked the opposites attract trope, and I was interested in Jasper x Lapis for a while due to how toxic and interesting it was, but I pretty much let it go as soon as Peridot got her redemption arc, and I started shipping them instead. Now, because of all this shipping, there was definitely some fighting in the fandom regarding which ships were going to be canon and which weren't. Spoiler alert, most of them wouldn't be. But moving on from ships, I would say the fandom was pretty good, at least in comparison to some other fandoms I've been in. It definitely wasn't as chill as it is now, though. Kids can be pretty passionate about their interests, and let's just say the Tumblr discourse went crazy. Other than that, the fandom was also huge during this period of time. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, it was so huge that it reached into other fandoms. I would say the holy trinity of fandoms during this time was Steven Universe, Undertale, and Gravity Falls. Either that or Adventure Time. Like almost everyone in the Undertale fandom was in the Steven Universe fandom. They were all so intermingled. And it was quite nice to be able to connect to people through different fandoms like that. But that being said, one of the many things in the fandom that was and still is relevant are theories. So let's talk about them. So here are some theories that have circulated around the fandom in no particular order. Now, I will not include the ones that were either canonized or proven false in the series, however, like, for example, the Garnet is a fusion theory that was obviously true, and like Rose's pink diamond theory that was also a big theory and was obviously proven right. The first theory is bismuth poofed lapis. This theory is exactly what it sounds like. In Lapis's flashback in the episode Same Old World, we are shown that she was poofed by a bismuth before being put in the mirror. Now, obviously, we have no way of knowing if this is the same bismuth as the bismuth we know, but it's kind of a fun theory either way, as it would inevitably stir up some awkward feelings among the crystal gems if it were true. Another theory is that Lars is trans. This theory is more of a headcanon, I guess. I'm mainly calling it a theory because people have like evidence for it. It's mostly based on the fact that Lars's real name or possibly dead name is Laramie. I myself have nothing against this headcanon at all and not much more to say about it either, so let's move on. Our Pearl is White Diamond's Pearl. This theory comes from the fact that our Pearl isn't Pink Diamond's original pearl. Originally, the pearls assigned to the diamonds share the same color and gem placement as their diamond. However, our Pearl is white and share the same gem placement as White Diamond, leading some to suspect that White and Pink might have switched pearls when Pink Diamond broke hers. Another piece of evidence is Pearl's clothing, as it has always represented all the diamond colors, which would be fitting for White's Pearl, as white is the head of the diamonds, and that white light contains all colors of the spectrum. Personally, I'm not sure if this theory is true or not. I do think the evidence is a bit compelling, but I don't see why this wouldn't have been brought up in the show at this point if it was true. Like, was Pearl's memories of her serving White Diamond just wiped in that case? Maybe, considering Pink's original Pearl was possessed by White all along, but still, I think it's more likely that our Pearl is just white to represent her gem, and that her clothes are different colors to represent pearlescence. I don't know, though. You tell me in the comments. Next theory is Greg's sunburn. Now, this theory has been around since the beginning of the show, I'm pretty sure. Basically, this is the theory that Greg's seemingly permanent sunburn is from Steven's birth. Since we don't know exactly how Steven was born, many people assume that Rose poofed and Steven formed, possibly through a ray of light, almost like the mini explosion that happens when the gems pops out of the ground. So the theory is that Greg's suntan is from that ray of light, that his skin basically received enough damage from that light to create a permanent suntan. Personally, I don't know about this one. Like, sure, it could be true, but I feel like it might as well not be. I think it's more likely that it's just his design, and it's from being practically homeless on a beach for I don't even know how many years. Next theory is Steven is immortal / will live longer. This theory is what it sounds like. This theory that Steven is immortal, or at the very least will live longer than the average human. This theory is mostly based on the fact that Steven grows slower, as evidenced by him still looking like a little kid at his 14th birthday, and the fact that his body is able to endure much more than a regular human body since he is half gem. Personally, I don't think Steven is immortal, since first of all, he can definitely die from damage like other gems, and it seems like he can starve and freeze to death and stuff like that as well. And secondly, he does age, even if it's slower than other humans. I do believe Steven will die eventually, either of old age or damage, but I agree with the theory that he will most likely live longer than the average human lifespan. As to what might happen to his gem once he dies, no one knows. Most likely it will just be an empty husk since Steven's body and gem are connected. There are, of course, many other theories surrounding this series that I haven't already mentioned, and there are tons of theory threads on Reddit, videos on YouTube, and posts on Tumblr about this topic if you're curious. But as for this video, let's move on to the next topic, which touches upon something that is present in every single fandom, whether it is on a larger or smaller scale: drama and controversies. So, like any fandom, the Steven Universe fandom have had its fair share of controversies. Like, for example, I remember when I was in the fandom back in 2016, how storyboard artist Lauren Zook quit their job due to harassment from fans simply because they shipped Lapis and Peridot in their own free time. Another thing that constantly started controversies within the fandom was leaks. Now, this is a common problem, especially with fandoms for animated series, where someone on the crew or some hacker or something manages to leak storyboards or screenshots from not yet released episodes. Now, this always causes a stir in the fandom since people would share the leaks and some people would be against it, stating that the show might get cancelled altogether because of them. Now, personally, I'm not for leaks at all. I think it's mean and stupid to spread work that isn't ready yet and spoil plot points and such to unexpecting fans. It's just unfair to both the people who are working on the show as well as the fans who don't want to be spoiled. However, I do think some people tend to overreact to leaks as well when they threaten everyone with the show being cancelled. Like, no, a big popular show like Steven Universe was never going to be cancelled over one leaked screenshot. Sure, an abundance of them or a whole leaked episode or something like that could be really damaging, but getting worked up over one screenshot and basically threatening people over it is just a little overkill in my opinion. Aside from leaks and shipping drama, there have always been debates surrounding Rose/Pink in the fandom that have led to some real big internet arguments over the years. Everything from whether you as an artist can draw her skinny or not, to if she can be forgiven for all she's done, has been debated ad nauseum in this fandom. Now, as to what I personally think about the second point, I think Rose has done many bad things, just like the other diamonds in the series. She has done a lot of irreparable damage, but she's also done a lot of good. So, in my opinion, she's not evil, but neither is she good, and each character in the series has the right to feel differently about her. After all, she did do a lot of damage, which she never apologized for or fixed. Some of her sins, like leaving Spinel in the garden or damaging her pearl, can be excused as her being momentarily toxic, but most likely not realizing what she has done and therefore never really getting the chance to apologize. Like, personally, I don't think that she realized that Spinel would stay in the garden for as long as she did, so even though what she did was mean, it was most likely not meant to be as mean as it turned out to be in the long run. However, things like letting Bismuth out of her bubble and apologizing to her, as well as not putting all of that pressure on Pearl, are things Rose could have done before deciding to scram. And as I see it, if she did those things to me, I wouldn't have forgiven her. And I constantly see people try to defend her by saying that she has trauma, but I just don't like that excuse. Like, yes, of course, I understand that someone having trauma will, of course, impact their actions, and that it's something you have to consider when talking about our character. However, I don't think it excuses anything she has done towards anyone else. But yeah, long story short, Rose is a very complicated character, and her being gone and thus without a voice does not make things easier. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer when it comes to her, and so when I see people debate whether she should be forgiven or not, I find it a little ridiculous, since I feel like that's an argument that neither side can win. But anyway, other than controversies related to Rose, there were also a lot of controversies and drama within the Steven Universe art community, with the fandom yelling at artists who drew not safe for work art of the characters, as well as people who drew Rose skinnier than she is in the show. Now, I think that those two things in particular can definitely be worthy of critique, seeing as not safe for work art can in some cases be problematic and inappropriate depending on which characters are involved in what way, and that drawing fat or plus size characters as skinny is a big problem within fandoms in general. However, at least back in the day, some people in the fandom would sometimes resort to death threats and excessive online bullying over matters like this, and that is just taking it too far. For example, I remember there was a case of a fan artist actually attempting suicide after being severely cyberbullied after drawing rose quartz skinny, which is clearly hugely overstepping a line. Now, sadly, this is a problem in a lot of fandoms to this day, where fans take things way too seriously to the point where even real human life seems less important. I think at that point, people honestly just need to touch some grass and go outside, maybe get a therapist to talk things out with, because honestly, debating something is one thing, but bullying, harassing, and even threatening is a whole other thing. So yeah, although my time in the Steven Universe fandom has been mostly positive, there have been some controversies and dramas here and there, and sadly is kind of inevitable. But without further ado, let's move on to the last section, my opinions and thoughts and where we are currently standing with the series. Now, the first thing I want to talk about in this section is just my absolute love for this series. Now, I don't want to get too personal, but I was going through a rough time in my life back in 2015 to 2016. I attended a small school and thus had a very limited social life, and starting to develop into a teen was far from easy. During that period in my life, I isolated myself, and the thing that cheered me up and brought me community was Steven Universe and its fandom. Although I've grown now and have a bigger social circle, Steven Universe is still very dear to my heart and most likely will be for the rest of my life. It was simply so important to me during such a formative period in my life that it was unavoidable for it to stick by me as I grew into an adult. And today, although I went through a rough period back at the age of 12, I can still look back on fond memories of this series and the fandom that came with it. Now, as for my opinions on the show as a whole, putting my personal relation to it aside, I love it. I think it has great world building, amazing build-ups for reveals and plot twists, as well as really well-written characters. Of course, like any show, Steven Universe also has its flaws. For example, the proportion and sizing issues they've had between episodes when animating characters. The size differences between, for example, the diamonds and the other gems tend to change a lot, as well as the ratio between the heads and bodies of the characters. Lots of people also point out that it's disappointing that almost every villain is redeemed in some way and that some characters should just remain evil even to the end. Now, personally, I don't agree with this, seeing as there are some characters who remain problematic, like for example Eyeball and Aquamarine, as well as Jasper to an extent. However, I do recognize that this is an opinion thing and that I have a tendency to see the show through rose-colored glasses since I love it so much. No pun intended. As for the future of the show, I am so excited to see Lars of the Stars. I'm hoping to see more of Homeworld in this series and to know more about the history of it and not just the present. As for what we know of the spin-off currently, it's not a lot. We can safely assume that we'll be following Lars and the off-colors through space due to the title. On the fandom wiki, it says, quote, Steven Universe Lars of the Stars explores the past, present, and future of the universe. The sequel follows Lars Barriga, eternal teenager and space outlaw, as his pirate crew smuggle contraband, evade the authorities, and uncover the darkest secrets of the fallen Gem Empire, end quote. Now, I don't know what the source of this is, so take it with a grain of salt, but to me it sounds pretty accurate to the title and what you would assume the show to be. But with that being said, guys, I'm leaving you hopefully excited for the new spin-off to come. It has been so fun for me to make this video, as Steven Universe means a whole lot to me, as you have no doubt noticed. It was so long, and I apologize for that. Honestly, I think it may be even longer than my Moomin video I made, but I hope you've enjoyed it anyway. This video has been in the works since May, but I got lazy during the summer, so it's now a fall video instead, which is fitting since the spin-off was announced. But yeah, with that being said, thank you so much for watching, good luck to you, and have a great life.